This title is narrated with virtual voice. Computer-generated narration for audiobooks. The Prince and the Thief by P.S. Scott. Chapter 1. Will. My story starts like any normal story, with a stolen diamond necklace. A heavy diamond necklace at that. It rests in a secret pocket sewn inside my tattered trousers, bringing a smile to my face. I know this one's going to fetch good money. A luminous full moon illuminates the inky night sky, creating the perfect atmosphere for a robbery. Crimson Street spreads out all around me, its gears twisting and turning. Candles burn down inside street lamps, and the people out at this time of night are the sort nobody wants to keep company with. Nobody except me, that is. While the rest of the world sleeps, I come to life. The house windows are dark, and the only people awake are drunk or drinking. The underbelly of the city, however, has just awoken. Pubs, revolutionary clubs, and pawn shops selling stolen trinkets open only after all traces of sunlight are long gone. No guards patrol Crimson Street. Even they know it is beyond hope. Old Riley's passes by in a blur, the bright forged jewels and paintings making me reel back. My feet come to a stop before the shiny beauties, admiring the rubies, pearls, golds, and diamonds before moving on. I round the corner at Hattie's and Fatty's, an old pub that smells of roast beef, gravy, and ale, just as the gears under Crimson Street rewind. The street breaks to break apart, realigning with other streets that resemble long iron ladders. People and objects roll around like marbles on a granite floor. I jump over a gap and onto the fifth offshoot, which happens to be an alley, avoiding stumbling over a drunk man who comes rolling down. Rats and bandicoots scurry to the dark corners of broken streets. When the rearranging stops, I'm standing in a quiet alley. I still upon hearing a sharp crack. "Please, spare me." The voice originates beyond me, startling me to a stop. Yellow light pours from the back door of a house a few feet from me, framing a heavy man on his knees. Over him stands a city guard, dressed in purple and gold uniform, holding a whip. His face is harsh, lips curved into a cruel smile. The light frames another figure standing by the door, a young girl with her head covered in a white maid's cap. She's young with long brunette hair and muddy brown eyes. "You haven't paid your taxes." The guard's voice is menacing. "I couldn't. I have so much debt and the farm isn't doing well. Crops failed this year." A loud crack resounds on the broken stones, sending shards of cobblestone flying. "Enough. I'm tired of hearing excuses all week. It's your duty to pay taxes to His Majesty." "But the tax is too high. We can't afford to eat if we pay taxes." A lash hits the farmer's shoulder, stripping a piece of his tattered white shirt with it. His skin reddens, a few shallow capillaries bursting open. A red mark forms under his right cheek. "Make sure you pay up by tomorrow," the guard says, clicking his tongue. In the meanwhile, he grabs the young girl at the door. "I'll keep your daughter. Come get her once you pay your dues." "No, please." The civilian grabs onto the city guard's leg. The young girl tries to break free, but his grasp is too strong. "Those who don't pay taxes don't have rights," the guard says, dragging the girl. My right leg moves on its own, stepping into the light, but the heavy necklace in my pocket holds me back. I don't like seeing city guards on regular days, and today is a job day. If he realizes I carry a stolen necklace, I'll be thrown into a dungeon. But I don't want to leave the girl alone. So I raise my hand. Icy blue sparks crackle at the tips of my fingers, summoning magic. Water magic is the only gift my nameless father left me. It's taken me years to hone my skills, hiding my talent from guards while trying to polish it. Now it's time to put all that training to use. A jet of water emerges from my finger. I close my eyes and pray nobody ever discovers my existence as the jet of water hits the guard's back. "Who?" He looks around, startled, but doesn't loosen his grip on the girl. His back is drenched, water dripping down his clothes. Unlike royal palace guards, city guards don't wear armor, I pull my sleeves back, getting ready to do more damage, but before I can, the earth begins to shake. When I turn, a shadow stands cloaked in black. My eyes widen as his hand extends, sparks of green light crackling at his fingertips. The shaking intensifies. What? I lose balance, sliding backward toward the shadow, but manage to catch myself just in time to break the fall. I land under the cloaked stranger. The boy's hands emit a familiar green light. Earth magic. He's definitely an aristocrat. The shaking earth splits and 2 vines emerge from under it, wrapping around the city guard's hand. He immediately lets go of the girl, who falls back into her father's arms. The wind begins to blow, the cloak sliding away from the shadow's face. Intensely focused black eyes make his magic work, green light now surrounding his bony fingers. His face is pale as the moon, his jaw angular, and his cheekbones sharp. The vines that wrap around the guard constrict him tighter. "Stop it! You're going to break his bones," I say. The shadow loosens his grip, but doesn't let go. The farmer and his daughter are looking in our direction for the source of magic. Guards and tax collectors are nothing but trouble. "Stay out of this," the shadow says through gritted teeth, the vines growing taller. I hear the tension in his voice. "You've got magical abilities. You're a noble," I continue. "You're distracting me," the dark-eyed boy sharply observes. "Why are you helping her?" I ask. "Do you fancy the girl?" "Mind your own business." He's not flushing, so he must be serious. What's a nobleman's son doing in Crimson Street? I don't know why I'm making conversation with an aristocrat in an alley when I should be running for my life. In my defense, it's my first time seeing a noble helping a commoner. And his gold bracelet is particularly attractive. I count 4 large rubies set in it. That thing's going to fetch a fortune at the pawnbroker. Titled knobs spell trouble for a jewel thief like me, but there's something calming about this one as I lightly pry the ruby bracelet from his hand. It's a gentle movement, covered by the edge of my coat sleeve. Years of experience make the job easy, loosening the jewel bit by bit. He's too absorbed in his magic to notice. Cool metal makes contact with my skin, sending a thrill racing through my nerves. My fingers move cautiously, pocketing the bracelet. I look up and flash a smile at him like nothing happened. He doesn't smile back. More vines emerge from the earth. Ropes of green and brown intertwine, going straight for the guard. One of them wraps around his leg, while the other holds the second guard back. The precision with which he controls his abilities is not something that can be acquired overnight. The vines don't falter despite my persistent attempts to distract him. They climb higher and higher, tossing the city guard over to the other side. By the time the bracelet is securely in my pocket, the boy lets go of the vines, the magical light draining from his hands. The city guards are gone, and the girl and her father stand up, looking around for the person who helped them. "Did he survive?" I ask, stepping closer. Now that the magic's gone, I smell the acrid smoke and decaying compost, mingling with the air, and hear rats moving in gutters. "Yes." His voice is a slow whisper. As I turn my head, his eyes, the color of coal, bore into me. My narrow face is reflected in their depths. They're mesmerizing and mildly disturbing. The black depths reveal a measure of pain that I thought I'd never see in someone so wealthy. He is young, I can tell. If I were to estimate his age, I would say 18, the same age as me. "Who are you?" I've never seen anyone with the power to manipulate water in Ambrosia City. His interrogation breaks the spell. That's my cue to leave. Nobody can know who I am. Secrecy is a thief's currency. So I say, it's time for me to leave. Bye! I run as fast as I can, with a large smile on my face, never looking back. Wind brushes my face, taking me away. A vine rises up to grab me, but fortuitously, Crimson Street breaks open before that vine circles my leg. The gears turn and buildings rearrange themselves, allowing me to escape through a crack. "Wait!" His voice is lost in the turning of gears. Crimson Street pulls apart, gaps opening up between solid paths. As his face is covered by rearranging streets, I mentally pat myself on the back. In 15 minutes, I've managed to nick a ruby bracelet. Not bad at all. We'll have enough to live on for an entire month once I sell it. And it's all thanks to the miraculous workings of Crimson Street. I hop and skip, dodging crevices. Metal gears twist under the broken paths, shrouded in mysterious darkness. It would be terribly if I fell down there. This neighborhood lies on a fault line. Fault lines are where elemental magic runs strong, destabilizing the land. The king put in gears under the street several years ago to make the place function with some semblance of normalcy. Without the gears, this place would turn to a mountain of rubble in no time. It's the best place for a thief to live, though. I jump from one moving street to another, knowing which one lead where. In the 18 years that I've lived here, I've memorized the streets, including how they move. My shoes step on sliding roof tiles, moving with agility. After a few right turns, I reach a house guarded by a 3-legged white cat. I bend down to pet its grimy fur, which is closer to brown now. Mink meows, warming to my touch, and curls into my hand. "Hey there, Mink," I say as the cat circles the empty bowl. "Alicia hasn't fed you today, huh?" Ours is a small house on Magpie Lane, with shuttered windows, peeling yellow wallpaper, and a tiny living room. The garden outside is mostly a collection of assorted weeds that now cover the right side of the front wall. Uncle Ryler insists that we present an aura of neglect so that nobody suspects we live here. As a thief, I can't disagree. The fewer people know about us, the better. The front door opens. A hand reaches for me. Narrow brown eyes pin me down. With an unwashed face, and the messiest brown hair I know, my cousin Alicia glares at me. "Alicia!" My voice rises by a pitch. Finally, Will is back. Alicia, who is only 15, rolls her eyes and pulls me in, shutting the door. You know it's weird to talk to cats, don't you? Shadows shift as we step into the house. "Did you get any customers tonight?" I ask. She huffs. "The folks in Crimson Street don't know a thing about ghosts. A client told me I was a fraud tonight. The insult. You know I'm a real psychic, don't you? I have magical abilities. Alicia's fingers imitate shining movements. Why can't anybody see that? Alicia doesn't possess any magical abilities, and we all know that. Unlike me, my cousins Alicia and John aren't aristocratic bastards with a magical lineage. But her psychic business makes enough money to buy groceries, so nobody comments on it." "Whatever you say." The inside of our small house is dark, with walls that have seepage marks on them. Wooden furniture makes the entire thing look old. Uncle Ryler sits at the dining table drinking beer. A candle burns in front of him, highlighting the long knife scar that runs over his closed right eye. He lost his vision in a battle several years ago. The scar he bears is proof of the tragedy. "You're back," my uncle's deep voice resonates. I move close to him, pulling out the diamond necklace from one pocket and placing it on the table. Aunt Marianne is seated next to him, writing down plans for our next robbery. She's a tall, graceful woman who cuts a sharp contrast to my uncle. Upon catching sight of the shiny necklace, she nods approvingly. "Good job." The necklace. Uncle Ryler's rugged fingers roam over the large diamonds. "Our client is going to be pleased." He pockets the necklace. His free hand moves along the wooden table, briefly brushing my pocket. The outlines of the ruby bracelet I stole are obvious. I jump back, but it's too late. "What do you have in your pocket, Will?" Uncle Ryler asks. Aunt Marianne stands, curious. A ruby bracelet surfaces from my pocket, gleaming in the candlelight. Up close, it's smaller than I thought, but the stones are a vivid red, a materialization of my dreams. Visions of me swimming in gold coins flood my head, reminding me of my sole purpose in life, to become wealthy. I remember the times I sat outside old Riley's window with an empty belly and a head full of dreams. That particular habit began when I was 8, and went on until Uncle Ryler put a stop to it 2 years ago. The shop window was always filled with glittering jewels, forgeries, and originals that are only fit to be traded in the black market, displayed on rich velvet. To me it was a second home, a glittering palace, where I truly belonged. As people came and went, talking to each other about their daily lives, I sat quietly on the pavement, studying the precious stones. Not even the growling of my stomach could take my attention away. I studied the diamonds in every kind of light, lingering until moonlight transformed to sunlight, bathing the stones in a bright white glow. I'd arrive early in the evening to see them coloured orange by twilight. Watching those gems gave me hope. It made me feel that one day I too could become someone who owned jewels like that I could live in a world filled with wealth and beauty. Uncle Ryler touches the bracelet's rich curves, running a thumb to discern the shape of the cold stones. A bracelet. It's a ruby bracelet I stole from a noble. Why were you hiding it? His voice drops menacingly. With his clean-shaven hair, blank eyes, and joined eyebrows, he cuts an intimidating figure. If he weren't my uncle, I'd say he looks a lot like a thug. I forgot, I reply rather unconvincingly. We both know my memory is as sharp as a blade. My uncle continues to examine the bracelet, sliding his finger under the row of rubies. That's when I notice a smooth gold pattern with letters embossed on it. What is that? I ask, leaning closer. He feels the embossed design. There's a crest at the back. I turn the bracelet over, his thumb circling a crest embossed on the gold. You're right. It's the royal crest. Aunt Marianne slips next to him, examining the object under the light. Who does the bracelet belong to? Some nobleman's son, I reply. I saw him trying to be a hero in an alley and figured he wouldn't miss this beauty. We're not going to sell this bracelet, he declares, grabbing it from me. I'll take care of it. Why not? It looks pricey, I argue. Selling this thing would be more trouble than it's worth, Uncle Ryler growls. I'll hold on to this bracelet for now. If we aren't going to sell it, I'd like to wear it. My protests go unanswered. I have another assignment for you, he cuts in. I want you to go steal something from the palace. The palace? My eyes widen. I've never been to the Ambrosian palace, and I never imagined my first visit would involve thievery. Your aunt has drawn up the blueprints. The entry and exit points are marked on the map along with the location of palace guards, he goes on. In the air, he feels for my aunt's hand, and they interlace their fingers. Alicia rolls her eyes but doesn't say anything. They stand close with identical serious expressions. Alicia's going to help you look the part. It's all planned, I remark. When did you come up with this? We've been working on it for a week. Is John going too? I ask, referring to my cousin. No, only you, my aunt says. One of our clients is looking for a ring he left there. Why can't they just go back and get it? My uncle glares. Our clients aren't regular people, Will. They are influential aristocrats with hidden agendas. They wouldn't hire us to steal things if they could do it themselves. Fine. What am I supposed to steal? A signet ring. His voice is heavy. You don't think the king's going to miss that. I keep my voice light, but I find it hard to buy his plan. If I'm going to risk my life, I'd rather risk it for diamonds. Signet rings, even those made of gold, aren't worth much. If anyone finds out we stole the Garius family ring, I'd be thrown into a dungeon. You know how strict the law is. The Garius family ring is carved with an intricate pattern that is almost impossible to forge. It is made by the royal blacksmith, who also makes travel stones, and can only be obtained by members of the Garius clan. Since it is used to authenticate documents, theft of a Garius ring is punishable by imprisonment. It's not the Garius family ring, he says. It belongs to another family. What family? I wonder. For as long as I've lived on this earth, the royal family of Garius has ruled Ambrosia. Their earth magic is the most powerful in the land. The Rutfords. Your aunt has a sketch. He rubs his eyes. Is this about the lost prince again? I ask. Will? My uncle's voice bears a note of warning. My uncle is the leader of the revolutionary club, the Rose, that seeks to dethrone King Adam Garius by finding the lost prince, the only surviving descendant of the previous king. It is rumored that he survived the massacre of his family and is hiding somewhere in Ambrosia. Of course, I think it's complete nonsense. You're making me risk my life for a prince who doesn't even exist? The rebels need the Rutford Saint ring, my uncle says. And the prince does exist. We just haven't found him yet. You're going to carry out this robbery whether you like it or not. Fine. I can never say no to a robbery. The king is holding a ball at the end of this week. That's a good opportunity to steal the ring. You can get in as a guest and sneak into his chamber while he's busy in the ballroom. A ball? To commemorate second Prince Aiden's engagement to Princess Susanna of Kronos. Second Prince Aiden's engagement to Princess Susanna is a fairly recent development. Kronos, the Kingdom of Time, is the largest of the 7 countries in the continent of Wisteria, and they recently decided to form an alliance with Ambrosia due to the escalating political situation with Vulcan. The Kingdom of Fire is threatening Ambrosia, and this alliance could vastly improve things for us. Sounds dangerous. I smile. I like danger. Don't be reckless, Aunt Marianne says. This is an important assignment. Relax. You know I've never been caught. Your good luck is going to give out of these days, Elysia quips. You're jealous. A knock cuts off my retort. The door bursts open. Our heads snap back. Dr. Cairo arrives unannounced, panting. A hand rests on his thigh, eyes moving from me to my uncle. His long hair is tied back, but a few brown strands have come loose, sticking to his face. Dr. Cairo is also a member of the Rose, and a devoted revolutionary. Along with my uncle and Raymond, he's one of the club's most active members. Raymond is in trouble, he opens, gaze meeting my aunt's. He's being pursued across the northern forests by the king's men. What? My uncle stands, cutlery clattering on the dinner table. We need to get him out now. He looks to me and I sink back. Aside from my family, Dr. Cairo is the only one that know about my magical abilities. Will. You should go, my uncle says. This is serious. I want to ask why I should be the one to rescue Raymond, even though I'm not a member of the club. However, I know the answer. I'm the only person in this family that possesses magic, and that means I need to help out. We don't have any travel stones. John can steal one, my aunt decisively repeats. You know stealing travel stones could get him killed, don't you? I ask. It's better I steal it. We're thieves. We deal in the currency of danger, Uncle Ryler says. We haven't got much time. Elysia, go find John and tell him what needs to be done. Elysia races out the front door. I wish we had another option, Uncle Ryler says. I don't feel comfortable sending Will to fight the king's men. I'm the only one with magical blood. I try to ease his guilt. And we all know travel stones are activated by magic. He sighs. Be prepared to leave as soon as John arrives. Dr. Cairo places something on the dinner table. It's a black mask. Put this on, he says. We don't want the guards to know who you are. I grab the mask and try it on. It covers half my face, leaving 2 holes open for my eyes. Blinking through the shabbily cut holes, I find my uncle cracking his fingers. Return as soon as you find Raymond, he says, voice tense. Raymond can flee to Ravelin from Misgate. Myra will take care of them there and bring him to Ambrosia City. I nod. Keep your magic hidden at all times, Aunt Marianne says. Her final words are warning.
Chapter 2. Aiden. Misgate is tainted with suffering. The center of the village bears testament to the tense political situation that eclipses Ambrosia. A few shops, bakeries, and pubs remain open, but several establishments have been shut down. A wooden plank hammered to bar entry. The muddy path is littered with crumpled pages and flowers run over by horse carts. Guards clothed in purple and gold are roaming through the village square, checking civilians for possession of any unlawful substances. A woman carrying a child walks past a guard who asks her to stop. He towers over her, looking down at the bundled infant. Her hair dry as hay, face tinted with dust. The woman wears a patched-up orange dress. I swallow, wanting to reach out. The sound of crying wakes me from my stupor. The baby in the woman's arms wails, kicking and fighting. She tries to soothe the crying baby, but the guard goes on. Wait, what's under there? I'm not hiding anything. The woman holds the child close, patting its back. Now, stop crying. I step forward to break up the interrogation, but something tugs at my wrist, fingers encased in a glove. Swirling around, I find Orion standing before me. His eyebrows are knitted in concern, his form as real as the earth under my feet. His face blurs before me, making him appear like a stained glass painting with many colors, but no form. He is exactly the way I remember him, tall, poised, and completely unaffected by our separation. It's been months since we decided to part ways, but I haven't been able to forget him. I imagine running a finger over that soft, slightly tanned cheek, tracing the hard bones that form his square jaw, while tender stubble prickles my thumb. My lips part as I imagine kissing a trail down his fine mahogany brows as his feathery eyelashes tickle my chin and his firm fingers clasp behind my back. Light dances in his chocolate brown eyes, tall shoulders drooping. Orion. The scent of mud erases his fragrance. What are you doing here? He asks. I thought you were in Ambrosia City. My mind tortures me with the memory of our last goodbye. He's wearing the same black coat, embroidered with gold tonight, a ruby glinting in one ear. A lock of chestnut hair falls in his eye, its edges curling against his neck. I came to find someone. Orion is in Misgate to attend university. His father, the Minister of Law, will be retiring in a couple of years, leaving the position to him. In order to prepare for the role, he must undertake advanced courses at Ambrosia's National University in Misgate. That's what he says, but I know it was a ploy to get away from me. Who? Orion releases his hold, revealing the band of red circling my wrist, the traces of my uncle's vice-like grip. I retract my hand, but it's too late. Orion's eyes widen. Is your uncle still? I pull him away, and speed walk in the direction with fewer people. He looks the other way and swallows. Aiden, answer me. I thought it was over. His concern unnerves me. I turn my head away, shutting down the memories of our letters. They're back to haunt me, just like his face. In my stupid teenage infatuation, I wrote him several revealing letters, to which he penned equally scandalous replies. Those letters are the reason I'm here. It's not what you think, I say. My uncle's touch is a disgusting memory, dissolving my wrist like acid. Has he been blackmailing you? Orion follows on my heels, raising his voice. Is that why you're here? The remnants of the conversation I had with my uncle this evening float into my head, reminding me of the reason I'm at Misgate. I have something that you might be interested in. His shallow voice makes my skin crawl in recollection. We are standing in the underground tunnel leading to the traveline control chamber at the Royal Ministry, discussing something I never want to discuss. The price of my freedom. A balding head, active black eyes, and a fleshy round face look at me, making my heart convulse with fear. He is the only one who knows what I really am. Years ago he saw me kiss Orion, and ever since, I've been a slave to his will, too afraid to let him out of my zone of vision, but too afraid to have him in it. He produces a letter, waving it in the air. The oily smile widens. His fingers skim the edges of parchment, carefully opening the correspondence. At the sight of it, all pretense of security vanishes, leaving behind a residue of anxiety, tangible and real. His cold eyes turn to me, and a painful reel rewinds in my head. He places a hand on my shoulder, and I instinctively jerk away. His touch still makes my entire body convulse with hatred. I've been there so many times that I should be used to it, but each time, it hurts my soul more. I close my eyes and darkness envelops me once again as I remember his hands roaming all over my skin. My heart's rhythm grows until it is too much for me to take. Ever since I turned 15, I've been playing a losing game, running without really running. I bridge the distance between us in 2 steps, and snatch the letter from his hand, the seal oddly familiar. The handwriting on the envelope catches me off guard. To second Prince Aiden Garius. The loopy curves of Orion's handwriting are instantly evident. Tearing the letter from the envelope, I lay my eyes on the first word. Dear Aiden, I love you. I've realized what I feel for you isn't a passing fancy. The words make my head pound, making me reach for a time that is long gone. Fear follows nostalgia. I crumple the letter, throwing it at my uncle's shoes. Where did you get this? I have a few more. My uncle's onyx eyes glow with sinister glee. He is glad to have me under his thumb again. Anger burns through my veins, making me see red. I clench my fists into balls, begging my mind to think rationally. I'm happy to return them to you. For a price. A price? Years of training keep my voice steady. You and I both know what would happen if your father were to find the letters. Prince Regent Nicholas walks away for dramatic effect. You're about to marry Princess Susanna of Cronus. Adam fervently desires the match. Ambrosia needs it. When I don't react, he goes on. Susanna's father isn't a stupid man. If the king of Cronus were to find out about your inclinations. He looks at me expectantly. What do you want? I asked, my voice tight. He inched closer. I felt sick at the sight of his finger trailing over my sleeve, its weight settling on my arm. Aiden. Orion and I have been walking for minutes. The market has moved out of my zone of vision, and we're now standing on a street filled with houses. He has our letters. My voice is bleak, returning to the present. I don't know how he found them, but he's threatening to expose us. With my engagement coming up, I shake my head. I have to find a way to get them back. How? Orion maintains a safe distance from me, reminding me that we don't mean anything to each other now. After years of stolen kisses, clandestine encounters, love letters, and sharing our souls, we are strangers. My duty as a member of the royal family is to keep the line going, and that means Orion and I can't be together. Time has passed and my feelings have dulled, but my fear still glows sharply. Nothing, not even our separation, can change who I really am. You don't have to worry about it, I say. I'm here to find someone who could be the key to exposing my uncle. Who? Orion asks. The only people who live in Misgate are farmers and revolutionaries. Please tell me it's not a revolutionary. His name is Raymond. I visited a revolutionary club in Crimson Street last night and heard his name there. I saw him meeting up with my uncle several days ago outside the palace. He knows something. You're visiting revolutionary clubs now? Orion's jaw falls open. Do you know how dangerous that is? You'll soon be married to Princess Susanna. If your father catches wind of this, stop before something bad happens. My father won't find out, I reply. I take precautions. Besides, I've been frequenting clubs for a while. Some of the discussions that take place there are enlightening. There's not much we don't know about what goes outside the palace world. That doesn't mean it's safe to mingle with rebels. Aiden, they hate the royal family. You have no business sympathizing with them. They are not entirely wrong, I argue. You know how bad things in Ambrosia are. People are suffering due to the laws. It hasn't rained in Misgate in 2 years, crops are failing. That doesn't mean we should march into the den of death, Orion says. You've always been too soft-hearted for your own good. But you're the second prince of Ambrosia. Your duty is to marry Princess Susanna. That's how you can help people. Please, give up this stupid wild goose chase. What do you suggest then? I have to get those letters back. Clasping my hands at my back, I feel for my ruby bracelet. It's not there. Breaking my hands apart, I look down at my bare wrist. Instantly, my mind darts to my short jaunt to Crimson Street 2 days ago, and I remember returning home without my bracelet that night. The lithe, blue-eyed devil who fell at my feet when the gears turned must have stolen it. What? Orion asks, noticing me rubbing my empty wrist. Nothing. I clear my throat, fighting to maintain composure. Crimson Street is a hotbed of crime. It isn't surprising to have your bracelet stolen at such a place. It's a risk one takes when going there. I'll find a solution to my own problem. I know you don't want to see me. You must hate me after what I did, Orion is saying. I understand. But we need to work together to get our letters back. Be sensible. If the letters are found, He shudders. We'll both be in trouble. I can't dispute that. I turned 18 recently, but I feel way more stupid than I did at 15. However, I also know more about the world than I did then. My mind brings up an image of the thief who stole my bracelet, his wiry build, sharp blue eyes, and curly black hair twisting like a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, an idea lights up in my mind. If I can't get Raymond to speak, I'll hire a thief. What? A thief, I elaborate, gathering courage. There are hundreds of them in Crimson Street. I'll hire one to steal our letters from my uncle. Orion observes my deadbeat face. You're serious? Why wouldn't I be? I ask. I'm going to get engaged tomorrow night. Who knows what my uncle will do? I'm not against the idea. Orion taps a long finger on his chin. Do you think it'll work? What if the thief runs away with our money? I'll hire the best. The idea is growing on me. There must be others like the bracelet thief in Crimson Street. The solution to my problem could be much easier than I thought. I've heard rumors about how good they are. How else do you think all these aristocrats manage to hold on to their dignity? I wish there was a better option. Orion sighs. But a thief is probably better than a revolutionary. I don't think Raymond's going to speak, not if your uncle has anything to do with it. I see a horse cart move. I should get back. There's a lot of work to be done. He turns away, pulling out his travel stone. With his back to me, he whispers in a low voice, I'll be attending your wedding. Father says I have no choice. It's like a rapier to my heart, but I don't utter a word. I've lived long enough to know we can't end up together. My destiny is to marry Princess Susanna, and he is to become a minister. I want freedom, and he wants respectability. Falling in love was a brief respite from reality, and now, it's over. Goodbye. His final words are heavy, just like my heart. He rubs his travel stone. Light overtakes his body, and he's gone like a puff of smoke, leaving me alone in the middle of the street. I'm not alone for long, though. The sound of yelling guards cut through the square. 2 guards come running to find another. Return to your homes, they call out to the people. Anyone found outside will be thrown in prison. I run to the source of commotion, wondering what is going on. 2 guards whisper ferociously to each other as 7 others try to shepherd the people back home. A rebel has been spotted at the Cassine store, the newly arrived guards call out. We need more help at the storage. What? Another guard asks. The serene scenery is thrown into chaos. A rebel is on the run, on his way to the northern forest. We must catch him before he steals Cassine. 2 of the 7 guards follow them in the direction of the northern forest, where the Cassine distillery and storage lies. It's a particularly important chase, because cassine is a rare poison extracted from cassinium plants that grow up north. If ingested or injected straight into the heart, cassine destroys the magical core, causing instant death. If it makes contact with other parts of the body, it dissolves magic, rendering one powerless. The effects are permanent in either case. Since magical beings can be killed using cassine, its supply and production is restricted by the crown. Was he alone? They ask. No, he has allies. If Raymond is at the northern forest, there's where I need to be. I found my target, and it's time to get some answers. Rubbing my travel stone, I vanish into thin air. The forest is dark, weighed down by the canopy of 100-year-old trees. Wolf song echoes in the distance, rising over the foliage to meet the moon. Pulling my black cloak over my body, I scan the woods for any sign of the rebel. The shuffling of feet and hushed chatters echo in the distance. On the other side, I hear faraway voices of city guards, though I can't see any glimmer of their uniforms. 2 figures dressed in black cut across the scenery, weaving between trees. I recognize them. Rebels. My feet naturally move in the other direction, recognizing the fleeing men clothed in black as the rebels. Cutting through trees and bending branches away using my magic, I tail them. They head west, in the direction of Ravelin, a village bordering Misgate. Is that where the rebel is going? I summon magic, feeling the rhythm of the earth. The trees respond to my call, bending their branches and parting to allow me to cut through layers of vegetation. Draining energy from my body, the forest begins to glow, plants drinking my magic. I absorb power from them, feeling a sense of stability. The escaping rebels are now visible, moving shadows running away. Guards follow them, alerted by magic. I have to get to Raymond before they do. Letting the trees go, I break the spell, breaking into a run. 2 men run through the trees, one tall and bulky, and the other thinner. Will, return home, the larger one, Raymond says. I can take care of myself. No, I can't leave you. Will has overgrown brown hair that reaches the nape of his neck. His shoulders are narrow, his body wiry and agile. He looks oddly familiar, but I can't place him. Wait, I call out, almost catching up to them. They run faster, slipping out of my reach. Grinding my teeth, I activate earth magic. Roots rise from the ground, tripping them both. Raymond falls down, but Will jumps over the vines and maintains his balance. He pulls Raymond up, dragging him along, and begins to run again. I don't mean any harm. I call up more vines, trying to grab hold of them. My words don't reach their ears. Frustrated, I use magic again, but this time they don't trip over. Will stops while Raymond continues to run, facing me with an impish grin. He wears a mask, hiding the top of his face. But his blue eyes sear through the disguise. Sparks of blue erupt on his fingers, transforming into a magic spell. Water rises from the wet soil, attracted to the magnetism of his power. Water magic. My jaw drop opens, suspended between disbelief and curiosity. Ambrosians possess earth magic, not water magic. Water magic is Aqua's domain. Could the rebels have connections in Aqua? Before I can take a closer look at the intruder's face, half concealed with a mask, he materializes a ball of water. The soil dries up, caking like terracotta. Moisture gathers into a water ball floating before the rebel's face. He uses his magic again, manipulating the shape of water until a cold cloud of white emanates from it. At once, needles of ice fly onto my face. I lose grip over my magic, shielding my face using my arms. Ice shards break against my sleeve. Cool pricks traveling through my skin. The temperature falls as the pieces fall and melt. Will doesn't wait, running away. I react instantly, breaking 2 trees with my magic. The branches spread out like snakes, forming a noose around Will's neck, reaching out for his head and pulling it back. He dangles in the air, his arms and legs caged by wood. I don't want to hurt you, I call out. Then let me go. I need to speak to Raymond. He doesn't want to speak to you. He knows something about the Prince Regent. The Prince Regent? Will asks. There's no way Raymond would associate with him. I think you've got the wrong man. Before I can explain, the glimmer of golden uniforms materializes in the distance. Blue sparks are activating again, water droplets rising from the ground. But there isn't enough. They form and break against his fingers. Emitting a groan, he focuses on tapping water magic again. This time, he succeeds. The sky roars. Lightning flashes across the expanse of black. My eyes widen with shock. The thief's eyes glow blue as he magnetizes water from the sky, forcing clouds to spill their bounty. The scent of rain floods my nostrils, the air turning cooler. Clouds grow large and gray, responding to the rebel's magical touch. My jaw drops open. Will can produce rain. Only the royal family of Aqua can produce rain and thunderstorms. It's a highly advanced ability that takes years to cultivate. How could a rebel possess such extraordinary control? The guards scatter, distracted by the upcoming storm. Will holds his hand up, pulling water from the clouds, bringing them down to earth. A bright blue spark streaks through the sky, moving up from the trees in a straight line. He gathers it into his palms, forming a cage of raindrops around himself. Water coats my vines, but my hold doesn't falter. The bright blue light disappears, leaving the sky dark and dull. Placing a hand on the vines, he pours water into them. When his fingers change position, water becomes ice, breaking apart the dark crevices that make up my vines. Stung, I fall back, my magic dying. Vines unravel, pieces of wood becoming one with the earth. If this were a magical power battle, I'd be in trouble. Fortunately for me, they aren't legal anymore. In the past, the succession of kings was determined by magical battles, but my father outlawed them soon after he came to power, so that no one could take away the Garius clan's claim to the throne. Now magic is nothing more than an accessory, a mark of pedigree that the elite possess. Yet, Will is not one of us. Everything from his patched-up clothes to the company he keeps says so. He jumps to the ground, bouncing off torn vines just as the guards fill the edges of my vision. Reaching into his pocket, he produces a travel stone, a blue one, and rubs it. I wonder how he got his hands on it, considering he isn't an Ambrosian aristocrat. The power of his magic coupled with that illegal travel stone is enough to get him imprisoned twice over. But it'd be a waste to throw away such talent, such power. So I get up and run to him. My movements are slow, and my fingers slip away, coated in freckles of light. With Will gone, I have no way to explain what I'm doing here. Footsteps near, the voices of royal guards booming. He went this way. Their proximity heightens my panic. My father can't find out I was here. He can't find out what my uncle's been threatening me with. Not until I find a solution. Cursing under my breath, I pull out my red travel stone, rubbing it thrice to make my exit. When the guards get there, I'm gone.
Chapter 3. Will. The day of the robbery arrives at last, leaving me standing before the palace, dressed in borrowed clothes, with a fake name. After escaping the northern woods a few days ago, I've spent all my time preparing for tonight's big theft. Raymond reached Ravelin safely and is making his way to Ambrosia City from there. Due to the king's crackdown on revolutionary activity, he needs to hide. Now that the plan to steal Kazine from the store has failed, he has decided to return to the Rose and draft another plan with my uncle. The Ambrosian palace is resplendent. A white marble fountain carved with an angel empties sheets of clear water into the pool. The family crest entwined with the heads of ancestors from the Garius clan form a tall, gaudy sculpture at the center of the fountain. The carriage comes to a stop in front of the palace door, from which luminous yellow light pours out. As I take my place in today's charade, I remember that I didn't tell Aunt Marianne that I used magic, to wage a battle no less. We both know it could get me killed. Yet I couldn't stop myself, wanting to feel the exhilaration of a challenging battle. I've been practicing all these years, having no opportunity to put my skills to use. Flowers dot the shrubs and hedges circling the palace. Men and women dressed in fine clothes enter through a tall arched gate. The sight of pearls, sapphires, and crystals makes my mouth water, not to mention the opulent lace, velvet, and silk dresses. They're all walking, talking bags of money. If I manage to steal just one necklace, we'll be able to live in luxury for the rest of the year. No thief can resist that kind of temptation. Focus, Will. My mind drifts back to the night in Misgate, recalling the almost power battle. I didn't expect to see the aristocrat from Crimson Street in the forest. Was he there on the king's behest, trying to track down rebels? The scene at Crimson Street gave me a favorable impression of him, but I remind myself that all aristocrats are faithful to the king. It's because of his laws that they sleep safely at night, assured of the succession of their power. There's no reason he should be any different. Thomas Cabana of the Cabana family, a butler announces, abandoning me to the large ballroom. Glass chandeliers filled with thousands of candles hang over me, each glass bead in its circular frame like a droplet of water frozen in time. Sharp-cut glass lamps line the neutral wallpaper. Servers in black coats walk around the room serving champagne and refreshments. I breathe in the scent of perfume, champagne, and food, preparing myself for yet another night of intense focus. My eyes drift from one end of the ballroom to another, assessing its layout. The blueprint Aunt Marianne showed me is etched in my mind. Lines on parchment become pillars and halls, red crosses turning into cautious palace guards, lining the edges of the ballroom. I take inventory of all the exits, making note of distances between important points. The bottle of potent sleeping medicine jingles in my pocket, itching for some action. 2 guards secure the king's chambers, with 5 more guarding the area outside. My eyes dart to the corners, counting the guards standing at the perimeter of the ballroom. A red carpet stretches under my feet like a road into the middle of the ballroom, lined with people on both sides. They're all nobility dressed in exotic feathers and precious stones. Such ostentatious displays of wealth are unheard of in the city, where the nobles tend to dress down due to fears of being robbed by the peasants. Here, however, among the crème de la crème of society, they are free to flaunt their most prized possessions. My eyes trail the beautiful stones, enthralled by the sight of glimmering gold. For a minute the world is whole again, brimming with possibility. I want it all, the beauty, the glitter, the promise of a better future. On the high balcony, King Adam Garius sits on the throne next to the Queen, decked in a heavy golden coat. A crown sits on his midnight black hair that appears like an ink stain from the distance. It has greyed over the years, but retains its striking quality. I've never seen him before, but he looks every bit a king with his large frame and authoritative manner. His deep-set black eyes gaze at the party, while the Queen, blonde and pale, is dressed in a royal blue gown. I lower my head and mingle with the crowd, seeing lots of feet clad in polished shoes. My movements halt upon meeting a pink gauzy gown. A surprised young girl with blonde hair pinned like a beehive stares at me with horror-filled eyes. Something is wrong. A splash of cool liquid condenses on my coat, seeping into my skin. "I'm so sorry," she says, pressing a hand over her mouth. A champagne flute is dripping with just 1 drop of liquid. The rest is on my coat. Fantastic. I'm so sorry. She's perilously close to wailing. It's all right. Flustered, she drops the champagne flute, which shatters into 1,000 pieces, drawing attention. As if that wasn't enough, she bursts out crying, her blue eyes shielded by a film of tears. Murmurs rise like a vapor, spreading to the back of the ballroom. The king is standing now, his eyes fixed on the commotion. As if things couldn't get any worse. The last thing I want to be is conspicuous. I shut my eyes, the gears of my mind turning at breakneck speed. How do I make this mistake go away? It's okay, I say quickly. It's not your fault. I'll go, clean up. I run, my dream of eating palace food coming to a speedy end. She continues to cry, the clumsy act of spilling champagne on my bothering her. The king steps forward, but his gaze is unfocused. I slip into the retiring rooms, glad for an excuse to escape. Thankfully, she doesn't follow. The music starts again, a wave of relief lightening my shoulders. The corridors are full of people gossiping, exchanging pleasantries, and generally enjoying the event. I size up the staircase, checking off the 4 guards at its foot. I pass them by with a smile. Once I'm in, I check for any sign of other people. Since it's fairly early in the night, there's no one here yet. The interiors are made of marble, a red velvet sofa placed next to the mirrors. The scent of perfume permeates the air, overpowering the alcoholic champagne on my coat. I bolt the door and stand in front of the mirror. A blob of alcohol stains the front of my white coat. My fingers crackle with magic. The stain turns into droplets of water that are drawn to my hand. I pull them away, guiding them to a potted plant on the side of a sofa. Water magic does come in handy sometimes. I remember learning this trick from the magic teacher my uncle hired for me. He returned to Cronus a few months ago, but we stay in touch through letters. With that out of the way, I look up at the ceiling, searching for the opening to the roof. A small window opens out to the top, barricaded by wooden panels. I get to work, readying myself to climb to the roof. Pushing myself through the narrow opening, I feel the cool evening breeze on my face. As soon as half of my body is out, I hear voices at the door. "Are we at the right place?" a female asks. "I think so. Why is it closed?" My heartbeat speeds up, my eyes focusing extra hard on the opening. I tear through the thin layers of wood frantically, clearing the window opening. A ray of moonlight pierces through. I kick the window open, making more space to squeeze myself out. My top half emerges on the rooftop first, my legs still stuck inside. The window is narrower than I thought. I pull my stomach in, trying to wriggle my hip bones through. It works after a few tries as the whispers outside the door intensify. They're in, no doubt shocked at the sight of half my body. I hear a shriek as one shoe threatens to fall off. With a final push, I get out just as a lady shrieks. Breathing a sigh of relief, I stand up on the roof and kick the window shut. Phew, that was close. The wind is ripe with the scent of newly sprouted spring flowers. Petals dance in the wind, falling like pink rain from the night sky. There are a few gourds in the garden whom I'm determined to avoid. I walk stealthily along the slippery roof, keeping my movements light and my head low. Clouds pass over the moon, cutting off the light. That won't slow me down. The darkness is my element, and I traverse it well. I stop when I get to another fountain. The king's chambers are close by. A shadow moves in the garden, halting me halfway. It's a guard, swaying around the garden, half intoxicated. I reach for a dart with sleeping powder in my pocket and aim it at the guard. He sees me just as the dart takes him down. With his mouth hanging open, he falls on the grass, drifting into sleep. I check the surroundings, finding only one guard who is distracted. So I keep moving. The West Wing garden is private, surrounded by walls on 3 sides. The king's chamber overlooks the garden. Roses bloom in all colours in the bushes lining the garden, their scent colouring the air. Focus, Will. I turn my gaze to the vines growing all the way up to the king's window. That's where I need to be. I check for any sign of guards one last time, then climb up the pipe. The window ledge greets me, light at the end of the tunnel. I swerve in, landing inside the king's chamber. It's dark, with only fuzzy light from the window illuminating the edges of a golden sofa, a grand 4-poster bed draped with velvet. Everything in the room seems to shine. I search the shadowy corners for any hint of guards, but there's no one. My eyes drift to the delicate vase that houses a bouquet of fresh roses. I recognize the blue and white porcelain designs from something I stole a year ago. That vase must be worth a fortune, just like everything else in this room. I move toward the king's wardrobe, another room in itself, and throw it open. Rows upon rows of embellished coats fill my vision. Velvet, silk, wool, lace, frills, some studded with pearls, others woven with gold thread, and still others embedded with sapphires and diamonds. I drool, calculating how much all this is worth. If I sold all the coats here, I could live 10 lifetimes in luxury. There are jeweled rings, pins, crowns, and gold-encased stopwatches for my taking. I reach for a royal coat made of silver thread with crystals sewn in. They are real diamonds. I stare at the mirror, holding the coat against my body. I wonder how it'd feel to wear something like this every day. Maybe I should try it on. Nobody would know. My fingers reach for the first silver button, but stop short when common sense dawns. The Rutford signet ring. That's what I'm here for. I change course, remembering Aunt Marianne's instructions. I suspect the king keeps it hidden under his bed. There's a little secret chamber there. Look for a loose tile and slide it open. I lie down on the floor next to the bed and reach under the thick frame. There's nothing there. The ring must be further in. I crawl inside, feeling the ground for the secret chamber my aunt told me about. Just as my hand touches the moving wooden plank, something slams against the door. I come to a stop, pushing my entire body under the cot, and breathe shallowly. You got away early. A whisper penetrates the quiet. Someone's talking on the other side of the door. The door opens. My heart thuds against the hard floor, each movement cautious. 2 pairs of footsteps tumble in, clashing with each other. They're both wearing polished shoes, one with emerald clips and another with diamond clips. Get your hands off me! I recognize the deep mechanical voice. 1 pair of footsteps stumbles backward. Something sticking out from under the bed pokes my head. I reach for a loose tile under it, sliding it off without a sound. A rectangular piece moves out. revealing a secret underground chamber with only one object, the Rutford ring. So that's where it was. I move away from the creaking plank, reaching for the object that I need. After pocketing the dull ring, I slide the tile over the hole, remaining still until the strangers inside the room leave. Could it be lovers sneaking out for a secret rendezvous? I sure hope not. They take forever to leave. Trust me, this isn't the first time something like that happened. The muffled voices become sharper as I inch closer to the bed's edge, trying to catch a glimpse of what is going on. The first face I see makes my breath hitch. It's the noble boy from the woods. I'd hoped I wouldn't see him again. Next to him stands an older man. His breath makes the boy turn away. The older man, with balding grey hair, holds him in place with a vice-like grip. Are you worried about your letters? You told me I had a fortnight. He tries to shove the older man away, but fails. A sharp noise of something breaking resonates. The older man's blood-stained signet ring curls at his side, the moonlight highlighting the intricate design. A Garius ring. I've never seen a real one before, but I recognize the pattern from official documents that I've stolen. He must be a royal, since I've seen King Adam Garius at the ball, and I know he doesn't look like that. I assume it's Prince Regent Nicholas, the king's brother. One key is all you had to get, he says. Did you think you could get away with ignoring me? You know what the consequences of disobedience are. Get on your knees. The older man takes a step back, revealing a tiny cut on the boy's face. My breath hitches, and I duck. No! His voice echoes through the room. Then softer. I need more time. How much more? I'm growing impatient, you know. His thumb brushes the cut on the boy's cheek, smearing blood all over it. Your mother was saddened to learn of your inclinations. She wept with these letters clutched to her bosom, promising to get me the key. You didn't dare. I won't stop at anything to get what I want, the Prince Regent says. The sooner you get me the key to the traveline chamber, the safer you'll be. He slams the boy against the door, taking a step back. Clean your face. You don't want Adam finding out where you've been. The older man moves away, leaving the room. I close my eyes. What did I just witness? The boy remains a little longer, wiping his blood-stained cheek. The door closes behind the Prince Regent, leaving us alone. Soft sobs fill the air, drawing me in. Frozen under the bed, I feel his pain, his longing, even though I know nothing about him. The sobs disappear almost abruptly, the boy's form standing tall. Wiping his face, he narrows his eyes, moving toward the bed. Who is it? A metallic voice resounds in the chamber. Show yourself. My breathing turns shallow. I hope whoever it is will go away. The footsteps grow closer and closer as I retreat further, scanning for an escape route. They stop upon reaching the bed, lingering for a long moment. When I refuse to emerge, he takes a step back. Isn't anybody here? He asks again, doubting what he saw. I lay low. Silence is covered by more silence, loosening his fears. Slowly, he retreats, the sound of footsteps growing more and more distant. The door opens again, light from the corridor pouring in before it's gone. The footsteps are gone too, leaving behind silence and darkness, two things I like very much. I wait for 5 minutes before coming out. The room is in the same state I found it, indicating less work for me. I dust my white coat, reaching inside my pocket for the Rutford ring. It's there, cold and solid. I heave a sigh of relief, glad today's uncomfortable mission is over. I look around and the room's still empty. Outside the window, the guard I hit with the dart is still sleeping, and no new ones have joined him. Everything is calm and quiet, too quiet. I gather courage and open the window, readying myself to climb down the pipe again. Going somewhere? He returns in a flurry of movement. The door flies open, and a dark shadow stands on the threshold, serpent-like vines reaching for me. I fling a sleep dart reflexively, grabbing onto the window frame, but a vine whips it aside, just as another grabs my hand, throwing me off balance. I fall to the floor face first as more vines coil around me. The shadow approaches. He can't keep the recognition from his eyes. You! He points to me with a knowing look. You, I say, a fraction of a second later. Like I predicted, it is the noble I battled at the forest. His hands sparkle with earth magic, vines coiled all around me. Who are you? He maintains a safe distance, as if I'm gunpowder, and he's the match that will ignite it. I search for anything containing water that I can manipulate, but there's nothing. I have a knife in my boot. If I can get it out, I can cut these vines. I'm a guest. I got lost, I try. He frowns. I know you stole my bracelet, he says. In Crimson Street. I want it back. I don't have it. Find it, he orders. The olive-hued vines grip me harder, responding to their controller's emotions. He must have trained hard for his magic to respond so finely to his emotional state. Sweat lines my forehead. I'm running out of options. I've never been caught red-handed, and John isn't here to save me tonight. Alicia is probably at her psychic practice, trying to commune with spirits, and Remus's carriage is on the other side of the palace. In this state, there's no way I can reach the knife in my boot. Using magic is out of the question. I need to make conversation and try to get him to ease his grip. Who was that man? I ask. As expected, my words hit him hard, making him lose his grip on the vines. I saw what happened. Slowly, my hand trails to my boot. None of your business, he says. Why is the Prince Regent blackmailing you? I go on. He doesn't answer, but his face tenses visibly. You should get that cut on your face treated. The bleeding has stopped, but clotted blood fills the tiny line. Don't want a nobleman's precious son fainting. Don't worry, I won't faint. His voice is hard as steel. And I'm not a nobleman's son. He raises his hand, and I catch a glint of the Garrulous signet ring. I'm second Prince Aiden of Ambrosia. I'm more doomed than I thought. My eyes shut, my mind racing to find a way out of this mess. Does he know it was me in the forest? I have to keep him from finding out. That wasn't the first time, was it? My voice drops low, in a deliberate attempt to startle. I hit the bull's eye because the spark of magic in his hand is gone, and the vines come undone. His eyes grow unfocused, his heartbeat elevated. I quickly grab the knife from my boot and hold it up, even though there are no vines to cut now. I step backward in the direction of the window. Don't come near me, I warn him, taking a cautious step. The edge of the window digs into my back. I inhale sharply. Time to go. The garden is several feet under me, soaking up my enthusiasm. A sharp bark resounds outside the door. Where is Aiden? I snap my head up, but the prince reacts first. He runs over and grabs my arm. What are you? Shh. Gripping me tightly, he jumps out the window without a second thought. It's a free fall, gravity taking over my future. I want to scream, but he suppresses them using vines. They deliver us safely to the ground. Unfortunately, we fall straight into the fountain. Spitting dirty water, I rise and grab hold of the marble edge. I climb out of the fountain with wobbly movements. As soon as my legs hit the soil, I begin to run. What are you doing? He hisses, grabbing my arm and pulling me back. Were you trying to get us killed? I hiss back, sizing up the garden where we stand. A gale of summer wind beats on my troubled face. He looks up, irritated and wet, spitting water in my face. I need to get away before whoever was looking for him finds out I was there. He's quick to follow, grabbing me by my collar, spinning me, and yanking me against the wall, all before someone orders from the balcony. Find him! We're hidden by a tall bush, and I'm suddenly aware of my body pressed between the wall and his. This close, his eyes are ringed with dark shadows. A stray black hair falls on his clear skin, accentuating the edges of his cheekbones. Are you nervous? I ask. Aren't you? You were caught stealing from the king. Shadows flicker as clouds pass over the moon. He stands still. The scent of roses is overpowering, the spring air suddenly stiflingly hot. I hear footsteps overhead. The prince grabs my arm and pulls me so close that I can feel his heart pounding. His gloved palm covers my mouth, his profile gazing sideward towards two palace guards. His face moves next to my ear, breath teasing my earlobe. Don't move. Find the prince. The guards' voices are a distant echo. All the hairs on my body stand in attention. The prince digs into a pocket and produces a red stone. I've never seen a real one. A red travel stone is the highest quality travel stone there is. It lets you travel not only to any neighborhood, but across countries. It could even make sense of Crimson Street, which can be a maze on the best of days. It can only be used by those with magic, and stealing one is a capital offense. The thief in me is drawn to the stone like a moth to the flame. I reach for it, but he pulls it out of my reach with a glare. You have magic in your blood, he remarks. He knows. Let's see if this works. In one quick movement, he brings it into his palm, running a thumb over it 3 times. The stone begins to glow, the bright red light spreading all around. Maintaining his grip, he orders, "Hold on to me." Light envelops us, incinerating the dark scenery. The last thing I see is the guards pointing in our direction before we're both transported far away from the palace.
Chapter 4. Aiden. The night air carries the stench of 4 gutters that merge into one like tributaries meeting the mighty river. It mingles with the smell of wet cloth on one side and meat pies. My stomach roils. Broken stone and brick buildings with water stains cast scary silhouettes. There aren't many people in the back alley we've ended up in, and I'm grateful for that. The thief looks around, bewildered. Crimson Street? He groans. Why would you want to come here? His nose is large and prominent in an oval face with sharp cheekbones and an angular chin. Electric blue eyes that are akin to a predator's gaze into mine. That's none of your business. I school my features into royal superiority and look down my nose at the urchin. What did you steal from my father's room? Are you really the prince? He asks, eyes narrowing. He sports an unrefined accent, which somebody has unsuccessfully tried to tame. His vowels are a patchwork of class and gutter. The last time I saw you, you tried to save a girl. He trails off. So you recognize me, I say. I thought I recognized your water magic when I saw you in the northern forest. Forest? What forest? The forest where you tried to fight me using magic. Surely you remember that? I am an honest thief, sir, he says, full of contradictions. He's trying to lie his way out of committing to a crime. What business would I have in a forest, attacking the second prince? That's what I want to know. Are you one of the revolutionaries? I let his hand go, and he steps away. No, his voice rings in denial. I would never speak ill of the king. But the blue eyes and jaw give him away. Now, if your majesty has no more questions for me, I'll take my leave. As soon as he takes a step, I fly into action. The earth breaks open, snake-like vines emerging from its depths. The vines seize the thief's leg. He falls face first on the dirty stones, breaking the fall with his right arm. The vines loosen. The thief's head turns, the rest of him lying on his stomach. His eyes narrow, wild eyebrows pressing together. I know you stole my bracelet. And something else from the king. My voice gains strength. The punishment for stealing from the palace is hanging. Not to mention your illegal use of magic will see you hanged too. He remains calm as if assessing the situation. Are you going to turn me in? That's what I should do. As I meet his calculating eyes, an idea rapidly takes root in my mind. The thief I have been looking for is here. The fastest way to get rid of my uncle is to take away his bargaining chip, and this thief is going to carry out my plan. But I'm offering you a bargain instead. His eyes narrow further, and all attempts to wriggle out of the vines cease. What kind of bargain? His face is covered in black grime, or soot, or whatever it is these streets are filled with. I need you to find something for me. Despite the violent beating of my heart, my voice remained steady. He appears surprised at my request, taking a moment to analyze it. By find, do you mean steal? I nod. If you succeed, not only will I let you have whatever you stole, I'll also give you 3,000 leones as a reward. At that, his jaw drops open. His eyes widen, seeing stars. He's thinking, considering my offer. Are 3,000 leones too much? I bite my tongue. I should have asked Orion what the going rate for robberies in Crimson Street is. Leones are the coins that possess the highest value. Made of pure gold, they're what I see most often as a prince. Too late, I realize that a thief wouldn't be used to seeing anything more valuable than a silver peseta, or maybe even a bronze sigloi. 3,000 leones, the thief repeats, wetting his lips. You aren't fooling me, Your Majesty. It's fine if you don't want it. I put the bargaining tactics I've learned from my visits to Crimson Street into practice. Turning you in would be much easier. I never said that. I let the vines go and he bounces to his feet. Black stains cover his white coat. It looks an awful lot like a commoner's wedding dress. What kind of theft are we talking about? Diamonds? Gold? Sapphires? Letters, I reveal. I need a bunch of letters. His face visibly falls, the bright glint in his eye turning to ash. Those ain't worth much, he scoffs, mostly to himself. But the 3,000 leones put his mind back on track. Where are the letters located? I need to be sure you're going to take the job before I reveal anything more, I insist, clasping sweaty palms over my back. We're talking about 3,000 leones after all. His eyes immediately commence calculation, balancing risk with reward. I have no choice, do I? It's either take the job or get my head chopped off. I can't deny the prince's request. His eyes glint with greed. That's right. You don't have a choice. It's a royal command. I should be grateful you're paying my unworthy criminal self so handsomely for doing you a favor. He's turned sweet as honey at the mention of money. I can't help but smile at the quick change in attitude. I give him a stoic, regal nod. Now I want to know where you live in case you don't deliver. He looks around, opening his arms flamboyantly. I live in Crimson Street. He smiles, revealing a row of straight yellow teeth. That isn't saying much. This place is more like Crimson Town. What used to be a street selling stolen goods has now mushroomed into a criminal ecosystem. Where exactly in Crimson Street? He clicks his tongue. A thief never reveals his tricks. I'm not asking you to reveal your tricks, just your address. My lips form a thin line, voice as somber as a priest pronouncing someone dead. Sorry, Your Majesty, I can't give you my address, and you know these streets change all the time. I can't trust you if you don't give me anything of value in exchange. He narrows his eyes. As I watch his hands inserted into his pockets, an idea lights up my mind. That thing you stole from my father. His hands immediately shield his pocket. Now, Your Majesty. Give it to me. I hold my hand out. It's a fair bargain. I'll hold on to that ring until you get me the letters. But, do you want the 3,000 leones, or not? I do. Then you must give me that ring. I'll hold on to it until you're done stealing my letters. All right, he reluctantly agrees. I'll give it to you. The thief reaches into his pocket and produces what looks like a signet ring. Its coppery surface hits the light, an intricately carved pattern embossed atop the round ring. I turn it over between my fingers, studying the strange crest. This is what I stole. I know it looks like brass. What is this thing? I ask. A signet ring, Your Majesty, he says. I don't recognize it, I comment. Who does it belong to? My job is to steal, not ask questions, he says. I pocket the ring. I was told to steal this thing, and I did. What's your name? They call me Will around here, he says. You can call me wherever you want. Will. That was the name of the rebel I fought. I try to superimpose the image of the powerful magician on this wily, street-smart thief. It fits. It's disappointing that the powerful rebel in the forest is a materialistic thief, but I'm glad I have someone to steal my uncle's bargaining chip. By when can you get me the letters, Will? I ask. That depends, he says. My uncle is the one that takes on clients. I couldn't ask you to meet him. Why not? I take a step forward, my face meeting the light pouring from the street. You can't go out looking like that. They'll rob you blind, Will says, reaching for my hand. He doesn't grab it, however. I pause and take a moment to survey my jewel-encrusted, embroidered jacket. How else am I going to meet your uncle? Well, you could begin by taking off that jacket, Will says. Folks around here have eyes for expensive things. When I hesitate, he adds. Wouldn't want anything bad to happen to your majesty. His repeated misuse of your majesty irritates me, but I take off my jacket, recognizing the wisdom of his advice. Unfortunately, the black shirt I'm wearing underneath is made of fine silk cotton. I should have brought a cloak along. The thief holds onto my coat, eyeing me with a hopeless sigh. You look like a knob at 50 paces. The shoes need to go, and put all your precious belongings in your shirt pockets. Pickpockets usually steal from your trouser pockets. I can't walk around without shoes, I declare, pulling out a few coins from my trouser pockets. The travel stone comes next. If only these streets didn't shift every 15 minutes, I could have used my travel stone to get around. I drop the valuables into my breast pocket. The shoes stay on. At least get rid of the gloves. Nobody around here wears gloves, Will says. Reluctantly, I pull my gloves off, revealing 2 pale hands. Will that do? Opening my arms wide, I submit to his inspection. Will looks unconvinced but nods nevertheless. It'll do. We step onto the street, stones cracking under my shoes. A group of men passes us by, their gazes latching onto the fine coat that is folded over my arm. A large ruby adorns my throat, glowing like a blood moon in the dark sky of my shirt. Hurriedly, I tear it off, shoving it into my pocket. That motion, unfortunately, calls attention to my dull ring, the Garius ring. I pocket that too. Who are you? One of them stumbles closer. Dread coils around my heart. We're traveling entertainers. Will steps forward to explain. We do look like entertainers in our opulent, mismatched costumes. Don't be fooled by our fine clothing. Will is wearing a white coat that makes him look like an aristocrat, and I'm wearing a silk shirt and trousers. Pointing to my diamond shoe clips, he says. It's paste. Wait, are you from that new play that's on? One of the men asks. That love story. Aye, we're extras. Come watch us sometime. Will grabs my hand. A sudden electric shock passes as our skin makes contact. His palms are dry and calloused, unlike mine. I'm dragged forward by his quick movement, stumbling to keep pace. The men don't call after us, and seconds later, we're out of their sight. Phew, Will sighs. They wanted to steal your majesty's jewels. Will moves past several vendors with goods spread out in the street. We're in the black market. I've never been here before, but the rise in the number of shops gives it away. So, what does your majesty want me to steal? Letters. An antique shop comes into view. Thieves have lined up to sell their loot. One of them opens a large sack and silver cutlery comes spilling out. The shop owner weighs the silver, examining its purity before quoting a price. All this takes place behind a glass window. I shrink into myself at the sight of so many people, all of them dangerous. I know that. What kind of letters? We pass an establishment selling miniature pies. The smell of the onion and beef drifts out, along with pronounced murmuring. A long queue spills outside the shop window. They're addressed to me, Second Prince Aiden Garius. We move on to scattered imitation jewelry and rings that are being sold on the pavement. Gas lamps offer tantalizing views of shiny fake gemstones. I am surprised at a display of paste jewels that look just like the ones that my mother owns. There's a crown in there too. There's also a silver ring that I recognize from a ball that I went to last month. The host was wearing the same ring. And where am I to find these letters? Will questions, inserting his hands back into his pocket. He sways back and forth on his feet. Do you know my uncle, the Prince Regent? His primary residence is located on the royal grounds. I don't tell Will that he owns 2 additional residences, one in the city, and one outside. I think I saw it tonight, Will says, observing me with his unflinching gaze. Is that where your letters are, Your Majesty? Yes, and you can stop calling me Your Majesty. What should I call you instead? He pauses, raising an eyebrow. You can call me Aiden, I tell him. And my official title is Your Highness, not Your Majesty. But I can't call the second prince by his name. What about second Prince Aiden? That'll give me away. I gesture at the dubious company we're among. Aiden is fine. If you wish, Aiden. Will bows. May I ask what the letters are about? Why do you need to know that? To make sure I steal the right letters. You'd be surprised how many letters you could find in a house. They are love letters, I reply, turning my face away. A burning blush stains my cheeks. From you, to you? He prods. Both. The sooner you get them, the better. I understand. Let me discuss this with my uncle. We should be there soon. A clock chimes above the black market, revealing the time. The hour reminds me that it's almost time for Susanna and I to be engaged. A toast is planned tonight, and the Queen of Kronos will be there to observe it. Missing the betrothal announcement could cost Ambrosia an alliance. On second thoughts, I need to return to the palace, I tell him. I'll be back in Crimson Street tomorrow night. Let's meet at the square. If that's what you want. I should have made some progress by then, Will agrees. Should I go on home? I nod, startled by the sudden movement of a rat behind me. You better not run away. Meet me at the square tomorrow. I'll be there. Good night. He climbs up the sewage pipe to the roof like the rat he is, just as the gears under the street turn and it breaks apart. I jump over the crevices, bringing out my travel stone. Anxiety bubbles up inside me. All kinds of worst-case scenarios running through my mind. Am I right to trust Will? He's a revolutionary and a thief and doesn't have an honest bone in his body. But my options are limited. Where would I find another thief? It was almost as if we were fated to meet. My lips twist at the irony. The twinkling stars blur as light from my travel stone kills the street lamps, taking me back to my gilded cage. When I return to the palace, the ball is still in progress. I quickly wash off the cut on my face, dress, and rush back to the ballroom. My father's frown eases slightly upon spotting me from his seat in the balcony. Princess Susanna and the Queen of Kronos come up to me, greeting me with polite smiles. Your Highness. The Queen is dressed in a golden gown with a long train. For a moment, I thought you'd vanished. I needed some air. My voice is tight. Susanna has been eager to make your acquaintance, she says. It's almost time for the announcement. Princess Susanna sticks to her side, hiding half her face under the fan. She looks so young, so innocent. I wish I didn't have to lie to her. One look at my father's face spells an end to my hopes of getting out of this marriage. I feel the weight of his expectations crushing my shoulder like a rock. The king of Vulcan, the kingdom of fire, went to war with Aqua, the kingdom of water, last year. The two kingdoms are legendary for their rivalry, but nobody thought the king would initiate a war. Needless to say, the Aquans were unprepared for the ambush, and ended up losing a lot of lives and resources. The war ended in a tie, further destabilizing the continent of Wisteria. My father thinks the king of Vulcan has an eye on Ambrosia, because we border Aqua. Though things are quiet presently, everybody suspects Vulcan is planning another war. To prevent that, the remaining 5 countries in Wisteria, Pluona, Drays, Fantasia, Ambrosia, and Kronos came together and decided I should marry Princess Susanna of Kronos, the kingdom of time. Kronos borders the landlocked Ambrosia on the north, and is the largest country in Wisteria. Gaining their support is the best way to defend against Vulcan's threat. This marriage must go through at any rate. My father's words echo in my ears. It is the best thing that has happened to Ambrosia. I bow to Princess Susanna. She looks like a ball of cotton candy, with a blonde beehive on her head. She has blue eyes that flutter at me. But I'm not looking at her. My uncle stands next to my father, one hand resting on the throne. He's always wanted more power. I wonder if acquiring the key to the traveline chamber is the first step to whatever twisted game he's playing. Is that why he blackmailed me with the letters in exchange for it? Are you all right, Your Highness? Susanna asks. Yes, I remember we are supposed to dance together to keep up this farce. Taking her hand, I escort her to the dance floor for the entire world to see. The scenery before me blurs. I don't want to marry the princess, but my fate has been decided by 5 kings. Murmurs buzz around us, welcoming the match. My movements are studied and precise. Representatives from Fantasia, Drays, and Pluona are in attendance, observing my behavior. As the prince, it's my job to impress everyone, impossible as it might be. My life is a spiderweb of lies, a tapestry of carefully crafted illusions. The dance proceeds at a slow pace, Susanna's movements stilted and clumsy. She must be nervous. I feel bad for her because she's a 16-year-old with a long, uncertain future ahead of her. She's alone in this foreign kingdom, hoping to marry a young prince whom she knows nothing about, a young prince who can never feel anything for her, because he isn't attracted to women. You look beautiful tonight. I resort to bland compliments, trying to make her feel less nervous. If I were in her place, I'd want someone to do that for me, to offer me some kindness. That shade of pink brings out the color of your eyes. Oh, she blushes. Thank you, Your Highness. We pass by a row of oil paintings, portraits of the Gurius family. Among them hangs a picture of my elder brother George, who was the first in line until his death in battle 4 years ago. He has large black eyes, a healthy complexion, and a large smile on his face. Even as a kid, everyone loved him. Mother was grief-stricken when he died. She didn't come out of her room for a whole month. My father, too, lashed out at me at every opportunity. My sisters stand in the front row of the crowd watching us, each hand in hand with their husbands. Adrienne, the eldest, got married 6 years ago, to the 6th prince of Fantasia. Her children, Prince Darian, and Princesses Ada and Melanie are sleeping in the royal nursery. Hermione, older by 5 years, married a noble 5 years ago. They live in the northern part of Ambrosia now and have 2 children. Hermione smiles at me. Of all my siblings, she's the one I'm the closest to. She visits the palace twice a year, and those days are the highlight of my year. Then there's my brother Arthur, the crown prince. Arthur has a sunny personality that sometimes makes me wonder who he takes after. Unlike my father or me, he is pleasure-seeking, bearing no trace of the melancholic seriousness that afflicts the Gurius clan. His wife stands next to him, dressed in a shimmery white gown, her hands entwined in his. My uncle has left my father's side, and now stands next to Arthur, watching me dance. I try to focus on the princess's face, but my thoughts won't stabilize. We go in loops and circles, making me dizzy. I maintain control, exchanging smiles with the princess and her mother. After a torturous 15 minutes, the dance ends. Susanna is more at ease, a solid smile back in place. She finishes the dance with flowing, confident movements, more comfortable in my arms. My siblings and my uncle join me at the center of the ballroom. Father clinks a spoon against his wineglass, drawing attention. The music wanes, and all heads turn up. Princess Susanna steps forward. Today, we are gathered here to announce the engagement of Prince Aiden to Princess Susanna of Kronos. His voice is loud, ringing with authority. Nobody whispers when the king speaks. Let's toast to a union of the 2 kingdoms. My uncle steps next to me, his sleeve brushing mine. When did he get here? I try to pull away, but I'm sandwiched between Susanna and Prince Nicholas. The air is choking me. I take larger breaths, but breath doesn't make it to my lungs. Light stings my eyes and strength drains out of my legs. Prince Aiden. Susanna's voice is a whisper. My head is spinning, wiping out all voices, except the constant voice of doubt. Aiden. My father's voice crackles like a whip, halting my panic attack. For a moment, time stands still and the pain is less apparent. I force a smile, raising my face to back a cheerless toast. I feel my uncle's hands moving to my waist, hugging me in congratulations. I wish I could peel my skin off. Congratulations, he whispers in my ear. Goosebumps erupt on the right side of my face. The crowd applauds. The Queen of Kronos stands by Susanna's side, gleaming with pride. Our wedding is to take place next spring, giving us time to become acquainted with each other. Hands looped with Susanna's, I waved to the crowd, drawing the approval of diplomats and aristocrats. This is what safety looks like, stifling. Trapped among these familiar strangers, I long for freedom. The power to make my own choices. If only I had those letters. I clutch Susanna's hand so tightly, she winces. Releasing my grip with an apology, I fix my gaze on the balcony, playing along with my father's charade, until Will steals my letters.
Chapter 5. Will. Uncle Ryler and I stand on a hill overlooking a garden of irises. Beyond the fragrant flowers lies an iron gate that creaks every time somebody comes through. Before us lie several nameless stones, arranged at a 2 feet distance. They're the graves of people who died without a name, traitors, forgotten souls, and foreigners. Among them are my parents. After returning home from the palace, I told my uncle what had happened. I didn't tell him that the prince had caught me, instead concocting a lie about the ring falling down and being picked up by a nobleman's son, the same one whose bracelet I'd stolen. John, my cousin brother, cringed. Tough luck. It appears we have no choice but to concede to the nobleman's demands, Aunt Marianne said, her accent starkly more educated than the rest of us. She's a wealthy merchant's daughter. She can speak 3 languages and is trained in dancing and art. She met my uncle at a ball long ago, and fell in love. It's my fault for not sending backup. You've never messed up before, Will, Uncle Ryler says. I thought I told you how important this robbery was. At least he wasn't caught by the king, John points out. Will's corpse would be hanging from a pole in Crimson Square if someone else had found him. I'm sorry, I reply. The nobleman has agreed to pay us 3,000 leone for the job. At least something good came out of it. Uncle Ryler says. That sounds too good to be true. Are you sure this isn't a trap? He didn't look like the bad sort, I said. Just another rich boy with too much money on his hands. Which we'll be glad to take off. I don't see what we've got to lose. And so it was decided that John would take up a position as a footman in the Prince Regent's household and keep an eye on his daily activities. My uncle's connections, namely Mary, would get him in. Once he figured out the location of the letters, I'd go in and steal them. The planning is going to take some time, and John will have to be careful not to get caught. Some employers are suspicious of new staff, and I hope the Prince Regent isn't one of them. Building trust will push back the robbery date, and my uncle is eager for the ring. So here we are at the graveyard. Uncle Ryler touches the gravestone using his stick, locating the one that he wants. Sinking to his knees, he runs a hand over the scratched stone, caressing its hard surface. His eyes fill with tears that he unsuccessfully tries to suck in. We visit my parents' graves every year on their death anniversary, and Uncle Ryler always gets emotional. Say hello to your mother, Will. I sink down beside him and stare at the nameless stone. My mother was killed by King Adam Garius when he massacred the previous royal family. She was the Queen's maid and was slaughtered along with her. My father died a traitor, buried in Ambrosia alongside my mother. My pedigree isn't anything to be proud of, but Uncle Ryler says I must be grateful to my parents for bringing me into this world. Hello. My voice is an airy whisper. Unlike my uncle, I feel nothing at the sight of my parents' grave. I try to put a face on these stones, recalling the portrait of my mother that hangs in my uncle and aunt's bedroom. She has an oval face, an aquiline nose, large hazel eyes, and a watery smile. I've seen that picture several times, yet I don't feel any sense of kinship. My uncle, aunt, and cousins are the only family I know. Uncle Ryler turns to my father's grave with a watery smile. William is here, he says. Your son is here. The dead don't hear, as expected. I once tried to get Alicia to summon my parents' spirits, but she said she couldn't get in touch with them. John had called her a fraud, and they got into a fight. I lay a bouquet of flowers on their graves as my uncle continues his one-sided conversation. The garden is empty, as always. Nobody comes here. Nobody mourns the passing of traitors. We remain there for another hour, hearing the birds sing and watching the trees sway. Uncle Ryler gets up and dusts his pants, grabbing the stick that rests against my father's gravestone. Heaving a sigh, he asks, "Is Raymond here yet?" "Raymond?" I question. "Is he back in the city?" "He arrived last night," he says, just as I spy a figure walking in through the garden gate. Raymond is dressed in a pair of patched-up brown pants and a coat. His beard is overgrown, taking over his reddish face. A pair of angry brown eyes spark at the sight of me, turning to a more subdued expression. Coming to stand next to my uncle, he touches his hand. "Will," he says, eyeballs moving from my parents' graves to me. "It's that day again, isn't it?" "I'm glad you're back safely," I tell him. "What were you thinking, raiding the casein stores?" "We're going to have to make a move soon," Raymond says. "Didn't you see how bad things in Misgate are? The guards are everywhere. Farmers are struggling to grow crops on that barren land, and the people can't breathe." "That doesn't mean you barge into the casein stores alone," my uncle scolds him. "No, we need a better plan." "We are struggling, Ryler. My father can't pay taxes anymore, and a city guard showed up at our doorstep earlier." "How long must we wait?" Raymond asks. I recall the scene at Crimson Street, including Aiden, saving Raymond's family from the guards. It's no wonder that the girl looked familiar. "Until we find the lost prince." Uncle Ryler's lips are set in a resolute line. "Not that again. I know how passionate you are about revolution, but that lost prince is nothing more than a myth," I say. "Look how the ring robbery ended up." "He exists," my uncle insists. "I saw him with my own eyes the night Adam Garius murdered the entire family. I heard him wail on the night he ran his sword over my eyes and spilled blood on the court floor. Your mother gave her life to protect him. He must be well and alive somewhere." "Somewhere in heaven," I say dryly. "You've been trying to find the prince for 18 years, and there's still no sign of him. Don't you think it's time to give up?" "The prince is the match that will light the flame of revolution," he says, rather dramatically. "We need him on our side to defeat the king. Myra sent me a message a few days ago. Someone with mysterious magical powers was spotted at Burnwood. He's a miracle worker, they say. The villagers have never seen anything like his earth magic. It can revive trees and build houses." "Sounds like a fantasy to me," I say, "or a grand deception." "The lost prince lives near the Burnwood caves," Raymond goes on. "Myra isn't sure if he is the prince, but it's worth visiting the miracle worker." "The Burnwood caves? Isn't that a magical hotspot?" Raymond asks. Magical hotspots are places where the elemental energy underlying the land runs high, bursting out through the earth in the form of crystal formations. Some believe touching those crystals can induce magical powers. That's why they're protected by the king, and entry is forbidden. In the absence of hot spots, magic can be gained only by birth. Male heirs inherit magical blood from their ancestors. They are trained in the use of magic, undergoing rigorous practice and lessons since birth, to perfect the use of that skill. That's how we've ended up with this highly unbalanced system. It is, Uncle Ryler says. It makes sense for the prince to live there. If news of his exploits is spreading. Raymond swallows. The king will soon hear of it. We must reach the prince before he does. Uncle Ryler nods in agreement. It'll be a disaster if the king gets there first. We will travel to Burnwood today to find the prince. Today? Leave me out of it, I say. I'm supposed to meet the P, our client, tonight. We'll be back by then, Uncle Ryler says. Burnwood is only 3 hours from Ambrosia City. Reluctantly, I agree to accompany my uncle and Raymond to Burnwood. Burnwood is filled with buildings, pasted together like dominoes. It's a city like Ambrosia City, filled with shops, houses and buildings that leave little place for people to walk on the cobblestone streets. Chimneys belch steam, the smell of lion roast, a Burnwood delicacy suffusing the air. Uncle Ryler says a lion roast costs twice our monthly food bill, so the only people that enjoy it are aristocrats. Unlike the other places I've been to, Burnwood is untainted by whispers of revolution, though I'm sure whispers of rebellion can be heard in the shadows. Is that why the lost prince chose to come here? Raymond, Uncle Ryler, and I stick together. One hand intertwined with mine, he uses his other to navigate the city, using his stick that hits someone or something every second. We leave the hired carriages that are gathered at the center of the market, striking out on our own to look for the Burnwood Caves. They're teeming with visitors at this time of the day. They come to look at the glowing spectacle from a distance, since nobody is allowed inside, Raymond says. It's a good opportunity to look for the lost prince. We need to find him soon, and this miracle worker seems to be him. I wonder how he avoids being imprisoned by the guards, I say. The use of magic by non-aristocrats is forbidden. He says he's an aristocrat who ran away from home and is trying to make a living. Purple flags bearing the royal family's crest line the promenade that looks out to the Wesnere River. Being a landlocked country, Ambrosia gets most of its water from rivers like this. Shops dot the pier that smells of fish and sea salt, lit with lamps in the evening. Beyond the great river lies a rocky brown mountain, its tops carpeted with green. The mountain glows green during the night, revealing its proximity to a magical spot. The Burnwood Caves lie at the foot of the mountain where it meets the sea. People visit Burnwood throughout the year to watch the glowing mountain, the azure river, and eat the city's delicacies. The Lost Prince's house is on the other side of the city, Raymond says once we're at the promenade. We're meeting someone here who'll take us there. I spot a line of tourists heading in that direction, wearing rubber boots. They pass us by, muttering facts to each other. I spot a bespectacled man dressed in a coat. He looks like a learned academic, perhaps a professor at the university in Misgate. Several years ago, people came to this magical cave in hopes of gaining powers, he informs the crowd. That's how the first aristocrats in Ambrosia were born. Their powers were passed on to future generations, spreading the word about the stone's magical powers. A girl covered in a black wooden shawl brushes my hand, turning back to apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Her blue eyes widen in shock, body trembling. I recognize her blonde hair piled atop her head, her pale pink lips, opening and closing like a fish, and her glossy pale skin right away. She's the girl that bumped into me at the engagement ball, the one that spilled champagne on my coat. Princess Susanna. However, access to the stone was restricted 100 years ago when King Harald came to power. The professor drones on as I stare at the princess, garbed in a cloak and plain clothes. The ban on acquiring magic from hot spots was briefly lifted 35 years ago when the previous king allowed state-sanctioned visits to hot spots to increase the number of magical beings. Titles were granted to deserving military leaders, who were then imbued with magical powers. It was a war strategy used to counter Kronos as a threat, as there were rumors of war. However, the king of Kronos died, dispelling any such rumors. Princess Susanna turns the other way, covering her face with a hood. She hurries to the group of tourists that have moved along. Her back appears small from the distance, shivering with the effects of the approaching winter. I take a step in her direction only to be pulled back by Raymond. What are you doing, Will? We found someone to take us to the Lost Prince. I shake my head, watching the princess disappear among strangers. Do any of them recognize her? Never mind. As I leave the promenade, I watch royal guards stand all around it, dressed in uniform. Their faces are plastered with stern expressions, holding spears to guard against intruders. Something glows bright green inside the dark caves. I crane my head to catch sight of a tiny green crystal embedded on the ceiling of the cave, but no other formations can be seen. Raymond, my uncle, and I are guided by a chatty local, who lead us away from the caves, in the direction of the mysterious miracle worker who might be the Lost Prince. Stories say the Lost Prince lives in a congested house in the middle of the city. In a street filled with carts, shops, screaming vendors, and pickpockets, the Lost Prince's residence stands out due to its sheer neglect. Broken stones are overgrown with moss from the front of a neglected cottage that is squeezed by multi-storied buildings on both sides. Lights fill the windows embedded on both sides of the prince's residence. There are no people waiting to witness his miracles that evening. Are you sure this is where he lives? Raymond asks, nudging our guide to knock on the door. His fingers tap the creaky wooden door, calling the lost prince's attention. I straighten, eager to meet the lost prince my uncle has been talking about for years. For his sake, I hope this is the one. The knock is followed by a minute of stony silence. The local smiles at Raymond and knocks again, louder this time. The door opens a few seconds later, revealing a large man with grey hair, an overgrown moustache and sleepy eyes. "Who is it?" he barks. "Miracle worker." The local bows to the sleepy man dressed in a white shirt that's open at the throat. His legs are encased in faded brown pants. "You have guests. These people have travelled from Ambrosia City to meet you." The man pokes his head out, the folds on his short neck smoothing. "And who might you be?" Raymond whispers something in Uncle Ryler's ears. He has large grey hair, brown eyes, appears to be in his 50s. "Are you the lost prince?" I ask, startling Raymond. "We've heard you have mastered the use of earth magic." "What are you doing, Will?" he asks, pulling me back. The local eyes him curiously. Raymond presses a coin into his hand, thanking him for showing us to the miracle worker. "Yes, I can use earth magic to cure all manners of ailments," he says, eyeing Uncle Ryler. "Is that why you're here?" "Yes." My uncle steps into the house, startling the miracle worker into moving away. "I was wondering if you could restore my eyes." Wooden beams hang overhead, the floor covered with a sheepskin rug. A torn couch sits in the center with a dinner table a few feet away. Books and fake jewels are strewn around. My feet brush the edge of the book that I pick up to read, How to Perform Magical Tricks. I keep myself from rolling my eyes. We've encountered yet another fraud. The last one we went to claimed to bear the Rutford royal mark, which was a permanent tattoo on his right arm. I wonder how an infant prince managed to get a tattoo when his family was killed as soon as he was born. This time I keep my mouth shut, letting my uncle satisfy his curiosity. The miracle worker brings my uncle to the center of the room, holding up a candle to examine the scar on his eye. Raymond moves close to him, studying his face and his skin. He's too old to be the lost prince, if you ask me. "How did you lose your eyes?" he asks. "I was attacked during a battle," Uncle Ryler says. "The locals say you can cure anything." "Huh." He lays the candle on the table and runs an index finger over the scar. "It's been a long while, hasn't it?" "Almost 20 years." The miracle worker disappears, proceeding to another room. Raymond edges closer to my uncle and whispers something in his ears. He breaks away when the lost prince returns. "Are you going to use magic to restore my vision?" Uncle Ryler asks. "Magic?" The healer raises his eyebrow. "Oh yes, magic." He proceeds to gather a black ointment on a leaf, teasing the edge of my uncle's cheek with it. "Do you feel anything?" "Ticklish." "I'm going to apply this balm," he says. "It contains magical healing properties. You'll feel better in a day." "You mean my eyesight will return?" Your vision has been gone for a long time. I'm afraid I can't make your eyesight return. However, this balm will make the wrinkles on your face vanish overnight." I bite back a laugh. Raymond groans. "So much for finding the lost prince." "I don't need a balm to get rid of my wrinkles," Uncle Ryler says. "We came here to witness earth magic." "Earth magic? I don't possess any earth magic," he says. "My healings are miraculous that people began to spread rumors about my abilities, but I've never said I can use magic." Uncle Ryler stands up. "It looks like we came to the wrong house. Excuse me." "Wait, aren't you going to pay?" Raymond edges forward and drops 2 siglois into his palm. "Thank you for your time." "I can make you better." Uncle Ryler is already out of the door before he's done speaking. Raymond and I follow, leaving the phony lost prince bewildered. Irritated, he slams the door on our face. As soon as the door shuts, Uncle Ryler begins walking, accompanied by Raymond. "What are you doing?" I catch up to my uncle. He could be the lost prince. Maybe he's just putting up an act. It's a vain hope, but I don't want him to return home disappointed and continue his quest for the prince. He's too old to be the lost prince, Raymond says. Looks like Myra was taken in by a false story. What if he's in disguise, I ask, pretending to be an old man to avoid the king's scrutiny? I don't think so. He lacks the Rutford features, my uncle says. Raymond says he didn't look like the prince. Let's return to Ambrosia City. Didn't you say you had to meet a client tonight, Will? You're giving up? I ask. We don't have much of a choice, my uncle says. We'll find him. He must be somewhere in Ambrosia. I don't reply, knowing the hope of finding the lost prince is what keeps my uncle alive. We make the journey back in silence, but I know Uncle Ryler is disappointed. With his jaw resting on his palms, his face is turned to the floor of the hired carriage that takes us back. Several others sit alongside us, talking about the wonders of Burnwood. Raymond rests his hand on the windowsill, watching the scenery outside change. It's another wasted trip, one in a list of hundreds.
Chapter 6. Aiden. An underground passage stretches out beyond me, filled with a maze-like combination of paths. A bright lamp dangling from my fingers lights the way to the traveline chamber where my father awaits. I have been summoned there today to observe the king's magic. There are no servants or guards here. They are barred from entering the underground passage. It runs under the Ambrosian Palace, with links to the royal ministry, the royal quarter, and the traveline chamber. Only members of the royal family and a few top ministers own keys to access this pathway. This is where the real work in Ambrosia happens. At the end of the path, I reach a closed door. The Garius family's crest adorns the door along with a golden plate that reads, Traveline Chamber. The door is ajar. Pushing my way into the chamber, I hold the lamp up to reveal 4 figures huddled around the traveline map. An illusionary map of Ambrosia spreads out before me, mapping all the provinces, towns, and villages that make up our country. 5 magical hotspots glow in green, veins of magic running under the land. Intersecting veins of yellow light flow through the image, crisscrossing at major cities, showing the network of travel lines that magical travel stones use. Father, I approach the map, cutting off whatever the Minister of Law was saying. Behind the railing stands my father, King Adam Garius, leaning on his bejeweled walking stick. His fur-trimmed cape trails behind him, his slightly overgrown black hair trailing an inch below his nape. Next to him stands Ambrosia's Minister of Law, sharing a scroll while staring at the network of travel lines with rapt attention. He wears a green silk robe and cap embroidered with the royal insignia. It'd be nice to have access to this chamber. My uncle's fingers skim the railing as he watches the movement of energy along the travel lines. He is 3 years younger than my father, and his desire for greater power has never been a secret. He stands next to the king, eyes gleaming at the sight of the map. My fingers clench into a fist, remembering his request from days ago. Get me the key to the traveline chamber, and I'll burn the letters. I approach Arthur's side, putting some distance between Prince Nicholas and myself. He narrows his eyes, a corner of his mouth curving up at my transparent attempt to avoid his touch. Being next to him while deceiving my father about the nature of our relationship is like walking a tightrope. Aiden, you here? Arthur smiles down at me. The Minister of Law has been telling us about an incident in Misgate. Unfortunately, the rebel got away before our guards got to him. He had help. Orion's father stands next to my father, discussing state matters. We all know why we're here. Raymond's attempt to infiltrate the Cassin store didn't go unnoticed. My father believes in quashing problems before they grow heads, hence, this gathering. The guards in Misgate said they saw the rebel using magic in the forest. I believe he's a bastard with some magical lineage. If so, he's likely to flee Ambrosia using a stolen travel stone. We must prevent that from happening at all costs. The Minister of Law points to a line that flows from Ambrosia City, the capital of Ambrosia, to a Misgate, and others from Misgate to Aqua, Vulcan, and Kronos. I suggest temporarily disabling these travel lines. At his words, the scene in the forest comes to mind. I remember the battle between Will and me, recalling his highly developed water magic. The Minister of Law must have confused Raymond and Will because Raymond doesn't possess magic. Has the rebel been found? I ask. No, Your Highness, he says, avoiding my gaze. We're trying our best to locate him, but it appears that he has fled Misgate. He was last seen at Ravelin. Who knows where he'll go from there? We must block all exit routes to ensure his capture. The thundering of my heart calms a little. I don't want any more lives to be lost for no reason. I don't want the thief I've hired to die before he has the opportunity to steal my letters. The painful sight of Misgate makes me choke. That strikes me as excess, Prince Nicholas' grating voice speaks out. Only red travel stones can be used to travel abroad, and as you very well know, we strictly control the distribution of those. The rebels can't get their hands on a royal travel stone so easily. Be that as it may, it's better to be cautious, the Minister of Law says. The rebel tried to steal Cassine from the storage and almost succeeded. Who knows what else he is capable of? We must eliminate any possibility of escape. The minister is right, my father's voice bears down on the room, heavy as smog. He steps forward, his silk slippers brushing the hard stone floor. With a finger curling around his chin, he watches the patchwork of magic lines. As he touches the map, the lines change color in recognition of the king's power. He places one finger on the thin beam of yellow, a travel line from Misgate to Ambrosia City, fingers igniting with green sparks. The line immediately turns black, losing its glow. He does the same to 3 other lines, the routes that the Minister of Law suggested, turning them grey as withered flowers. A final line from Ambrosia to Burnwood is disabled in the end. Turning to all of us, he announces in a heavy, authoritative voice, "The rebel is to be killed on sight if found." "Yes, Your Majesty." Orion's father bows. "Should we release a vial of Cassine?" "That's dangerous," my uncle says. "What if the poison hits the rebel's leg instead of his heart? We'll lose him without killing him." "But he won't be able to use travel stones anymore," the Minister of Law says. "His magic will be gone. That's one less problem for us." My father thinks this over. "Proceed. I want him dead as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." The minister nods. I wander Crimson Street after night falls, looking for the square, eager to take my first step toward freedom, toward finding the letters that have me tied up. The last scene I witnessed before using the travel stone floods my mind, an image of Princess Susanna in a black cloak condensing in my vision. I spotted her coming in while I was leaving the palace to come here. When the bright light of her travel stone cleared, she was wearing a cloak, leaving muddy footprints on the carpet. Not noticing me, she disappeared into her room, nervously looking around for any sight of her mother. I took a step in her direction, then pulled myself back, not wanting to miss my appointment with the thief. I wonder what she is up to. My legs skip over the breaking street, skipping from one offshoot to another. The dodgy streets have become more familiar, offering a strange comfort to my anxious soul. I tread the broken stones carefully, making sure to hide my travel stone in my shirt pocket. Ever since Will said that things in my trousers are more likely to be stolen, I'm trying to be careful. When the shifting of streets stops, I emerge outside an area filled with revolutionary clubs. I know because I've been there before. There's the Rose, the most famed of the clubs, and one I've never been to, the Mermaid, the Brothers in Arms, the Caged Bird, and several others. From the outside, they look like ordinary pubs, but what goes on inside them is more than drinking and idle gossip. Plans are being made to overthrow the king. I know it should scare me, but it doesn't. It's you. A faint voice catches me unaware. From the right corner of my vision, a curly-haired girl emerges. "Do you remember me?" I blink at the sharp brown eyes, dirt-streaked face, and dry brown hair that curls at the corners. Her body is puny, her head reaching my nose. I try to recall where I saw her, but nothing comes up. I'm sorry. "Oh, you don't remember me?" She takes a step back, disappointed. "You saved me from the city guards, remember?" I'm surprised she remembers my face. "It's you. I thought you didn't see me." I made sure to keep my face hidden. Are you better? I ask, raking a hand through my hair. Having never spoken with people from Crimson Street before, I have no idea what to say. Yes, they didn't come back. She approaches me hesitantly, examining me. Clad in a faded green shirt, I look nothing like a prince. I've never been saved by an aristocrat. I blink, not knowing how to reply to that. Not all aristocrats are bad, you know, I hazard. You're right. She examines me for another second before the suspicion leaves her face. We don't see a lot of them around here, though. From her voice, I can tell that she's educated. Not as educated as an aristocrat, but possessing more knowledge than the average Crimson Street shop. I'm Uzara. Uzara. I extend my hand, allowing her to shake it. I'm the second son of a nobleman. Do you have a name? She asks, letting my hand go. Aiden. I shut my eyes. Aiden. She nods with approval. Good for me. Aiden happens to be a common name. Do you live around here, sir? No, but I like it here. I pause to read her surprised face. Sometimes the mouth utters truths that the heart hasn't yet accepted. In Crimson Street, she exclaims. Nobody likes being here. We are all looking for a way out. Food and money are always in short supply around these parts. We begin walking toward the square. Posters of the play Will Mention dot the streets, breaking up the seriousness of revolutionary clubs. I like food and money too, and I'm grateful for them, but some things can't be bought, I say, as we pass by the Rose. An antique shop lies across the street, paintings and baubles twinkling inside shop windows. Like what? She asks. Like freedom. Justice, respect. Usara stops walking, and I am met with her dumbstruck face. You get to do whatever you want. That's freedom, she says. And why do you need justice? Because I'm not the only one in this city, I tell her, summoning the opinions I've pushed down. Our system doesn't just hurt the poor, it cages the rich too. You've never starved, Usara says, eyes bright. You've never been beaten. She's wrong on both counts, but I don't correct her. Then I want the same for everyone else. I don't want anyone to starve or be beaten. I swallow, realizing how idealistic that sounds. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to let my inclinations be known. An aristocrat who believes in social justice. She shakes her head. You should meet my elder brother. Justice is all Raymond talks about. She points to a house further along. Raymond? She's Raymond's sister. I can't believe I stumbled upon her of all people. Does Raymond live in Crimson Street? Do you know him? I know of him, I tell her. I've heard he's the leader of the rebels. Not really, Usara says. That would be Mr. Ryler. Raymond is devoted to the cause, though. She covers her mouth with her hand. I shouldn't be telling you that, should I? No, it's not Usara's voice that says it, but someone else's. Snapping my head back, I find Will standing behind me, his bright eyes boring down on us. Dust clings to his coat, his face bearing signs of fatigue. I wonder what he's been doing all day, looking all worn out. Will. Usara opens her mouth. Didn't you go with Raymond too? She swings her gaze to me, and her mouth clamps shut. Will comes to stand between us, eager to have me out of here. Alicia was looking for you. She's at Crimson Square, Will says. Already? Usara asks, taking a step back. I can't go tonight. She catches Will moving to my side and asks, Do you know each other? He's a client, Will says before I can answer. We're supposed to be working. Really? Usara raises her eyebrows. I'll leave you two to it then. Aren't you going to watch the play? Will asks. Not tonight. Father is recovering from his wounds. I'm going to stay with him. Usara leaves, her eyes fixed on me. Let's walk to the square together, Will says, barging into my zone of vision. I didn't expect him to come back, but I don't tell him that. Glad he didn't run away. I begin the walk to Crimson Square. Will lead the way, knowing the streets better than I do. With my hands clasped at my back, I follow him through winding streets filled with people who look at us like we're one of them. which is a stark contrast to yesterday. Thankfully, I left all my precious belongings at the palace. Dressed in faded shirt, coat, and plain trousers, I blend into the scenery. On our way, we pass by several clubs. Though they appear to be closed, light outlines the shuttered windows, and the voices of men and women drift out. Did Sarah thank you for that night? Will asks. Yes, she's a nice girl. We were talking about her brother Raymond, I say. And his political ideals. I can't understand why you would want to talk to a revolutionary, Will pauses. Then again, you think I'm one too. You aren't? I try to sound calm. He clears his throat, avoiding my question. Where were you all day? You look worn out. Had some errands to run, he tells me, rubbing his eyes. I come to a stop before a club, the Mermaid, that I've been to before. A man circles to the back door, trying to hide from any guards who might be about. Seconds later, the door creaks open, swallowing him in before shutting once again. Inserting my hands in my pockets, I look down at the uneven street. Will's eyes follow me nervously, but he turns away when I look at him. I've been there before, I tell him, looking straight at the Mermaid. Pardon, your Major, Aiden? I've been to revolutionary clubs before. I don't know why I'm confessing to him. That's where I found out about Raymond. I followed him to Misgate because I thought he might have some information that I need. The incident in the forest was a result of that. Will continues to walk, his eyes fixed on the ground. I see. I don't hate revolutionaries. In case you're worried I'd expose your secret. Shoving my hands into my pockets, I am drawn to the moving lights inside the clubs, wondering how it feels to make your own decisions, to be part of something great. How do you feel about a revolution? Will comes to a stop. It's the fastest way to get myself beheaded, he tactfully replies. I wouldn't dream of something so stupid. So you're not part of any revolutionary clubs? No, Your Majesty. Too bad. I thought you could get me into one. The one that Raymond goes to. Our eyes meet, and Will's widen. Why would you want to visit one of those places? They're full of cheap alcohol, smoke, and sweaty men who yell about social justice. And yet their voices are never heard. Clearing my throat, I go on. The taxes are exorbitant. Only aristocrats have magical powers, and the poor have no say in what happens to them. People are branded traitors and killed at the slightest provocation. Are you happy with the way things are? Are you not? He blinks at me. You're a prince. I shake my head. You have magical powers. Surely, you must desire more in life than this, I prod. I don't know why I want to know his secrets, his deepest desires. You're allowed to speak your mind. I won't have you thrown in prison. I promise. Why do you care? You're a prince. He shoves his hands into his pocket. You have all the wealth and power in the world. That's exactly why I care, I reply. I won't ever be king, but I have the wealth and power to improve lives. It's not okay for the rich and powerful to live in a gilded cage and ignore problems. It could have been me in Usara's place if not for an accident of birth. You know how bad things are in Misgate. The people have no freedom, no options. So many innocents are imprisoned and killed for no reason. I don't blame you for wanting to end this situation. I sometimes think that the rebels are right. I might not agree with their methods, but Ambrosia needs to change. Will whistles. Revolutionary, aren't you? It's hard to ignore what goes on before my eyes. It's worse because my father is the cause of all this suffering. I cough, wanting to take the words back, but it's too late. Will stares at me. His eyes don't bear judgment or censure, only observation. I've never said these words to anyone. Orion thinks I'm crazy for sympathizing with the rebels. Yet, I want to speak the truth for once. I want to let out all the thoughts that have been eating at me, gathering to form radical opinions in my head. They're always there, whether I speak of them or not. I hate this life as much as you do. Is it because of what happened at the palace, with the Prince Regent? Will asks. Then, realizing he's out of line, he bites his tongue. I didn't mean that, Your Highness. Aiden, I correct. And perhaps you're right. Maybe that is why I sympathize with the rebels. They aren't the only ones that are powerless, you know. Though I recognize I'm more fortunate than most. Misfortune comes in many forms, Will says. I understand your motivations but don't share them. If I were you, I'd live in my gilded cage and let the world go to hell. I don't care about politics or revolutions. Only solid, shiny things interest me. I laugh. Spoken like a thief. No matter who rules Ambrosia, there will always be problems. And there will always be differences between the rich and the poor. I don't want an equal society. I want to be rich in an unequal world. Why aren't you? I ask. You have magical powers, royal acquaintances, and with my 3,000 leones, you'll have a solid start. Haven't you stolen enough to be rich? Not yet, Will says, walking again. You know, I never thought I'd hear a royal go on about social justice, but I should have guessed from your actions that first night. I thought you felt the same way. After all, I saw you saving Raymond at Misgate. He doesn't deny my accusations this time. For us, revolution is a fact of life, not a choice, he says. I can't say I share your ideals. He looks into my eyes, the bright blue piercing my gut, but I admire you for having them. His impish smile makes my cheeks flame. I brush it away. Am I warming up to the thief? I've seen him several times, and I'm probably the only one that knows that he possesses magical powers. He's certainly the only one that knows mine, and that is bound to create some sort of connection. The street breaks apart again, shooting off in several directions. Will extends his hand, filling my zone of vision. His extended hand hovers inches from mine, reminding me of the last time I took someone's hand, Orion's. Our first meeting flashes unbidden in my mind. The two of us are sitting on green grass in the royal residence in the country, young and naive. Puffy white clouds drift in the summer sky, reminding me of the innocence that I once possessed. A gentle breeze caresses his slightly long hair, making a shiver run down my spine. I am 15, and I've been fighting my attraction for some time. However, that day, I end up staring at his lips, the desire unmistakable in my eyes. Orion stares back as if he knows what I mean. I turn away, trying to hide the thrill of anticipation drugging my blood. I'm sorry. For what? He asks, perceptive eyes fixed on me. For, clutching my coat tightly, I find the courage to say, for liking you. For wanting to kiss you. I'm sorry, it's not. Orion extends his bare palm, filling my vision with skin. Would you like to try? He inches forward, scooting over until his arm brushes mine. I take his hand, skin meeting skin, and our future is sealed. He draws me in, his lips meeting mine, introducing me to my first taste of desire. Aiden. Will's outstretched hand beckons me, making me wonder why I thought of that episode. Jolted to reality by the rearranging of streets, I take it, placing my bare hand in his. He holds me tight, guiding me to an offshoot that merges into another. We jump and duck, passing over several falling streets and transient people. When the gears stop turning, we're standing at Crimson Square. Today, the square is filled with strings of fairy lights running from one lamppost to another, illuminating the town square. Trapped fireflies beat in glass globes, making up the ethereal lights. Lost in the scenery, it takes me a moment to notice that Will is looking at my face, expecting me to continue our conversation. Clearing my throat, I go on. How is the robbery coming along? My eyes latch onto a poster next to us, depicting two lovers embracing, is painted in bright colors. A new play is on tonight. It's supposed to be a romantic tale about lovers kept apart by social class. I've never seen a play with civilians before. The thrill of the forbidden experience lights the nerves in my body. Only the best entertainers are allowed in the palace, but the stuffy environment inhibits enjoyment. I want to see a play under the stars once in my life. But I know how dangerous that is. I know how dangerous all my desires are. We have a plan. One of us has entered the prince's household dressed as a servant. Once we figure out the location of the letters, we'll make a move. Good. We'll require an advance, Your Majesty, Aiden, he says. To cover the costs of spying. How much do you need? 5 leones should do the trick, he says. I dig into my pockets, producing 5 leones in an instant. Thank you. He's surprised but pockets the glint of gold before anyone else can lay eyes on it. The sooner I get those letters, the better. I feel obliged to say it, to remind myself that I am a prince and Will is a thief I've hired. The glowing lights, the unfamiliar sighs, and Will's words stir unknown emotions that I don't want to examine. It's like we're friends, speaking about things that we believe in, like it's nothing unusual. There's no judgment in his calculative eyes, only curiosity. Of course, my uncle is eager to retrieve the ring. If it were up to him, he'd make me do it tomorrow. The dull glow of the black market has been replaced by lights, welcoming spectators. The square is awash in celebration, colorful streamers raining down on the cobblestones. Several women move around in opulent clothing. I know I'm supposed to leave, but I want to stay a little longer. To enjoy this life, I can only experience outside the palace. So I prolong our conversation with more questions, hoping to catch a glimpse of the play. Why do you have magical powers? I ask him, strolling to a ticket booth that is closed. All the tickets have been sold out for tonight, making my spirits drop. Water powers are unheard of in Ambrosia. My father was an aristocrat from Aqua, he says. And your mother? She was a maid at the palace. They had an affair, and I was the result of it, he says. Does she still work at the palace? I ask, wondering if I might know Will's mother. No, she passed away as soon as I was born, he says. My parents never married. My father died in Ambrosia, branded a traitor by his own country. Looking at the crowd taking their seats, he says, that's what my uncle says. How did you learn to wield magic so well? I ask. I saw what you did in the forest. Your powers are highly developed. Uncle Ryla hired a magical tutor for me when I was young, he says. I practiced with him until he returned to Kronos last year. It was hard to keep my abilities a secret while trying to hone them. Will? A girl's voice echoes behind me. Will turns sharply and freezes upon spotting her. I set eyes on a girl whose head reaches my shoulder. Clad in a blue dress, her curly hair is tied up in a ponytail, brown eyes swinging from Will to me. His face glows with recognition. Alicia. Will recognizes the girl, moving to her side. I take a step back, examining the new face that has joined us. A short teenager looks up at me, sizing me up. By the time she opens her mouth, I realize it's too late to escape.
Chapter 7. Will. I've been looking everywhere for you, Alicia says. Her head reaches Aiden's shoulder, her voice louder than a trumpet. She stands close to him, surveying us both. Daddy's back from Burnwood. She stops when she sees Aiden, 3 feet away. And who is this? I glare at her, trying to warn her, but she chatters on, ignoring my gestures. Don't tell me you? She pauses to survey Aiden. He looks too posh to be your boyfriend. The unexpected words catch me off guard. Aiden jumps back, his face flushed, hands shaking, eyes fixed on a distant spot. He swallows rapidly, making me wonder why her words got him so riled up. Interesting. Alicia. I swiftly move to my cousin's side and clamp a hand over her mouth. She stomps my foot and wriggles free. Covering the distance between her and Aiden in large steps, she examines his costume. His best attempt at looking like a beggar is a mint green silk shirt and fawn pants. The coat covering his body is a vibrant brown, devoid of any patches and loose threads. A contrasting yellow handkerchief peeks out of the pocket. They're nothing like the faded old clothes that folks here wear, giving his status away. His face is radiant like it's been bathed in milk and honey. Strange, I never noticed it before. He fits in mostly because Crimson Square is visited by more affluent members of the neighborhood tonight, all buzzing in anticipation of the play's opening. It's not what you're thinking. You got me a client? There are stars and moonbeams in her eyes. Oh, Will, I thought you weren't listening. Alicia, stop! I wedge myself between Alicia and Aiden, eager to put an end to this conversation before it gets out of hand. Shoving me aside, Alicia faces Aiden, pulling out her most beguiling smile. Don't mind him. I am the best psychic in Crimson Street. Do you know Madame Eugene's ghost? Must I? Aiden throws me a questioning look. Well, I was the one to summon her, she blabbers on. I can exorcise ghosts too, if that's what you want. They're such gentle, kind creatures. Aiden looks confused. But they're dead. Shh. She looks around nervously, like he's uttered blasphemy. You wouldn't like it if anyone ignored you and called you dead, sir. Humans cruelly ignore the existence of ghosts. The dead are as valuable as the living. Alicia, I pull her back. Stop. He's not your client. Come on. She pauses, sure I am joking. When my expression doesn't change, he asks, no? In a tiny voice. No. B, but he looked rich. She frowns at Aiden, her charm falling away now that she knows he isn't a client of hers. But now that I look at you closely, you have a common face. Common eyes, dull hair. She runs a hand over his jacket. And I think I saw this coat at the Golden Thread last week. Are you one of Will's friends? I don't know how to respond. She should be imprisoned, if not hanged, for treating a prince that way. She doesn't know what she's saying. I bow my head in apology. Alicia is a client of mine, the one we're stealing letters for. Will pulls Alicia further away. And I'm an aristocrat, Aiden breaks in before I can give his identity away. A common aristocrat. My father's not very rich, but an aristocrat nonetheless. Accepting my words, Alicia moves toward the seats lined before the stage. She chooses one for us, but Aiden remains standing behind us. I expected him to leave as soon as our dealings were done, but there's a reluctance in his posture, like he doesn't want to leave yet. Do you want to watch the play? I ask him, pulling a seat back. Instantly he nods. Would I require a ticket? Yes, Alicia says, but they're sold out. You can have mine. I extend my hand, but Aiden watches the ticket like it's poison. No, I can't take your ticket, he says. It's all right. I don't really want to watch the play, I tell him, pushing the ticket into his palm. We're here to recruit clients for Alicia. Aiden's hand covers mine as he deposits the ticket between my fingers. His eyes are fixed on the stage, trying to avoid mine as he lies to me. I should return. Lights move around the stage, bright lamps glistening. Actors with powdered faces move around in colourful costumes, lips painted in bright shades. Aiden takes a step back, heavy with disappointment. There's another way to watch the play, I tell him. The words fall out of my mouth before I can think. If you're up for it. Another way? He asks, intrigued. He's hungry for it, a taste of something new. I point to the crowd of thieves gathering at the back of the chairs. They stand beyond a long ribbon tied to two poles to demarcate the official seating area from the unofficial one. Folks who can't afford tickets watch the show for free from the back, some sitting in balconies and dwelling on shop and house windows that surround the square. You want me to stand at the back with the rest of the people, Aiden surmises. I know it's beneath your status, I say, and there's a high chance of having your pockets picked, but if you wanted to enjoy the play. I'll do it, Aiden says, too quickly. I don't mind standing at the back. Are you sure? I ask. Or you could just announce you're the prince and claim a seat in the front row. No, Aiden says. I want to watch the play like everybody else does. I look down at Alicia, who is busy chatting to the woman next to her. I saw Madame Eugene's ghost. She recounts her most successful channeling session to date. The women listen with bated breaths, their chests rising and falling with Alicia's volume. Her eyes meet mine and I point to the back. She nods, understanding what's going on, and returns to her absorbing tale. Aiden follows me to the back, wrapping his coat tighter around his body to protect his shirt pockets. I assume that's where his bag of Leones and travel stone is. I keep walking beyond the group of people gathered next to the fountain that fills the center of Crimson Square. The last time I saw water in that fountain was when I was 6 years old. It's been dry as a desert ever since, making the stone edges an ideal bench. Locating an empty spot on the rim of the fountain, I sit down. Aiden looks down at the precarious edge. Blowing some imaginary dust away, he plonks down, examining the suspicious characters around us. The thieves who have some time left over from a robbery crowd the space behind the fountain, eating and smoking. All around us lovers sit in pairs, linking hands, and resting their heads on each other's shoulders. Aiden looks around and his discomfort intensifies. Actors fill the stage, getting ready for the start of the play. Bright green, red, gold, and blue costumes come into focus, the main actress sitting at the center with the spotlight bearing down on her. The orchestra begins to play, cymbals clanging and violins crafting a bright opening march. Other instruments join in as the crowd falls silent, watching the play unfold with rapt attention. Aiden turns to the stage, trying to focus on the play. The actress appears in the first scene, reciting a dramatic monologue. Light music accompanies her dialogues as she readies herself to go to a ball in her friend's stead, disguised as a noblewoman. Aiden's eyes are transfixed, watching every move of the actress' lips, absorbing the hollow melody played by a clarinet. That's when I spot a hand edging into Aiden's pocket from the other side. Tilting my head back, I spot a young boy, a thief, no doubt, trying to make a profit. Hand curving around Aiden's back, I clamp my palm down on the boy's hand, prying it away from the prince's trouser pocket. Startled by the movement, Aiden looks down, just as I push the boy's hand away, snatching the leone that he has stolen. Upon realizing that Aiden is looking at him, the boy runs away, abandoning the leone. Aiden looks up into my eyes, our faces separated by inches. Behind us, the orchestra plays a soothing waltz, coupled with the actress' dramatic lines, "It was like a dream." A firework shoots to the sky, exploding into 1,000,000 points of orange light. The audience cheers and claps, applauding the spectacle. Their cheers get louder as another firework moves up, lending an air of grandeur to the street play. Aiden stares at my face, seized by the conflict of head and heart. With my hand around his back, his body curving into mine, we look like one of the couples around us, embracing amidst an explosion of fireworks. His gaze falls to my mouth, eyelashes hiding the smoky black of his eyes. Coated in bright lights, accompanied by soothing violins and wind instruments, it's almost like we're actors in a play. Except we aren't really acting. I pull away first, brought back to reality by the resounding cymbals. The lights go off, readying the stage for another act. Staring at Aiden's face that is lit by the glow of fairy lights, I don't know what to say. Awareness sparks my nerve endings, coating them with the potency of gunpowder. He was trying to steal from you. Then, to remind me of the vast difference in our positions. Your Highness. Thank you. I remove my hand from his side, clearing my throat. He moves closer. His fingers brush mine as they rest on the fountain's edge, tension simmering between us. In the brief pause that separates two acts, we're left to marinate in the uncomfortable silence. In an attempt to put him at ease, I say the first thing that comes to mind. I saw Princess Susanna at Burnwood today. What? He moves away an inch, our bodies separating. My uncle and I went there, I confess. I saw the princess at the promenade. She was wearing a cloak, but I recognized her from the ball. Aiden stares at my face, questions filling his head. Why are you telling me this, Will? I thought you'd want to know. Aren't you getting married? I say. She recognized me from the ball and turned away. I think she was there to see the Burnwood caves. They're really popular. What were you doing at Burnwood? His eyes acquire that faraway look, eyebrows knitting together in deep thought. I'm afraid I can't tell you that, I say, swallowing the urge to add his title. Revolutionary activity, then, he surmises. In the distance, the streets break apart, but the entire chunk of land containing the square remains stable, moving with the rearranging streets. I seize the opportunity to change the topic. Let me tell you a secret, I say. A secret? Haven't you ever wondered how Crimson Street works? Aiden swallows. I didn't realize there was logic to this madness. There is. The streets move twice in each direction, starting from north to south, then east and west. It goes back to the same alignment every 2 hours. What, really? There are only so many ways the arrangement can move, I say. 2 hours later, we'll be back where we began. That's how I find my way home. If you observe carefully, you'll see how the street moves. Every 2 hours they go back to the same street where they began. I didn't know that. It's intriguing. That's fascinating. It's to wonder what you always seem to find your way. Now you know our secret, I say. Use it the next time you're here. I will. Aiden looks at the stage that's almost set up for the second act. His voice drops low, stirring sensations in my belly. So are you going to tell me about what you were doing in Burnwood? Finding someone my uncle is desperately searching for. Who? It's better if you don't know. A loud crashing of cymbals indicates the opening of the second act, saving me from his scrutinizing gaze. The play begins again, and I look straight ahead, desperately gluing my eyes to the scene in progress. He falls silent, turning the other way, losing himself in the play. I don't hear or see anything, my focus settling on a single point, the beating of my heart. When I return home after the play, John is sitting at the dinner table. Aunt Marianne is busy drawing up a blueprint next to him. Her elegant hand moves over an ink drawing, lines drawn and rooms neatly labelled. There's a study next to it, John narrates. His cropped brown hair is wind-blown, sticking out in every direction. Dressed in a footman's clothing, the top buttons of his shirt are open. There are rumours of the Prince Regent's relationships with boys. He looks up upon hearing the door creak. Will? He catches sight of me in rumpled clothing and asks, Back from Burnwood? Yes, I tell him, the exhilaration of watching the play disappearing from my mind. We didn't find the lost prince as expected. Daddy should give up on him, John sighs. We're wasting time trying to find a dead prince. If he really cared about this country, he'd have shown up ages ago. Do you know what we should be spending time on? Antiques. I saw this porcelain vase in the Prince Regent's household. Stick to the letters, Aunt Marianne admonishes. And Will, did you meet our new client? Yes. I drop the 5 leones onto the table. Her eyes widen in surprise. An advance? John touches the coins, examining the bright gold surface. Golly, they're real. His bright brown eyes twinkle with greed. Well done. Aunt Marianne snatches the coin from a disgruntled John and places it with the others. We should be able to send you to the Prince Regent's house soon. John is trying to locate the letters. I've made note of the staff's habits as well as the Prince Regent's schedule. The housekeeper is a nightmare, John says. Can't dally for even a second. Will should have been sent to spy on the Prince Regent. Do you know how hard that housekeeper makes me work? I can't believe she's Mary's great-aunt. Mary is our neighbour who owns a tailoring shop with her family. She's also Alicia's dear friend. Where is Alicia? Aunt Marianne asks. At her psychic practice, I tell her. We found her some clients at the play. That's right, the play opens today, John says. I can't believe you both get to watch plays while I have to wait tables and open doors at the Prince Regent's house. I stick my tongue out at John. Voices echo outside the door, growing in volume. What is going on? Aunt Marianne rises, parting the curtains to look outside the window. I spot a group of people running. Mary is among them, rushing in the direction of the buzzing sounds. Looping to the front door, John and I join her. What happened? John asks, catching up to her. Another one's been killed, Mary says, brushing her matte brown hair behind her ear. A measurement tape hangs around her neck in pink. Army guards visited the house earlier this night and shot James with Cassine arrows. Killed? My eyes enlarge. Is it another one of those black deaths? Oh, James shouldn't have gone around showing off his magical abilities, Mary says, keeping up with the masses. The guards must have thought he really possessed magic. Why kill him for it, though? John asks. Aren't they usually more lenient? John, have you been living under a rock? They're the Black Army. Black Army. John clearly has no clue about the political situation in Ambrosia. They call those soldiers the Black Army, Mary explains. They're looking for the lost prince. Raymond, says General Fawkes, that's the army commander, deploys them whenever he hears of somebody that could be the missing prince. There have been more than 100 Black Deaths since the king came to power. The prince is dead, we all know that. Why waste time looking for him? People bush past me, making it hard to stay close to Mary and John. The king must believe he's alive, Mary says, reaching the scene of the murder. It's a house painted in white with a thatched roof. He's been slaughtering innocents for years, hoping to weed out the prince. The public doesn't know because they keep it a secret, claiming those deaths involved traitors. But James didn't do anything wrong. He hasn't set a foot out of Crimson Street in his entire life. Hundreds of people are gathered outside, observing a corpse laid out in the street. Elbowing our way through the crowd, John and I get to the front, staring down at a dead James. I don't know him, but his dried lips, lifeless body, and ashen face make my heart thud faster. He's been dead for a while, going by his stiff body. A middle-aged woman leans on the open door, crying into a soaked handkerchief. His mother. They came in suddenly and took him away, she says. Killed my poor boy right before my eyes. The crowd's murmurs intensify. There are disgruntled sounds, some offering vocal criticisms of the king. James's death has intensified their hate for the Garius clan. Something must be done. They can't kill innocents. A distant voice echoes. How can we stop them? It's the king's order. John and I are overtaken by others, eager for a peek at James's face. John grabs my arm and pulls me back, moving us away from the crowd. Mary follows, looking visibly disturbed. We must get back, John says. Thou would want to know. But he's dead. I say, don't you think we should pay our last respects? A funeral will be held tomorrow, Mary says. The entire street will witness it. So soon? That's how things are in Crimson Street, Mary says. Can't spend too much time grieving. Like these gears, we must constantly turn, because stopping would bring this whole street crashing down. It's an accurate analogy that reflects the truth of our lives. Let's return home, John says. There's nothing we can do to help him. Mary and I follow him quietly, finding our way back home. On the way, I wonder if my uncle's work is meant to save people like James, those that died without a voice. And yet their voices are never heard. Aiden's words swirl in my mind, making me wonder if there's any truth to them. More people run in our direction, trying to get to the scene of the murder. As I watch the street split before my eyes, I recall James's dead face, shuddering at the thought of my powers being discovered. All the while I think it could have been me.
Chapter 8. Aiden. The following evening, I find myself gazing into Susanna's eyes. Her lashes flutter and she turns away shyly, proceeding to gaze at the twilight dyed in hues of crimson and purple that envelops the balcony. My mind is stuck in last night, frozen amidst the explosion of fireworks and Will's hand around me. The skies in Ambrosia are so beautiful. Susanna is apprehensive as she turns back to me. Sunlight frames her dark silhouette, a mass of skirts falling all around her petite body. Doesn't the sun set in Kronos? I ask absently, my mind going over the events of last night for the 100th time. I suppress a yawn, rubbing my sleep-deprived red eyes. Susanna's laugh is like a wind chime. It does, but it isn't so beautiful. She clasps the marble railing and leans over. Careful, don't fall off, I mutter, gripping her arm. I miss. The guards behind me are steady but don't move. Blushing, Susanna backs off and my hand falls away. Thank you for your concern. She bows. I give her a half-hearted smile. I wonder if I should bring up her appearance at Burnwood. After the play, Will and I parted awkwardly. Well, it was mostly thanks to Alicia trying to get him to escort her clients to her practice. As I watched him leave, I couldn't bring myself to thank him. Are you tired? Susanna gazes at my bloodshot eyes with concern. I wonder if she's hiding something, a lover perhaps. I'm fine? I turn the other way, pretending to admire the wilting sunlight. Susanna, have you ever been in love? I'm sorry. She tries to insert her arm under mine, but I clasp my hands at the back and continue strolling. She lifts her skirts a little and tries to keep pace. I'm sorry. Forget what I said. Wispy clouds turn dark, dyed by the rising night. Sheets of clear water fill the fountain. I edge closer to it, studying my reflection in the water. Nobody has asked me that before. The princess stands next to me. Her reflection forms next to mine. You don't have to answer. I shouldn't have said anything. I've never thought about my feelings, she admits. I came to Ambrosia because my father told me I must do my duty. If I married the Prince of Ambrosia, our families would become allies, and I would become a grand princess, he said. I know those reasons too. My father repeated them over and over again until it got through my thick skull. You're very brave to be here. It can't be easy to pin all your hopes on a foreign prince you've never met. I stop walking, surveying her seriously for the first time. She's a few inches shorter than me, and her hair is a deep shade of gold. She has a preference for pastel clothing, which shows in the lavender gown trimmed with frills she's wearing today. She's beautiful in a classic, innocent sort of way. Her eyes are an honest, endearing blue that for some reason remind me of Will. But you turned out to be. Her face, cast downward, is beet red. So nice. I mean, her cheeks color visibly, her eyes hesitantly meeting mine. You're kind, quiet, and you're not like other boys. You don't tease me. You don't say anything mean. She lifts her gaze, peering from under pale eyelashes. I think I like you. At that point, her redness intensifies to a watermelon color. When she gazes at me hopefully, I feel guilt pricking me like steel needles. I'm flattered you think of me so highly. It's an internalized response, devoid of any feeling. I will endeavor to live up to your expectations. Your Highness, I hope we can be friends. Friends? I swallow. That would be nice. She nods, moving another inch. Princess, were you at Burr? A cough brings our conversation to an abrupt halt. My brother, Crown Prince Arthur, lurks in the shadows. Sorry for interrupting your sweet serenade. He shrugs apologetically. Father's looking for you, Aiden. What? I'm taken aback because my father never wants to speak to me. Why? Relax, Arthur says. You didn't do anything. It's about, he smiles at Princess Susanna's tomato-red face. Why don't I escort you back in? She gives him a slight nod. Turning my ear, he orders, go to his room. I'll meet you there. Susanna walks away with my brother, her eyes constantly darting back. After they become shadows, I hurry up the carpeted stairs to my father's chamber, eager and impatient. 2 guards stand outside the door, alert. One of them bows and opens the door for me. I feel the signet ring in my trouser pocket before entering my father's room. King Adam Garius stands next to the moonlit window, his heavy velvet cape flowing down, until it becomes one with the checkered monochrome floor. The bright lamps bathe the room in a warm glow, bringing out the dark blues and grays that decorate his chamber. The tapestries and bedsheets have been changed since the robbery. My father's hands are clasped at his back. Father, I utter, eager to get this meeting over with. He turns around, and I feel like I'm looking into a mirror. With his obsidian eyes, raven black hair, and pale face, he looks like my reflection. He is heavy with a broad build, unlike my own. The crown on his head makes him appear intimidating. Aiden. His thin, colorless lips break into a smile. How are things progressing with Princess Susanna? Well, as always, I find my courage slipping. My father makes my insides turn to jelly. I've never been able to tell him about my uncle's evil deeds, or my true inclinations. He's a cold, distant figure who only exists to instruct and judge me. As always, I defer to his authority. Good. His beard touches his collarbones. I have a task for you. A task? I question, blinking. My father's never given me a task before. You're old enough to take responsibility. What I am about to tell you must remain between us. Of course. I look at the emerging moon vacuously. Something went missing from my room a few days ago, he begins. I suddenly realize that I am rolling the signet ring around, my hands in my pockets. Jerkily, I draw my hand out, raising an eyebrow to look surprised. It was a ring. A ring? I ask, swallowing. Didn't the palace guards find it? No, the maid said it was nowhere to be found. I accidentally dropped it on the night of the ball. Do you think the staff stole it? I ask. No, the ring isn't worth much. Unless? No. He shakes his head. That's not possible. The palace is ironclad. Nobody could have gotten in to steal my ring. I'm sure he is hiding something, but I don't press. What can I do? I want you to find the ring. I know this isn't a prince's job, but this ring is important. We can't let anyone know it's gone. If it gets into the wrong hands. He shakes his head, not needing to complete that sentence. It's a signet ring with an R embossed on it. He describes the ring in detail. If I had any doubts, they vanish upon hearing him point out the distinctive features of the signet ring that I have in my pocket. I swallow once again, shifting my weight from one leg to another. And where did you last see it? Here. He gestures to the open bedchamber. I don't think one of the staff stole it. The palace guards interrogated everyone. There could be a thief among us. Thief? Do you suspect someone? Not anyone from the palace. My father's heavy voice echoes through the silent room. I want you to locate the ring and bring it back. As you wish. I bow. I don't think you'll find the ring here, he says. I already had the guards search the palace. If it was stolen, it probably ended up at the black market, I toss out. When he turns to me with a raised eyebrow, I know I'm in trouble. I've heard of the black market at Crimson Street. The servants say stolen goods are likely to turn up there. My father surveys me intently. For a minute, I fear he'll snap my bones, but he smiles. The black market? Why didn't I think of that? Very good. Begin your search there. But it's dangerous, I protest, trying to stay true to the character of a sheltered prince. He mustn't find out what I've been up to. Can't we have someone else find it? You'll have the royal guards at your disposal. I want you to personally locate the ring. News of this theft mustn't get out. Be as discreet as possible. I understand. I blink, wondering why my father has suddenly taken an interest in the inconspicuous signet ring. As Arthur opens the door, Father says, "You've matured, Aiden. It heartens me to see you growing into a responsible young man." Arthur proceeds to my side, surveying me with curiosity. He nudges me, flashing knowing smiles. They have no idea what I've been up to, which fills me with relief. I leave the room sideways without meeting Arthur's eye. I'm sure he's gaping at me because I never receive compliments from our father. I walk out of the palace, trying to appear serene, which is difficult because my heart is thundering. My father knows about the missing ring, which means Will is in trouble. Because I have the ring, I am in trouble too. The promise from nights ago flashes in my mind. I have to return the ring to Will once he's done with the theft. However, I also need a ring to show my father. Sitting on my bed, I ponder my options. At the end of the hour, I've narrowed it down to one: forgery. The black market is as crowded as ever, thieves running around in plain sight at the midnight hour. I snuck out to the market after my father went to sleep, hoping to find someone to forge the Garius ring for me. Tonight, the moon is waning in a sky devoid of stars. My feet carry me across the street, my eyes moving to make sure nobody steals my precious possessions. Bodies brush past me, slowing my progress. I search the trails for any sign of a forgery shop, arriving outside one just as the street breaks apart. I cling to the doorframe as people and objects roll around, trying to rearrange themselves. The shop bell rings several times, alerting the owner to my presence. He is a bespectacled man with a medium build. His eyes meet mine, and I'm left with no choice but to enter. I step through the upside-down door, crossing a row of paintings to reach the front desk. The sound of gears turning comes to a halt as the street stabilizes. I turn back, apprehensively eyeing the imitation jewels displayed behind a glass window. Some of them are exact copies of my mother's jewels, exhibiting the forger's skill. Still, this is my first time doing something like this, and I have no idea how to go about it. The door opens with a ring, altering me to the presence of a new customer. Old Riley, my uncle. Will's friendly smile freezes halfway when he notices me. His eyes pop out. He looks around, searching for any sign of royal guards, but upon finding none, he turns back to me. Will, I speak first, relieved to see a familiar face. What are you doing here? He hisses. Don't tell me you want paste jewels. I look left and right, raking a hand through my hair. Sighing, I confess. I want to get a copy of the ring you stole. A forgery. What? Why? I thought you didn't care for the ring. My father found out his ring is gone, I say, clenching and unclenching my fist. He wants it back, so I need to get a copy made. I'm afraid I can't return the ring to you until I have something to give him. My hand remains in his pocket, protecting the stolen signet ring. That's a killer idea, Will exclaims. You're starting to think like a thief. Must be your influence. The words flow so easily, the wall between our social classes dissolving. Straightening myself, I ask, is this place any good? It's the best, he announces. I'm here to get a copy of Prince Nicholas's study key, actually. Old Riley here used to be an apprentice to the royal blacksmith, well before the Garius clan came to power. Old Riley looks down at us, whispering to each other, and crosses his hands over his head. One of your friends, Will? He asks. Arable shoots me an intense look, following it up with a wink. I got you a new customer. He wants a signet ring forged. Really? Old Riley reaches out a calloused hand that has been shaped by work. Can I see it? Under Will's watchful gaze, I pull out the ring and hand it over to the forger. He adjusts his spectacles, using a magnifying glass to take a good look. His eyebrows shoot up, eyes swinging from Will to me. Where did you get this? I stole it, Will announces before I can come up with a reason. Do you have any idea what this is? Old Riley asks. A piece of metal. Will shrugs. Can you make a copy of it or not? It's a piece of metal that can cause a revolution. Old Riley hisses, his white mustache ruffled by the movement of his lips. That's when his gaze falls upon me. Who is this? His snowy eyebrows bunch together, revulsion overtaking ease. He looks just like the king. Fear floods my belly, growing heavier by the moment. I should have known it was a bad idea to come here. No way, Will cuts in. Why would a member of the royal family be here? He's my friend, Johnny. I raise an eyebrow dubiously, but play along. He's the expert here. Everybody thinks Johnny looks like the king. He's made quite a killing posing as royalty. Really? I'm not sure Old Riley is convinced, but he accepts Will's words. And why does Johnny want a Rutford signet ring? Is that what is it? I ask. A Rutford signet ring. I've heard that name before, though I don't know who it belongs to. I told him about it last week, and it caught his fancy, Will goes on. He says it seems just like the thing the royalty would wear. That's right. I need the ring for an assignment. I join in, filing the name away. A Rutford ring, really? Old Riley sighs. Then, leaning closer to Will, he whispers, I hope you know what you're doing. The last time you brought one of your love interests here, he disappeared without paying. Spots of red appear on Will's cheeks. I've never seen him embarrassed before. I didn't know he was capable of it. His silver tongue recovers quickly, though. Johnny's just a poor boy in need of some help. And we're not involved. Old Riley looks unconvinced, but he replies with, All right, but you're going to have to pay me twice the going rate. After all, you want an exact forgery, don't you? That's... Come on, don't fleece the poor kid, Will says. What about 3 sigloi over the going rate? Poor kid, indeed. I need at least 5 more. Old Riley shrugs. All paid in advance. All right, 5 more. Will looks to me, nodding in approval at the figure old Riley's come up with. 10 siglois, old Riley says. In case Johnny runs away. His eyes are as suspicious as they were before. Having no other choice, I reach into my pocket and produce 10 sigloi, placing the coins on the table. That should work. Old Riley glances between the two of us. Come back in 2 days. 2 days? I exclaim. Making copies of such a detailed ring is a lot of work. I'll need that much time to make a good forgery. Will nods, so I nod too, trusting him to know what the norm for forgeries in Crimson Street is. All right, I'll come back in 2 days. I am reluctant to leave the original ring with him, but Will assures me it's fine, so I reluctantly leave, hearing the bell chime behind me. Will follows, leaving them with old Riley. We're planning to carry out the theft tomorrow, he says, walking alongside me. The Prince Regent will be at the ball. Prince Arthur is hosting to celebrate the princess's pregnancy. We'll be in and out before he returns. We have a blueprint of the house and the servants have a day off tomorrow, so it should be easy to sneak in undetected. You've thought of everything, I remark. What did I expect? He's a professional. Just as we make a turn, the street splits, unwinding into ladder-like rows. I follow Will, who moves past the broken stones with ease, avoiding falling into the gears. In the distance, I spot a big blob of black, a group of mourners gathered around a house. The house's white surface is filled with water stains, a body lying outside covered in black. What is that? A black death, Will says. Someone died yesterday. What is a black death? My legs instinctively move toward the group of mourners, gathered like a flock of ravens over a decaying corpse. Will holds my hand, pulling me back. You don't want to go there, he says. He died because of... His final words are swallowed by the settling of streets. Will takes the lead, letting go of my arm. I follow him to what appears to be a street that overlooks the mourners. We settle into a silent spot devoid of people, watching the mourners from a safe distance. What happened to them? I place a hand on Will's shoulder, forcing him to speak. But he remains silent, eyes wandering sideways. He doesn't want to say. Has it got something to do with the rebels? No, he replies. Your Highness. I thought we agreed to stop calling me that, I say, eyes fixed on the body. The crowd begins to move. Why is a funeral taking place in the dead of night? And who was it? Will's azure eyes focus on the dead boy, and I can feel his dread masking the will to speak. Taking a step back, I try again. I forgot to thank you for watching the play with me yesterday. It is an experience I won't forget. I recall uncomfortable memories of our physical proximity. My voice sounds husky and diffused, stuck between tension and desire. I'm learning a lot about the world thanks to you. The change of topic gets his attention. Glad to be of service. A sad tune covers the silence, following the body's journey to the graveyard. It's a hollow sound like a clarinet or a pipe. The finality of death hums through my body, raising my hairs on end. I try to detect its source, but can't find it. It's a pipe, Will says behind me. They're playing it from up there. He points to the top of the building above us, and I spot a shadow extending out of the window. The funeral procession passes by us, allowing me a glimpse of the dead boy. He has golden hair and a pallid face that has hardened in death. It's strange to have a corpse's face uncovered. I wonder what it means. Why are they taking him? To the cemetery. Will's voice is a low whisper. With his face uncovered? It'll be covered once it goes into a coffin. They want the whole world to witness the injustice that occurred. The Black Army. He clears his throat when the sound of the pipe crescendos, resting his back on a grimy brick wall. When the procession passes, and silence reigns, I rest my back on the wall opposite Will. The Black Army. What is the Black Army? Aiden, I can't say this without offending the Garius clan, he says. I don't know if I should do that in front of the second prince. Will, I approach him, standing a few inches away. We haven't known each other long, but in that time, I've received much from you. And before you tell me it's because of the robbery, I hold a hand up. I'm not in the business of hiring thieves, but I know they're not all like you. They don't feel obligated to listen to my stories and empathize with them. I had hoped. I clear my throat, summoning the words. I hope we can become friends. You're Aiden, you can't mean that, he says. I'm a thief. My entire family tree is made up of traitors and cheats. You don't want to make friends with someone like me. On the contrary, you possess magical powers, a talent for stealing, and are easy to talk to. I don't think I've never told anyone the things I've told you, and you know more about me than my father does, I say. Those are desirable qualities for a friend to possess. We've known each other less than 2 weeks. Does it matter? I ask. People become friends because of shared interests. I think we share a lot of interests. Like revolution? He quirks an eyebrow. And Black Deaths? Among others. I smile. He smiles too, putting my heart at ease. The truth is, I've never had any friends. Being a prince is a solitary existence. Your status means you stand apart from everybody else, never finding an equal among the sea of faceless strangers. When I came here tonight, I never thought I'd ask Will to be my friend. But now what I've said it, the idea grows on me. It feels right. Alicia is going to be green with envy when I tell her I'm friends with the second prince, Will says, lightening up. Don't be surprised when my criminal friends come asking for help. You brought it upon yourself. I don't mind, I say. Now, are you going to tell me about the Black Army? They're soldiers dressed in black who come to kill innocent boys. Will opens. General Fawkes created the army 2 decades ago. General Fawkes? The army commander? Will nods. Do you know the legend of the Lost Prince? No. What is the Lost Prince? I ask. This is the first time I've heard of a lost prince. Curiosity pulsates in my stomach, kindled by songs of death. The signet ring that I stole belongs to the Rutford clan, Will says. They used to rule Ambrosia before King Darius came to power. That's why the name sounded so familiar. Why haven't I heard of them before? Will hesitates but finally breaks the ice. Because King Darius burned every bit of evidence that pointed to their existence as soon as he came to power, Will says. Their name has been erased from Ambrosian history, burying the achievements of the Rutford clan. I open my mouth to say something, but Will goes on. I have no recollection of the Rutfords because I was a baby when they went out of power. King Adam Darius has ruled Ambrosia my entire life. But don't you sometimes wonder how things were before your father became the king? Tell me. I've never wondered. Aiden, this might be difficult to believe, and I don't know how much of it is true. He trails off, watching my face for a reaction. Before I tell you this, you must promise me not to hang me or throw me in prison. I told you we're friends. I'd never do that. What I'm going to tell you might be difficult to accept, but I want you to listen with an open mind. Will, what is this about? King Darius didn't win a magical power battle. He massacred the entire Rutford family and claimed the throne in a coup. My body goes numb, unable to believe his words. This is why he wanted me to promise to keep my mouth shut. My mind wants to deny his words, to call him a liar and traitor. But a feeble voice of doubt lingers at the back of my mind. Could he be right? Is that why my father personally tasked me with the role of retrieving the signet ring? Is that why he banned magical power battles? There are no records of his match with the previous king. Surely someone must have forgotten to record the event. But I know such mistakes don't happen. All previous magical battles have witnesses, but my father's ascension to the throne appears to be nothing short of a miracle. A celebration shrouded in the fog of mystery. Will falls silent, sensing the conflict debilitating me. Should I go on? You lay a heavy charge on my father. I reflect upon it for a moment, my system struggling to accept the information. How do you know all this? My uncle told me. All the rebels know. Everybody else thinks he won a magical power battle, and the Rutford king killed himself and his family because he lost, he says. The rebels have lived longer than us, and they watched history as it was made. The bloody events have millions of witnesses, but they chose silence, because they know the price of speaking the truth. My eyes lose focus, the scenery before me becoming a patchwork of light spots. Resting a hand on the wall, I struggle to steady myself. You're saying my father killed the entire royal family and burned every record of their existence to make it appear like he won the throne fairly. Will looks uncomfortable. This is why I told you it was a bad idea to be friends with me. The version of events I know is different from what you were taught. Do you have any proof? Anything that validates your claims? The Black Army, he says. They're looking for the lost prince, King Rutford's heir. The body of the king's youngest son was never found. The rebels believe he might still be alive. You said the entire family was killed. That's what everyone thinks, but my uncle believes that the youngest Rutford child, the lost prince, escaped. He's been trying to find him for ages, believing the prince can aid the revolution. That's why I went to Burnwood. We thought the prince was there. Was he? I ask. But before Will can say anything, I shake my head. No, don't tell me. Will moves closer to me, wanting to say something to offer me comfort, but his hands remain tied to his side. I think you should return to the palace. Why stop now? I ask, my voice sounding bitter. Tell me the whole story. Did that boy die because the king believes him to be the lost prince? Is that why they want to reveal his face? To tell the world about the injustice that is being perpetrated in the shadows? Yes, Will says. The Black Army has been murdering boys that bear any resemblance to the dead prince. They say it's because they are traitors, but James was only 19. There have been more than 100 deaths over the last 2 decades. You know what the worst part is? He pauses. James didn't even have magical powers. He lied to everyone about being a sorcerer, and look what that did. Will, my words die in my throat. If what he said is true, I don't know what I can do. Everything I believe in is being challenged, my entire world crumbling like a house of cards. You don't have to listen to me, Will says. Go home and forget everything you saw. Forget what I said, and forget meeting me. Forget everything, except the 3,000 leones you promised to pay me. He smiles, but I can't share his lightness. My heart sinks to the bottom of my stomach. There's no way I can forget everything, he said. I'm going to lay awake all night, wondering how I was stupid enough to ignore the signs. After a good night's sleep, you can go back to being oblivious. I don't want to be oblivious, I tell him, snapping my head up. If what you said is true, then my father is responsible for the death of innocents. Do you think I can sleep at night knowing that? It's not your fault, he says. You can't choose your parents. On the bright side, you're a prince. That's a privilege, not a curse. I don't want to look on the bright side, not when my inaction could be responsible for 100 deaths. My head is swimming with facts, with situations that make a lot of sense now. I'm going to look into it, I tell him. I'll try and find facts to clear my father's name. If there's a lost prince, I'm going to find him. It's not going to be easy, Will warns. Why involve yourself in a political scandal that could blow up in your face? Because I want to, I reply. You can't expect me to go on with my life after what I witnessed today. I will find the prince and the truth behind what happened years ago. Good luck with that, Will says, more worried than sarcastic. We part on those abrupt words.
Chapter 9. Will. Thieving is half strategy and half technique. If you plan the theft well enough, you've already won the game. Planning a successful theft takes time and resources. The house staff needs to be bribed, a blueprint of the house needs to be drawn up, and the right equipment for the theft needs to be bought. We've also got to have a backup plan in case I'm caught. Ultimately, success depends on good teamwork and a foolproof plan. Prince Nicholas Garius lives in a mansion near the palace. His front garden merges with the palace's back garden. Tonight it's carpeted with fragrant roses and lilies in bloom. A marble fountain carved with an angel sits at the front of the house, with manicured lawns surrounding the 3-story mansion. I pull out the map that my aunt drew me and examine the layout. Dressed as a footman, I'm standing by the window, looking out for John's shadow, which vanishes in the distance. Prince Nicholas is out attending a party tonight, which is why I'm here, looking for the letters. After making sure nobody's lurking in the corridor, I sneak out of the kitchen and carry my stiff shoulders all the way to his study. I volunteered to clean the bedroom next to the study after John introduced me to the housekeeper as his trustworthy friend. The servants get the day off today, which is why it's a particularly good day for thieving. I'm here to make up for the lack of hands. The study is located amidst an oasis of darkness on the 3rd floor. A spare room is located next to it. The floor is clean, but not as opulently decorated as the other two. As I pass the empty carpeted floor, my shadow elongates over a polished wooden door, carved with a golden handle. I place my hand on the handle, checking if the room is locked. As expected, it is. John said the prince never allows anyone in the study and keeps it locked at all times. We suspect that's where the letters are. After confirming the coast is clear, I produce a forged key. John managed to nick the study key while the housekeeper was distracted, and we got a spare one forged. I kiss the bronze key and insert it in the keyhole. The lock opens with a click, allowing me to make a quiet entry. The fireplace has been cold for a long time, the wooden-panelled walls radiating ice instead of warmth. Nobody's in the study tonight. Papers on the desk left in exposed piles with a heavy paperweight over them. I part the curtains a tiny bit to allow the moonlight in. I can now see the outlines of a large desk, 3 walls covered with bookshelves, and an ornate sofa with a low tea table before it. I begin my search with the desk and hit gold right away. There's a ledger buried under a few books, in the 3rd drawer. I leaf through sheets of paper, noting the detailed list of transactions, some of which include payments made to unnamed sources. Though the ledger is incriminating, it's not what I need. Apparently, Prince Nicholas has been bribing a lot of ministers and unknown people for some reason. I turn my attention to the bookshelf behind me, checking each volume carefully, perusing the pages for any sign of hidden letters. I put each book back in its rightful place as soon as I'm done, so that nobody will know they have been moved. Nothing turns up in the books, though. As I take a step back, my heel senses a low pressure on the ground. I slip at the edge of the desk, almost falling into a small dent. I pull my leg out and kneel on the ground, peering at a hollow patch on the floor, half covered by the desk. Pushing the desk back, I reveal more of the squarish depression with a lever poking out. Curious, I push the lever down, exerting a lot of force. It's jammed, and appears not to have been used in ages, but goes down after a long minute of physical struggle. The growling of gears fills the silence. Startled by the loud noise, I look around the room, expecting someone to burst in through the door. The sound reminds me of Crimson Street's reorientation. Like a gate, a bookshelf opens to reveal a dark room. Moonlight reveals a chamber with burning candles. I take a step forward, but stop as the shadows change rapidly. The door lock clicks open, and a black figure shoots out. I kick before I can think, something sharp slitting my face in the process. Blood collects on my left cheek. Ouch, it's me. John's arm grabs mine, steadying me. John? John is standing dressed as a servant, holding a dagger tinged with my blood. White curtains billow, teased by the night air. What are you doing here? I ask, running to bolt the door. Helping you? You were making so much noise. He gapes at the open bookshelf. So, there was a hidden room. Do you think someone heard us? These gears are damn loud, I mutter, holding up a candle and stalking to the open bookshelf. Let's get those letters and run for our lives. John's candle illuminates a room filled with stacks of parchment, paintings, and trinkets that have lost their shine. Looks like nobody ever cleans this place. John sneezes. I hate dust. The least these nobles could do is keep their house clean. John kicks open a drawer, sheets spilling to the ground. Makes our job easier. I don't think the Prince Regent wants to make our job easier. My fingers are coated with a layer of grey dust as I examine the trinkets. Can't read a word, John grumbles. Why don't you look at the papers while I do the paintings? I sigh. Don't want to let those shiny things go, eh? You got anything? John asks. All I see is dust. Nah. I rummage through more trinkets. Hey, doesn't this painting look familiar? John asks, dusting off an oil painting of a family of 5. All of them have identical blue eyes, but 2 of the children have blonde hair, while the infant nestled in his mother's arms has brown hair. The family is dressed in fine clothes, the red-haired woman smiling weakly at the painter, the man's lips set in a haughty frown. Generous deposits of fat on the couple's bellies assure me they are nobility. Never seen it before, I admit, feeling no particular love for the mediocre painting. Portraits don't fetch much money unless they're by famous artists. This one doesn't look anything like the works of famous painters that I know. What's this? A stack of letters falls out of the back of the painting. The letters, 3 of them, are scattered on the carpet. I didn't know you could hide letters in a painting. I snatch the stack full of yellowing envelopes with broken red seals and begin reading the letters. All the messages are from someone called R and addressed to Prince Nicholas. The first line I read makes me gasp. I know where the lost prince is. Whoa! My jaw drops open as I scan the rest of the letter. This R person must be a spy hired by Prince Nicholas to discover the whereabouts of a missing prince. That good, huh? John dusts his hands. Are those the love letters? No, but they're... Hey, this one says he's found the lost prince. What? John exclaims, running his eyes over the letters. I move on to the second letter, which is 1 sentence long, just like the first one. They're more notes than letters, really. He was spotted near a revolutionary club last night. Ah! I wonder if my uncle knows the writer of this letter. This could be the key to locating the lost prince we've all been looking for. I didn't think he was alive, John says. When were these letters written? There's no date, I say, turning them over. But the pages look new and the ink hasn't faded. They must have been exchanged recently. The reply is in the prince's own handwriting. Name your price. N. 1,000 leones in exchange for the prince's identity. Done. N. I clutch the letters close to my thudding chest, confused. Has Prince Nicholas found the lost prince? What is he planning to do with him? The sight of James's corpse lying outside his house comes to me. I hope they aren't planning to kill him. Hypnotically, I read one letter after the other, my eyeballs moving at the speed of light. We've hit the jackpot, John says. Why don't we nick these letters too? Da will be over the moon. I pocket them, handing half of them to John, who tucks them under his jacket. I hide the others, watching the door with one eye. We need love letters, I remind him, restoring the painting to its original state to hide what we did. I scan the room to find several other documents, all referring to a mysterious prince. The next document that I find dispels that thought. On a desk inside the hidden chamber is an unfinished letter that says, I want to meet the Rutford prince. Unlike the other notes, this one isn't addressed to R but to Raymond. The name gives me pause. Could it be... I think I found the letters, John says. A pile of envelopes is spread out around his feet, a book lying open in his hand. He opens the first letter and begins reading. Dear Aiden, I miss you. Hey, isn't Aiden the prince's name? The cat's out of the bag. Don't tell me. John's eyes widen. The second prince asked you to steal his letters? No wonder he's paying us 3,000 leones. Keep it down, I hiss, shoving the unfinished note into John's pocket. The entire world doesn't need to know. Uncle Ryler needs to see Raymond's letters. If he knows who the lost prince is, why would he make us go all the way to Burnwood to meet a phony? Does he think the old man is the real lost prince? John peruses the letter and whistles. This is the news of the century. The second prince isn't in love with Princess Susanna. Why am I not surprised? You know how royal marriages work. They have nothing to do with love, I inform him, snatching the letter away. There are 4 of them, 2 addressed to Aiden, and 2 to somebody named Orion. I eyeball the first letter. Dear Orion, I miss you. I miss the way you smell, I miss the way you sound, and I miss how your lips taste. It's no wonder Aiden wants these letters. Hey, John, do you know who Orion is? I ask, wondering if Aiden's lover is an aristocrat we know. Orion. John pauses to think. Doesn't ring a bell. Wait, isn't Orion a guy's name? Realization dawns on John's face. We exchange glances. Oh, whoa, I didn't know. Wait, Aunt Royals. The play sears through my mind, the image of Aiden and me sitting next to each other vivid. Aiden's panicked reaction suddenly makes sense. I guessed it, but the letter is irrefutable proof of his inclination. The blackmailer, Prince Nicholas, must be using his sexuality to get Aiden to do his bidding. No wonder he is desperate to get his letters back. Breaking my own code of ethics, I peruse the letter for any clues. Father is ill. He says I must study hard to take his position as the next Minister of Law. Aiden must be in love with the Minister of Law's son. It seems like an equal match. A heaviness fills my heart at that knowledge. Why is he still alone, his eyes filled with fear, if he's in love? Why isn't Orion doing anything to get the letters back? I wonder how Prince Nicholas got these letters, John wonders. He must be using them to blackmail the prince. I collect all the letters, searching the top shelf for more. Once we've checked all the spots, I say, let's get out of here. I shove the letters at John. Keep them safe. John stuffs the letters in his pockets, making sure nobody can make out their outlines. Meet you outside in an hour? My shift doesn't end until midnight. Find an excuse to slip out. The sooner we get these letters to the prince, the sooner we can have our money. He won't be awake at midnight. These letters can't get out, John echoes with a grim set to his lips. I'll protect them with my life. I smile. Good luck with that. We're both caught unaware by whispers. Where are the servants? An authoritative male voice echoes in the corridor outside. John blanches. It's Prince Nicholas, he hisses. Quick, get out! We need to shut this chamber. I pull him out of the secret room, reaching for the gears. John clamps his hand over mine, sputtering. Are you crazy? He's outside. I recall how noisy the gears are. Send some tea downstairs, Prince Nicholas commands. Shadows shift. Then he disappears. John and I silently watch for any sudden movements. However, all we hear are fading footsteps. He's leaving. John rushes to the window, catching sight of a figure gleaming in the driveway. Looks like he has a guest. I hurry into the room and put everything back in place. When I'm sure it looks exactly like we found it, I proceed to close the door. Thankfully, the door shuts without having to operate the lever again. I'll go downstairs and find out what happened. Sneak out when you can. I reach the door, crack it open an inch, and survey the hallway for any signs of activity. Clear. I emerge outside in one swoop and shut the door behind me. When no sudden figures pounce on me, I let John out. He's cleaned up well. The room is pristine. You would never know we were there. See you. John runs one way, the letter safely tucked inside his shirt. I run the other way, taking the stairs 2 at a time until I run into the housekeeper. You! The housekeeper's voice cuts through my daze. Don't stand around. Go help in the kitchen. Yes, ma'am. I flee to the kitchen, which is eerily silent. The housekeeper makes tea, simultaneously giving me instructions. My stomach grunts, reminding me it's been a while since I last ate, but I ignore it. Thieving works much better on an empty stomach. We're short on staff today, so you're going to have to do the serving. Don't make any mistakes, she warns, setting teacups on a silver tray. Yes. Take these to the library. She points a silver tray, laden with 2 pieces of cake and 2 porcelain cups. I don't know why he suddenly wants tea in the middle of the night. All these young boys he brings home without notice. Do we have a guest? I ask. Yes, she says reverently, shoving the tray at me. Get this to the library before he starts yelling. Yes, ma'am. And once you're done, she says, with her hands on her hips, come get your dinner. I balance the silver tray and cups, putting one foot in front of the other on the carpeted staircase. I memorized the layout of this house earlier today, but the household is much larger than I expected, every corner glinting with silver, porcelain, gold, and expensive art. My hand twitches, wanting to steal the silver tray, but I maintain a steady breath, trying to quell my natural urges. When I land on the second floor safely, looking up at a large portrait of a plump aristocratic lady, I breathe a sigh of relief. She's Princess Beatrix, Prince Nicholas' wife. If rumours are to be believed, she committed suicide 16 years ago, after their only son who died in infancy. The oak library door is polished so well it reflects a blurry outline of my face. I plant a subtle knock that's answered with a heavy, "Come in." After gently turning the doorknob, I make my entrance with the teacups. Then I make the mistake of looking up and almost drop the cups in shock. Porcelain rattles on metal, tea spilling over the cakes, but thankfully, nothing breaks. I'm sorry. My eyes make contact with Aiden, who is sitting across from his uncle, on a velvet-cushioned chair, bored. His eyes light up with recognition, his feet propel to action. Small, pale hands help me balance the tray, taking it off my hands. These new lads know nothing. Prince Nicholas stands up, his face stamped with annoyance. He's about to strike me in fury. I close my eyes, but the blow doesn't come. When I look up, his hands have fallen to his sides, and he's examining me with interest. How old are you? In the periphery of my vision, Aiden freezes, white knuckles tightening in a death grip on the silver tray. The teacups rattle thanks to his shaking hands, spilling more brown liquid on the cool silver. I want to steady the tray, but as a servant, I don't have the luxury of ignoring my master's questions. 18, Your Highness. I bow, planting my eyes on the ground. Look at me. Nicholas Garius' legs inch closer. His thick fingers grab my chin, tilt my face up. Aiden's tremors are getting worse. I note with rising concern. You have beautiful eyes. Blue isn't a common color. The silver tray crashes to the floor. Hot tea splashes on Aiden's trousers, priceless china shattering to dust. The carpet is a mess, littered with broken shards of porcelain, smashed cake, and spilled tea. The silver tray rolls around, making a chiming noise. The prince grabs Aiden's arm, jerking him to attention. You're so clumsy, he grinds out through gritted teeth, fury furrowing his eyebrows. Aiden stands in a puddle of spilled tea and broken cake, staring intently at me. Discomfiture permeates his face. I'll clean it up. I bend to the floor and pick up the pieces. Nicholas bends next to me, threads putting an arm on my elbow to hold me still. He tilts my chin up, examining my face. Sir, I wonder if knocking him on the head would be too conspicuous. What's your name? His fingers untwine. Mine are covered in cuts and bruises, thanks to all my thieving exploits. So unlike Aiden's smooth hand that rests on my shoulder. Go fetch the maids, Aiden instructs, letting go of my shoulder. Taking the chance, I scurry away. Prince Nicholas is visibly annoyed, yelling across the distance. Come back. I shut the door, cutting off his voice, and rush downstairs. A loud argument between Aiden and his uncle hurls something against the door, creating a ruckus. I'm worried about Aiden's emotional state. I have to help him. I can't leave him alone in there with his uncle. Throwing the door open, I inform the housekeeper, I need help. The housekeeper looks annoyed, as always. What did you do? The tray slipped. She sighs. It's my fault for hiring a greenhorn. Where's John? He went home, I tell her. It's his day off. She shakes her head, irritated. I'll take the price of the teacups off your pay. With resignation, she rings a bell. A young girl materializes out of nowhere. At the sight of me gawking, she says, She's Martha's daughter, one of our maids. I nod mutely, glad the girl decided to stay back tonight. You're needed at the parlor. Yes, ma'am. The girl rubs her sleepy eyes. I'm sorry. There's some spilled tea and broken cups. You'll have to clean it up. I feel obliged to spout apologies, even though I'm not the one who broke the cups. With a sigh, she gathers her cleaning supplies and heads to the prince's room. I'm worried for her, but I can't tell her that. The second prince is there, I tell her. He has tea on his clothes. Please show him out. She nods, rushing to the scene. The door opens again, and this time Prince Nicholas shouts louder. I can't hear Aiden's voice, wondering if the girl managed to get him out. She returns a few moments later, broken porcelain in tow. He wants to see you again, she informs me. Who? Our master. She sounds worried to me. I told him the housekeeper let you go. That certainly sped the process along. You should leave while you can. You don't want him taking an interest in you. What about the prince? He left. I nod with understanding, glad she spared me the trouble of coming up with an excuse to quit. Relieved that Aiden is gone, I say, I'll be gone in an instant. What'll you tell the housekeeper? I'll make something up. She hands me a piece of paper. My sister works in that house. She'll be able to get you another job. Thank you. I take the paper from her. I don't need another job, but I appreciate the offer. Thank you for helping me. She nods quietly. I emerge at the back door, primed to flee. Just when I'm about to turn the knob, I feel a shadow spread over me. Alert and primed to fight, I spin around, blue sparks igniting along my fingers. The shadow approaches, moonlight illuminating his pale face and raven hair. It's me. Aiden has a tea stain on his trousers. Are you all right? I can hear my own breathing. Fit as a fiddle. He rakes a hand through his hair. I know he does this when he is nervous. I didn't know you would be in tonight. What a coincidence, I mutter through gritted teeth, watching out for any sign of people. Aiden approaches me, his movements stiff. When we're inches apart, he brings his finger to my cheek. The first touch makes all the hair on my body stand to attention. I watch him, not uttering a word, feeling the softness of his fingers on my skin. I want to sink into the touch, but I must remain alert. My job here isn't finished. I'm sorry, he says, pulling his fingers away as if struck by a flame. I know how he gets. I was prepared to knock him out, I reply, breathless. I refuse to analyze the sensations that have taken over my body. What would be an uncomplicated romp with someone from Crimson Street is forbidden territory with the prince. And I thought we agreed to be friends. I recall my words from last night and suddenly feel hot all over. A shadow moves beyond us. I seize his arm instinctively, pull him outside the back door and shut it. Aiden is surprised by the sudden move, but he calms down upon hearing footsteps. The night air teases his hair, brushing it back. I hold his head close to my chest, cutting off his voice. We are crouched on the cracked stone path, waiting for the shadows to pass. The moon lights up the dark night sky, casting a shadow on Aiden's face. Did he come here? Prince Nicholas's voice booms. When I turn to Aiden, he's observing me with those indecipherable onyx eyes. Our faces are barely 2 inches apart, and I feel his breath fanning my cheek. His right hand grips my shoulder while my hand remains firmly on his back. Pots are tossed and broken as Prince Nicholas fumes, accusing the housekeeper of letting me flee. Aiden flinches at the sound of the third broken pot. My grip on his arm tightens. He looks up at me, trying to breathe evenly, but I can feel his elevated heartbeats melting against my fingers like raindrops. The Prince Regent leaves seconds later with a booming, "Send him up if you find him." The slamming of doors is overtaken by the chirping of crickets. When silence falls, I whisper, "He's gone." Aiden's fingers tighten on my shoulder. "Thank you." Finally, he lets go of my shoulder, standing up. I let go. "Are you okay?" I ask, rising. "You're more shaken than I am." "I'm used to it." He turns his face away. "Did you find the letters?" "Yes. I figure getting back to business is the best way to dispel the tension that hangs thickly in the air." "But John has them. I could drop them off tonight." "No, bring them tomorrow evening." Aiden rubs his eyes. "I stay at my grandmother's residence on the royal grounds. Let's meet there. I'll have the payment ready tomorrow." This is probably the right time to tell him that I can't be found on the royal grounds, but before I can say anything, he has his travel stone, ready to go. He looks up at me one last time, and I see what I didn't see before. There's fear in his eyes, a loneliness that draws me to him. He wants to say something, but he can't, the events of last night creating a wall between us. Who is Orion? I ask. He is the author of your letters. You weren't supposed to read them, Aiden says. He used to be my lover. We aren't together anymore. He left for Misgate a month ago. Is that why you were there? I ask, referring to our clash in the woods. Partly, he says. A moment of quiet passes, and I unentangle myself from him. I've had time to think about what you said yesterday, he begins. It seems that I can't forget that funeral, or the fact that so many innocent boys have been killed for no reason. Somebody has to take responsibility. And it's going to be you? I want to reach out and touch him, to offer him strength and comfort. But he is out of reach, like sunlight slipping through my fingers. Nobody else is going to do it, he says. I know I'm young and have much to learn, but I want to know the truth. I tried looking for evidence of the lost prince's survival, but there's nothing about the Rutford family in the palace. It's like you said, all traces of their existence have been cleaned. Yet someone must have ruled Ambrosia before my father. I found some letters in Prince Nicholas's study tonight, I begin. He's been corresponding with Raymond. I think Raymond knows where the lost prince is. What? Aiden's eyes widen. Where are the letters? John took them. Uncle Ryler would want to see them, I say. Locating the lost prince is his life's mission. Did he say who the prince was? Aiden asks. No, the letters weren't dated, so this could have been several weeks ago. Maybe he assumed James was the lost prince. A stone crackles under my feet, reminding me where we stand. It's dangerous to speak here, Aiden says. I should be getting back, I cut in. I'll see you with the letters tomorrow. His fingers curl around my arm. Clearing his throat, he says, Thank you for stealing the letters. I was shocked last night, so I couldn't thank you for helping me at old Riley's. You don't have to thank me for everything. I want to, he says, and I meant what I said about us becoming friends. You didn't come to your senses in the morning? I ask, teasing. I came to my senses and realized you're perhaps the only person who hasn't been lying to me, Aiden says. Once this robbery is over, he pauses. I still want to be friends. All right, I agree. I'll see you tomorrow then. Good night, Aiden. Good night, Will. He disappears in a ball of red light.
Chapter 10. Aiden. The first place I go to the next evening is the Amethyst, a social club where the most influential aristocrats gather to have a drink and discuss politics. Exactly what I need. Membership is restricted to the crème de la crème of society. Being the second prince, I have unrestricted access to the club and its various private rooms. It's where Arthur goes to find information and interact with top military officers. Bearing the royal crest proudly on my chest, I enter the club through the main door, a guarded black door on 15th Street in the Royal Quarter. Covered with ivy, the Amethyst is a long rectangular building with French windows looking out into the street. Displaying my signet ring and the coat of arms on my chest, I walk to the reception from which two curving staircases fan out. A long chandelier fills the space in between, glinting on a table filled with keys. The keys are guarded, given out to only those that have reserved a room. I pass by the reception, finding my way to a room where the most powerful men gather to gossip. A footman opens the door, introducing me to the scent of cigars, wine, and fire. Portraits of the Garius clan adorn the green walls, white plaster filling its edges. A fire blazes in the fireplace, keeping the room warm. I step onto the carpet, observing several chairs filled with men busily chatting. A wooden bookcase lies to one side, the other giving way to an open bar. That blighter in Burnwood turned out to be a fraud, I hear a voice say. Miracle worker indeed. A ruddy-faced man sits on a bar stool with his coat placed next to him. Deep into his cups, he is eager to speak about the topic which interests me the most, the lost prince. I move to the bar, taking a spot next to him, looking the other way to hide my face. Is this about that lost prince again? The voice next to him mutters in exasperation. You always talk about him when you're drunk. I will find him, he says. Or General Fawkes won't let me have my promotion. From his words, I gather he's an army officer. His bearing is aristocratic, which must mean he possesses magical powers. I hoped he'd turn out to be the lost prince, but all I saw was an old man. Mark my words, the revolutionaries are hiding the prince. Hiding him? Don't you think he's dead? The other man says. Come on, we haven't found him in 2 decades. Nobody is that good at hiding. Not with the king on their trail at any rate. The rebel in Misgate must know who he is, he says. I heard he escaped the guards after breaking into the Cassine store. Luckily, he didn't manage to steal anything. Where are you going to find him? The drunk man places his head on the counter. If only I could get into the main library, he says. I know, it sounds terribly dull, but I've heard His Majesty didn't burn all the books about the Rutford family. Some of them are at the library, in the forbidden section. Can't you ask for permission to access those books? Only the royal family is allowed to view the forbidden books, he says. I might have a chance if I were a minister. But a mere lieutenant general? I don't stand a chance. Maybe you should ask General Fawkes to speak to the king, the other man suggests. He might be able to get you in. A bartender materializes before me, looking down at my crest. Your Highness. The other 2 men turn, the intriguing conversation coming to an abrupt halt. I close my eyes, trying to deflect all the attention. The men lay eyes on me, their movements stiff because of my status. Mustering up some grace, I stand up, smile at them, and leave. I walk back to my residence after dinner and wait for Will to arrive. I spent the morning looking for clues to affirm the prince's existence, but came up with nothing. After some deliberation, I decided to go to the central library and find some information about the Rutford clan. However, I have no idea how to get a key to the forbidden section. I wanted to talk to Arthur about it since telling my father would rouse his suspicions, but Arthur wasn't at the palace for tonight's dinner. Father sent him on an errand, and he hasn't returned. Palace lights glint in the distance, reminding me of the new responsibility that I've taken on. So much has happened inside these walls, layers of history buried under limestone blocks. The gardens have cooled down after a long sunny day. Trimmed bushes adorn the path to my grandmother's house that lies at one end of the royal grounds. Following the silent trail, lead me to the entrance. I sneak in, making sure no servants are nearby. I gave them the night off, knowing Will was going to be here. The lights are ablaze, candles a long way from burning down. The maid must have lit it before she left. A flight of stairs lead me to the study upstairs. Filled with books that have hurriedly been dusted, the study is spacious and smells of wood and polish. I rest in the plush leather-covered chair, facing the smooth table. I look at the dark wallpaper and remember last night. The image of my head resting on Will's chest surfaces in my mind. I feel his invisible heartbeat under my fingertips. His electric eyes make my pulse quicken, and I wonder why I keep thinking of him. Defeated by confusion, I lay my head on the table and drift off to sleep. The sound of the door opening awakens me. I angle my head up, rubbing my sleepy eyes to catch a glimpse of the bright room. Candles are still burning, swathing the room in a dull orange glow. The edges of the books glow as brightly as the flames, Will's face reflected in a sliver of the exposed glass window. Good evening, he says. Good evening. I walk away from my chair. I was waiting for you. It was damn tricky to get in, he complains, panting in a royal guard's uniform. The irony of a thief dressed as a royal guard isn't lost on me. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out 4 yellow envelopes. My letters, the key to my freedom. Finally, they're in my hands. I reach into my coat pocket and pull out a little bag of gold coins. It falls to the table with a thud. It feels strange to conduct business with someone I've come to consider a friend. But I must keep my promise. I'll have the ring tomorrow. Will places the letters on the dark wood. I eagerly snap them up, and tear the envelopes open to check the contents of the letters. My eyes skim random words. I love you. I think I fell in love with you that summer. I miss you. I don't want to miss you, but I do. Our memories are lodged in my mind like pieces of broken glass that hurt when I breathe. I swallow, embarrassed at what I've written. When I look up, I find Will's eyes fixed on me. The bag of coins lies untouched on the table. How much did you read? I ask, trying to sound uninterested. I miss you, he echoes, his voice a breathy whisper. I miss the way you smell, I miss the way you sound, and I miss how your lips taste. Flames flicker in his midnight blue eyes. My breath catches. It's as though the walls are hemming me in, and I'm left hanging on nothing but the surety of Will's firm gaze, caressed by the gentleness of his voice. That's all I read, Will finishes. Just to make sure I had the right ones. I blink, forcing myself to pull away. I stare at the drawn curtains, waiting for my heartbeat to subside. It takes me a second to realize that I'm crushing the letters. I quickly open the drawer and lock the letters in. Thank you. Glad to be of service to the prince, he replies, eyeing my death grip on the drawer knob. Still, he doesn't reach for the bag of coins lying on the table. Aren't you going to burn those? I breathe in and out, shutting my eyes to block out the emotions. Those letters are the last shred of hope that I have. Once they're gone, all evidence of the love I shared with Orion will vanish. All the evidence of who I am will vanish too. Though they're painful, they're a reminder of a past that I might never have the chance to live again. But I know I must let go. So I avoid answering his question and reply instead, Congratulations, you're rich now. Thanks to you. He still doesn't touch the bag of coins, studying me silently. The letters before me put me in a mood, dragging me to the past from which I've never been able to extricate myself. Now you know my secrets, I say. All of them. I guessed it, he says, the truth hanging over our heads. Is this what your uncle has been blackmailing you about? My marriage to the princess depends on maintaining a pristine reputation, I say. Ambrosia needs this match. You know how fragile things are with Vulcan. It would be selfish of me to ruin all our lives because of an affair. And is it so bad to be selfish? Will asks. That surprises me. I've never considered it before, but every word he says sparks new possibilities in my mind, leading me down corridors that might be a shortcut to ruin. What do you mean? I approach him with unsteady palms. You can say no to the marriage, can't you? I don't know. I've never considered not marrying the princess, though I know I don't want to. I don't want to disappoint everyone. Being a prince sounds terribly dull, Will remarks. And to think I dreamt of being born rich and titled. His voice drifts off. I expect him to turn away, to leave, but he says instead, Aiden, you're not just a prince, a figurehead with duties and obligations. You're a person with feelings. If that disappoints some people, that's their problem. I blink, his words like a cannon throwing me off balance. They wrap around me, making my mind pulse with rebellion. He's dangerous, but I always knew that. He is filled with the promise of freedom, a freedom that I always believed to be out of reach. Realizing he's said too much, Will pulls back, coughing. That was out of line. I apologize. I reach for his arm, staying him with a touch. No, I say. You were being honest, and I deserved that. Didn't we agree to be friends? My friends are allowed to criticize me when they think I've done something wrong. He surveys me, and I pull my hand away. Staring at the flames, I say, hiding has a way of turning you into a coward, Will. I've been hiding all my life. I don't know how to stop. You're not a coward, Will says. Everyone wants to stick to what they know. This is what you've been taught. It's your world. You're not a coward for wanting to remain safe. You're human. Tears prick the back of my eyes. When was the last time someone listened to me? Understood me? I cough, brushing aside the maudlin sentiment. Having friends is turning out to me a more illuminating experience than I thought. And now, I really should go. I'm not ready to say goodbye. With Will gone, I'll be left with nothing but the cold formality of the palace. That's exactly what I deserve. But some part of me wants to hold it forever, and follow him to his unfamiliar world. A world of crime and poverty, but also a world of freedom, a world of possibility. I reach for his arm, stopping him. Can I ask you something? My voice sounds distant to my ears. Will raises an eyebrow. On the night of the engagement ball, Alicia asked if I was your boyfriend. I keep my face low because I'm sure all my blood has suddenly taken up residence in my cheeks. Do you have someone? Will blinks at this unexpected question, but he isn't nervous or fearful, merely surprised. Not right now. Does that mean you had someone before? It's idle curiosity, but I am consumed by it. I should draw back and apologize for asking such questions. His confession could get him into trouble, but I'm a moth drawn to the flame. A lot of someones, he answers. But nobody like your Orion. I recognize his words for what they are, a reminder to not cross the line. Before I can explain my situation, the door opens, catching Will off guard. He staggers forward, losing balance. I am pushed back by his sudden movement, his chest bumping into mine, our bodies colliding until we're both on the ground, him on top of me. My back hits the carpeted floor. Ouch. Will tries to get up, his hands caging my body as he tries to steady himself. Our eyes meet for a moment, breaths mingling. Up close, I can smell smoke and metal and see the rough texture of his skin. Everything about him is unfamiliar to me. Yet the unfamiliarity calls out to me to break the chains that I have wrapped around my heart. I didn't know you were in, Your Highness. It's the housekeeper. Didn't she receive the message? She looks at Will, her nose crinkling upon finding me on the floor with a palace guard. She turns back to me, studying my impassive face. Will gets off, eyeing the housekeeper. I should go. She lingers as Will straightens himself and shoots out the door. You may go. I dismiss her, moving back to the desk where my letters sit. Gathering them up, I approach the fireplace, feeling the heat seep through my skin. One more inch and all that I've known of love will be gone. My fingers clutch the letters violently, crushing the paper. I breathe in large gasps, recording every ounce of emotion that was poured into these letters. They've run cold, like burnt embers taking up space in my heart. Only, I didn't realize how cold they'd become until tonight. When the final resistance weakens, I throw the letters into the fire. In an instant, all our memories go up in flames. Gone is our love, licked to ashes by the unforgiving fire. My eyes mist. I want to howl and tear my hair out. I want to stop this endless pain that has become a part of my skin. I want to be selfish. The flames swallow our heartfelt words, my eyes bearing witness. The edges become black smoke, leaving behind nothing of my past. I edge closer to the fireplace, feeling the warmth wash over my skin. I close my eyes, picturing the fire cleansing my soul, burning away every last trace of longing and regret. When all that remains are ashes, I get up, distancing myself from the fireplace. Coming to sit at my table, I put my head down, forehead meeting wood. Something bright glints, and I head perk up. A bag of leone sits heavy on my desk, golden coins glinting through the loosened drawstring. Surprised to see it there, I slowly bring the bag to my lap. 3,000 untouched leones are couched in cloth, not a single coin missing. My eyes prick with a mixture of confusion and understanding. Will didn't take the money. Even though it means the world to him, he didn't take 3,000 leones. Why? His eyes glinted with eagerness when I first promised to pay him that much. What happened between then and now? I know better than to assume that he forgot about it. He's too sharp to forget payments, to forgo the bag of money that could make all his dreams come true. I don't care about politics or revolutions. Only solid, shiny things interest me. What happened to the materialistic jewel thief, whose greatest ambition was to escape a life of drudgery and be surrounded by beautiful things? Did he refuse payment because I told him we're friends? Or was it because he felt bad for telling me about my father? No, that can't be. He was fine yesterday. So, what happened between then and now? I let my mind go in circles, avoiding arriving at the most obvious conclusion, because it is also the most troubling one.
Chapter 11. Will. I came home last night to find Aunt Marianne reading Raymond's letters to the Prince Regent. The absence of a bag of gold coins troubled me, making me wonder how I'd explain the situation to her. Will? I was prepared to make an excuse for forgetting to bring home payment when my uncle said, "Good job finding the letters. I didn't think Raymond knew, but looks like he's got some answering to do." "Are you going to confront Raymond about the lost prince's identity?" I ask. "They're distracted by the letters, which is a good thing for me. I have no other choice." "Don't you think that's dangerous? If Raymond is working with the prince, he'll be prepared." "I won't be alone," Uncle Ryler goes on. "Others will be there too. We have another job for you," Aunt Marianne opens before I have the chance to make an excuse. "This one shouldn't take long." "What am I stealing?" I ask. "Papers." An involuntary snort follows. "Again? Don't we steal rubies and diamonds anymore?" "These papers are important," Aunt Marianne says. "They contain the Black Army's secrets." "What?" "We've been keeping an eye on General Fawkes," Uncle Ryler says. "Looks like he knows something about the prince, too. The Prince Regent has been exchanging letters with him, and if Raymond has told Prince Nicholas who the lost prince is, we're in trouble. General Fawkes and the Prince Regent have been using a secret box in the Amethyst to exchange letters. All members have one. So you want me to go in there and steal the document from the secret box?" "Exactly," Aunt Marianne says, extending a blueprint in my direction. "This is what the Amethyst looks like. The secret box is on the second floor, next to a private dining room." She reaches for a bunch of keys tied to her waist and places 3 of them before me. Keys to the box room, and the back door. She places another item on the table, a gold brooch fashioned in the shape of a flower. "This brooch proves your membership. Wear it tonight." "Mary has promised to get you an evening coat," Uncle Ryler says. "Alicia will get the accessories. I wish we had more time to prepare you for this theft, but with Raymond's letters out in the open, time is of essence." "Go straight to the Rose after stealing the document," Aunt Marianne says. "General Fawkes goes to the club at 7 and leaves around 10. You get in at 7:30 and make your way straight to the box room. Steal the documents and get out in 15 minutes. "Sounds simple." I breathe out. "Is it really that easy? Doesn't anybody watch the room?" "No, the Amethyst is a private members-only club. Only the top aristocrats are granted admission. That's why General Fawkes chose the place to exchange documents. I believe he's communicating with the Prince Regent." "What if the Prince Regent gets there first?" I ask. "We'll make sure he is indisposed," Aunt Marianne says coolly. "John still has his position as Prince Nicholas' footman." "She's thought of everything." "You can't make him go back in there," I say, recalling what happened on the night of the robbery. "It's dangerous." "John will be fine," Aunt Marianne says. "Focus on getting that document." Night creeps upon me like a snake, slithering through the uncomfortable crevices of my mind. I should have met Aiden at old Riley's tonight, but I chose to be here instead, committing another theft. Dressed in a black evening suit that I hope doesn't betray its inferior tailoring, I stand on the threshold of the Amethyst, looking up at an ivy-covered building with long windows. Following 3 stairs to the back door, I insert the key Aunt Marianne gave me, pry the lock open, and step in. The carpeted hallways are long and quiet, the sound of clanking vessels echoing from the kitchen. With my spine straight, I study the grandfather's clock that greets me on one side. It's 7:30, time to swing into action. I emerge at the base of the staircase. It runs to the second floor, curving around a long glass chandelier. The club smells of pine and smoke with a hint of whiskey. Voices of cheering men become audible as I climb the curved staircase, keeping my eyes trained for any sight of intruders. A waiter carries a silver tray past me as I step onto the corridor, glancing down at my golden brooch. With my hair combed back, I look like an aristocrat in a fine evening coat. The second floor is quiet since it's filled with private rooms. A room filled with personal letterboxes and a private dining room. The blueprint Aunt Marianne gave me crops up in my head, the room numbers taking on dimensions. At the end of the hallway lies the letterbox room. Guided by oil paintings and crystal lamps, I creep closer. Just as I approach the private room, the box room door opens and a figure emerges. Hurriedly, I turn the other way, pretending to admire the painting while the figure looks around. Through the corner of my eye, I spot a tall, broad man with hair the color of silver and orange flames. General Fawkes. He is the rumored leader of the Black Army, the man who makes all of Crimson Street shudder in fear. The army insignia pinned over his brooch gives him away. My solitary figure makes him stare. I turn the other way, making my way down the hallway. He lingers, watching to find out where I'm going. My eyes look left and right, searching for an empty room that I can hide in until he leaves. If I go into the letterbox room, he's sure to follow me. My hand rests on a doorknob, my escape route. With one fluid motion, I open the door, get in and close it, shutting him off. He leaves seconds later. When he's gone, I peek out. Opening the door a crack, I search for any sign of activity. The corridor is blessedly silent, with no waiters moving up and down. Seizing the moment, I rush to the letterbox room, locking the door from the inside as soon as I'm in. Prying a key out of my pocket, I look back and freeze. Standing amidst hundreds of wooden letterboxes is a tall figure in a navy coat. His shoulders are narrow, his hair midnight black. He lingers close to box number 18, General Fawkes's box. It can't be. The sound of the door locking startles him, and he turns, eyes meeting across the distance. A fine silk shirt comes into view, height followed by a pair of superbly tailored navy pants. A pair of sorrowful dark eyes follow, the muted lamplight painting a pale face with high cheekbones. Aiden. Will? He is the first to speak. The golden crest on his chest shines, the royal insignia, reminding me of who he really is. His perceptive eyes size me up, taking in the key in my hand along with the brooch and clothing that I'm wearing. His eyes go wide, mesmerized by what they see, and for a moment I know that he's breathing me in, going over every detail of my new, sophisticated avatar. You look different. Well, I rake a hand through my hair. I dressed for the occasion. What are you doing here? Knowing how little time I have, I hurriedly approach the boxes, searching for the general's box. When I find it, I insert the key, opening it to reveal an empty wooden box. What? Looking left then right, I wonder if General Fawkes caught on. There are no documents in the box, no sign of his having been here. Are you looking for these? Aiden holds up a sheaf of papers encased in an ivory envelope, with the Army's emblem embossed in gold. I reach out for the envelope and grab it, turning over the thing to check if it's what my uncle wants. Are you here to steal them? How did you get this? I ask, the ivory envelope filling the space between us. General Fawkes gave it to me, Aiden says. After you told me about the Black Army, I started coming to the Amethyst in hopes of finding him. We met today to talk about it. He said he had an envelope for my uncle that I agreed to deliver. Have you read what's inside? The envelope is sealed. No, General Fawkes is holding a ball next week. He says the lost prince will be there. He's watching me, studying my reaction. Do you know about it? No, I confess. Has the general found him? He suspects someone, Aiden says. Though he said these documents aren't related to the prince's identity, it looks like my uncle is hiding a few secrets of his own. I hand the papers to him. Do you want to read what's inside? Yes. He tears the envelope open, pulling out sheets of paper. His black eyeballs run the breadth of the page, moving from one page to another. Ledgers. I stand behind him, glancing down at the calculations swimming before my eyes. Army supplies. What is this? I read columns with huge numbers. Why does the army require 100,000 leones to organize a lunch for promoted officers? They don't, Aiden says. This must be for the Black Army. There are records of ammunition and travel expenses that never occurred. Do you think the Prince Regent is involved with the Black Army? I wouldn't put it past him, Aiden says. The question is, why did my father put him in charge? He doesn't trust my uncle. Maybe he didn't. General Fawkes and your uncle must have been exchanging information behind his back. Do you think the Prince Regent told him who the lost prince was? Has Raymond said anything? He asks, shoving the papers back into the envelope. Why has he been writing my uncle letters? My uncle is confronting him tonight, I reply. That's where I'm going once this robbery is done. Receiving the envelope from him, I shove it into my inner coat pockets. Thank you for this. I turn to unlatch the door, but Aiden's voice catches me off guard. Will, why didn't you take the money last night? He asks. I don't turn, my back to Aiden, as my eyes burn holes in the door. I forgot. Did you? I hear the jangling of coins behind me, closing my eyes. I was planning to find you later, but it's a good thing we met. He extends the bag of coins toward me. Though I can't see his face, I picture him looking intense as he always does, trying to draw out the part of me that wants to hide. My back doesn't budge, my hands twitching to hold the bag of coins, but unable to move. I can't hold the words in any longer. I'll take it once you have the ring. That'll be tonight. I was planning to go to old Riley's once I'm done here. Aiden moves the bag away, laying a palm on my shoulder. I flinch, his touch a shock. Look at me. I turn around, meeting his intense black eyes. There's a mild confusion in them, masked with determination. Why did you leave the Leones untouched? A lie is at the tip of my tongue, but it dissolves when I see his face. He's worried. I can see it in the way his eyebrows knit together, his eyes almost turning translucent to reveal the emotion that simmers under them. His lips curve downward, halfway between a cry and a frown, as his hands remain on my shoulder. He's been lied to all his life. He deserves the truth. I couldn't take them. Why not? His voice is a husky whisper, clouding my senses like smoke. Because we've become friends, I reply. I can't cheat a friend out of 3,000 Leones. I have your ruby bracelet, and I'll have the signet ring. The robbery didn't cost more than 50 pesetas, and you've already given me 5 Leones. You probably don't know this, but the going rate for letter robberies in Crimson Street is 2 Leones. I see, he says, still serious. He doesn't believe me. Is that all it is? What else could it be? I ask, swallowing. You've helped me out today by getting me these documents. I owe you more than you owe me. Wouldn't your uncle be disappointed? What about your dream of becoming rich and leaving Crimson Street behind? I hear sounds in the distance, but they're blocked by the beating of my heart. Will, are you being honest with me? No. I should keep my big mouth shut, but I ask instead, can you handle the truth? Aiden's face snaps up, not expecting that answer. I see the same wanting in them that I see in my eyes, the same push and pull that draws us together and keeps us apart. In the light, his irises are the color of dark chocolate, points of black showing inside. A loud noise in the hallway startles me. Jerking forward, I collide with Aiden, sending us both crashing to the floor. The last thing I see are his widened eyes. Our bodies slam against each other, the force of the contact rearranging my thoughts. My face lands on his, our lips slamming together. It is an assault on my senses, draining all the oxygen from my lungs. The room swims around me, all awareness dissolving to dust. The forbidden desire that I refuse to name rises to the surface, crying for release. Sensations explode, needles of electric awareness covering my body. I drink him in, his lips tasting of honey and heartbreak, inflaming my senses. Our chests press together, and our fingers meet under the letterboxes attached to the wall. His heartbeat echoes in my chest, making me realize how nervous he is. Heat blooms where my fingers meet his, curling into his smooth white fingers the texture of fresh cream. He smells of perfume, musk, and wealth, all the things a thief like me desires but knows not to covet. However, with it laid out under me, my self-control phrase clamoring to taste the flavor I know so well, danger. It hits me like a block of ice, making me pull back in self-preservation. I move my head back, gazing into Aiden's surprised eyes. Our legs intertwined, our lower bodies are pressed against each other. I'm sorry. The spell is broken by 2 words. I push back, extricating my legs from his, trying to calm the violent beating of my heart. I extend a hand to Aiden, and he stands up as I unlatch the door in time for it to burst open. Your Highness. Aiden is caught straightening his clothing while I stick to the back of the door, hoping to escape the stranger's notice. I didn't expect to find you here. I was just leaving. Aiden's eyes bore into mine. Face flushed, clothes crumpled, and hair askew, he looks adorable, a side of him that I haven't seen before. He takes a step forward, and the intruder steps back, allowing His Highness the space to walk out. His eyes are still on me, worried and wanting at the same time. I heard the club installed a new sculpture. Yes, Your Highness, the man launches on a monologue, trying to explain the merits of the sculpture. When Aiden is at the door, he says, Why don't you show me where it is? It would be an honor, Your Highness. The man follows him out, leaving me stuck behind the door. Aiden closes the door as he leaves, giving me the opportunity to escape.
Chapter 12. Aiden. Can you handle the truth? Will's words haunt me, following me into the dead of night. Standing outside old Riley's, I contemplate the meaning hidden behind the syllables. The kiss lingers in my mind, weakening my knees. I can still feel his lips on mine, the scent of metal, powder, and the streets clinging to my skin. Dressed in an elegant black coat, he took my breath away, those electric blue eyes making my heart quicken. I wanted to touch his face, to run my thumb over his skin, to kiss those lips, but all I could do was stare, paralyzed. Will is forbidden territory, a revolutionary and a thief, a creature of the world I can never be part of. After I spent some time admiring a sculpture of a lion installed at the Amethyst's reception, I took my leave. With the Rutford ring now in my pocket, I wander Crimson Street, my thoughts running in circles. Old Riley returned the original ring to me, the fake one sitting in my trouser pocket. You better be careful, he said, eyes sharply focused on my face. That ring could turn into a huge problem. It already has. I have to return it to Will, but I don't know how I'll face him again. Producing a travel stone from my pocket, I reach for a quiet alley, deciding to spend the rest of my day at the library. Thoughts of the lost prince are sure to take my mind off this evening's kiss. Rubbing the stone 3 times, I spirit myself away. When I open my eyes, I'm standing at the Royal Library, hemmed in by stacks upon stacks of tomes. Wooden bookshelves tower over my head, extending beyond the staircase that lead to the 2nd floor. The library smells of parchment and dust. The carpet pads my footsteps, allowing me to creep from bookshelf to bookshelf. The lamps are still burning, though there's no sign of any visitors. The library is open to the public, but closes around 8. I walk the haunted hallway, finding a stack on royal families and lineage. Skipping straight to books beginning with R, I search for any book alluding to the Rutford's existence. It's as Will predicted. There's nothing. All the books bearing the Rutford name must have been burned. I bang my head on the bookshelf, frustrated by the lack of progress. Tap, tap, tap. A distant echo pierces my haze. My hands fly to my pocket to protect the ring. There's no sound of a door opening, only footsteps. I move with my back pressed to the bookshelves, trying to catch a glimpse of the intruder. Who is there? The voice originates from 3 shelves away, close enough to make my heart thunder. A shadow moves, black sketches spreading around my body. It's coming closer, covered by my blind spot. A hand seizes me from behind, knocking me off balance. My body reacts before I do, countering with magic. The vines lift me above the tall bookcases, my face visible in the moonlight. I turn the other way, eager to hide my face. Aiden? The shadow stands under me, shrouded in darkness. Is that you? I squint my eyes. Arthur? The vines ease away, gently letting me down. When I open my eyes, my brother, Crown Prince Arthur, stands before me, examining me with curious black eyes. "What are you doing here?" I ask. Arthur looks around. I don't miss the color that creeps up his cheeks. "Wait, are you here to look at the new books?" "New books?" I never pegged Arthur for the reading type. He likes to spend his time socializing with friends or drinking. Eating ranks a close third in his list of hobbies, and I suspect carousing ranks fourth. Though he's pretended to be a paragon of virtue after his marriage, my sisters and I know the truth. However, none of that explains why he's in the library, of all places. Arthur's lips curve into a sly smile. He nudges me playfully. "Thank God. I was worried about you." He baffles me. "You know, with you getting married to Susanna, I was worried you wouldn't know what to do. You've always been so uptight. But I see there was nothing to worry about." "Huh?" He smiles, turning the other way like a knowing matron. "There's no need to pretend. You're here for the forbidden books, aren't you?" "The what?" His words strike a match in my head. This is what the men at the Amethyst were talking about. The forbidden section. Hope returns to my chest, the prospect of discovering the truth of the lost prince's existence beckoning closer. "Come on, Aiden." He places a hand over his heart, pretending to be hurt. "Did you think I would chastise you? I'm not father. A young boy your age should be curious about, what goes on behind closed doors." I'm stumped. Of course, I play along. Isn't the forbidden section where treasonous books are hidden? Among others. He smiles knowingly at me. This night has taken an interesting turn. But who cares about treason when you can find a way to have fun, eh? I had planned to ask Arthur for a key, but didn't know how I'd explain the sudden urge to visit the forbidden section. This situation worked out in my favor. "Do you have the key?" "Of course," Arthur elbows me with a sly smile. "Follow your brother's lead." He lead the way, smiling more than I've seen him smile in ages. I follow, eager to keep him in the dark. I wonder if he knows about the Black Army and General Fawkes's attempt to find the lost prince. "I always thought we had nothing in common even though we're brothers," Arthur chats on our way to the basement. The basement is hidden away behind an iron door, which is bolted shut. "Don't worry, I have your back." He winks, producing a key from his pocket. "How do you have that key?" "The librarian gave it to me. You should ask the next time you're here." My throat goes dry as he inserts the key into the lock. 3 rows of heavy iron gears unlock with a click, the round iron door jutting open. Arthur steps in first, holding out a hand to me. "Come on, don't be scared." Scared is the last thing I am. I follow Arthur's lead, walking down a dimly lit staircase. If it weren't for the railing, I'd have fallen over already. When my legs touch solid ground, I look up. Arthur and I are standing in a room filled with hundreds of bookshelves. The lamps are still burning, there's collections of forbidden books stretching on forever. The stone floor is barren and cold. I follow it along to the first bookcase. "It's nothing like I expected," I remark, surveying the first 2 bookshelves for any mention of the Rutford family. Unsurprisingly, they're filled with confiscated erotic literature. A heavy pat on my back throws me off kilter. "Isn't it exciting?" Arthur asks. "The ones with illustrations are further down. I recommend the red covers. They're naughty." I look up at him, decked in a fine red coat, wondering if it's a good idea to ask him where the seditious literature is. But I'm sure he doesn't know. Having never concerned himself with anything but pleasure, Arthur is an unapologetic hedonist. "Fine, I'll wait here. I know you're scared because it's your first time and having me here doesn't help." I don't know this understanding side of Arthur, but I guess it's reserved for his friends and those with common interests. "Go on then." He gestures at the expanse of undiscovered books that await me. Thank you," I mutter, not knowing what else to say. Before he can react, I'm gliding past the bookshelves, hunting for any trace of historical royal records. My breaths echo in the closed basement. The Rutfords must have used the forbidden section too. As I get to the back of the library, my feet pick up pace. Amidst the sea of erotic literature, there seems to be no sign of any historical records. I turn right into a bookshelf filled with seditious literature, scanning each book's spine for any mention of the Rutfords. When that doesn't work, I march down to the historical records section, determined to find proof of the prince's existence. Did you find anything interesting? Arthur's distant voice echoes. Yes, I call back, eager to keep him placated until I find something useful. Crossing over to an entire section filled with traitorous materials, I scour the poorly organized material. Political pamphlets and booklets are strewn on the bookshelf. Reading through them, I arrive at one that contains records of a boy killed by the Black Army for inciting rebellion. I move to the bookshelf next to it, detailing several such deaths, Black Deaths. Pulling out a book that lies at the end of the shelf, I find a familiar name at the bottom of the list. James McAvoy. The boy whose funeral I witnessed. The melancholic dirge echoes in my ears, the feel of cold stone against my palm completing the mournful scenery. The street is filled with figures dressed in black, James's face uncovered to expose the injustice that has been breathing underground. I search the books for more details, but all I see are records of the Black Army's work. Moving on, I approach the rear, hope thinning. It's more of the same, seditious pamphlets by rebels decrying the king, asking the public to overturn the oppressive tax laws. There are some that ask for justice for the dead boys, but none that mention anything useful about the Rutford family. I rake through more mountains of explicit novels and banned literature, moving from shelf to shelf until I'm at the final one. Tired, I sit on my back, eyeing the identical bookshelves. That's when my eye catches a hole in the far end of one of them. If I weren't sitting down, it'd be easy to miss. The color of the wood appears different on that end of the bookshelf. Jolted into action, I stalk to the discolored part, sitting down to dig the books out. My breath hitches. Behind the books about the Garius clan's history are 3 books with mismatched spines. Looking around to make sure Arthur is distracted, I place all 3 books on my lap. The covers are made of plain leather, offering no information about the author or the title. I open the first book, staring down at a handwritten title. Rutford History and Family Line. Triumph lights up my heavy heart. At last, the book I was looking for is here. For the king to have hidden it so deeply, it must be important. Eager for more, I turn the first page. The first few words are obscured by water stains that have leached the ink. The pages are brittle, cracking at the slightest application of pressure. Carefully, I turn another page to find a family tree. The first Rutford king came to power 50 years ago. He wasn't from Ambrosia, but won a power battle against the then king, becoming the ruler. I'm surprised all traces of the royal line have been wiped out despite their long history of ruling Ambrosia. I turn to the next page that outlines the distinctive characteristics of the Rutfords. Rutford family characteristics. Having descended from the old Whaler line with roots in Aqua, the Rutfords have distinctive blue eyes. Blue eyes. Will's face instantly floods my mind. He's standing under the dull streetlight, the brilliance of his electric blue eyes taunting me. He's gazing at me in my study, telling me to be selfish with eyes like a cobalt ember. And I remember them gleaming like polished sapphires in a tailored black suit at the Amethyst. All those images layered one on top of another. I can't forget how his touch makes my pulse quicken, how his words draw me out of my shell, promising to take me somewhere I can be free. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about him. Focus, Aiden. It's just a coincidence, I tell myself. A lot of people have blue eyes. Princess Susanna has blue eyes too. That doesn't mean she's a Rutford. Dragging my body back to reality, I turn to another page that details the magical abilities that the Rutfords possess. Descendants of the clan possess the power to control water. If the abilities are well honed, a Rutford can create rain. The book drops through my shocked fingers. It skitters to the floor, a sharp edge pounding my foot as it falls. No, it can't be. Aiden, Arthur's voice echoes in the background. I should put the book back and hide, but my feet refuse to cooperate. Paralyzed, I examine the page on Rutford magical abilities once again, each word pounding like a death knell in my brain. If the abilities are well honed, a Rutford can create rain. It is this ability to manipulate water that makes them different from the other ruling clans. Water magic is considered to be the rarest of all elemental magic. I close my eyes and let out a shaky breath. Dread pools in the pit of my belly. I curl up into a ball, resting my head on my knees. I glance down at the scattered books, whispering a breathy, "No, it can't be." But once the idea has taken hold in my mind, it spreads like wildfire, devouring every contradicting fact standing in its way. Will has blue eyes. He is 18 years old. And he possesses water magic. His parents died when he was a child. He tries to hide his magical powers, and I caught him stealing the Rutford signet ring. It can't all be a coincidence. Goosebumps break out on my smooth flesh, the image of Will's face waxing and waning like the moon. I recall the scene in the forest, stunned by the extent of his magical powers. His control is extraordinary, his abilities superlative. Nobody but a prince would be able to produce rain, turning water into ice with such ease. Though my heart doesn't want to believe it, my mind tells me there's no other conclusion. I shut my eyes tightly, trying to block out the facts that I must face. They're like monsters in the dark, better hidden than illuminated. Can you handle the truth? His words are ironic, now that I understand their true meaning. Thoughts of a future filled with selfish courage crumble, destroying all images of us together. I remember him watching James's corpse from the shadows, telling me the truth about my father's actions. Did he know who he was back then? But of course, he must have known. Was it all an act, a cobweb of beneficial lies? It can't be. I recall the hopeless expression on Will's face as James' body passed us by. He was as affected by the Black Deaths as I was, perhaps more, since he could be one of them. The thought makes my heart tighten, clamping shut like an angry fist. Dazed, I stare at the book, words swimming before my eyes. I can make all the excuses that I want, but this is the truth. Will is the lost prince, and I, the son of the man who slaughtered his parents, winning Ambrosia in a coup. Our friendship is a threat to both of us, the forbidden attraction simmering between us a shortcut to death. Aiden? Arthur's voice is so close, it makes the hair on my body stand up. Propelled to action, I shove the books into the bookcase, layering the front with the books about Gurius family history. Arthur materializes seconds later, examining me curiously. I can't believe you're reading boring books about our family. He stops upon catching a glimpse of me. Aiden, what's wrong? Nothing. My fingertips brush away a trail of warm liquid trailing my cheeks. Oh, I wipe them away, hard-pressed to come up with an excuse. Were you so moved by our family tree? Arthur scoffs. No, I turn my face away, not knowing how to answer his question. Don't tell me you were overcome with emotion? He laughs. I can't say I was the same, but some boys find intercourse enlightening. I cough, neither validating nor disapproving. Using the back of my hand, I wipe the tears away. A headache pounds at my temples, pain surfacing from a deep well of despair. Never mind, let's head back. Arthur yawns, stretching his broad arms over his head. My head remains low as I get back up and follow Arthur out of the forbidden books chamber. You should get to bed. As I see the library for the last time, I wish I could undo the last few minutes. Until tonight, I wanted to know the identity of the lost prince. Now that I do, I want to erase it. I want to forget the truth that has turned my entire life into a lie. Arthur and I return to the palace using our travel stones, parting in the hallway. I return to my residence, thoughts jumbled, reality blurring. As I lay my head to rest on the soft pillow, I wonder where Will is. Is he back at the Rose, in the company of the sweaty, drunk revolutionaries that he disdains? Does he dream of laying his head on a fluffed pillow instead of the hard floor? Does he dream of wearing the fine silks and wools that I don't spare a second glance? I recall him in a coat tonight, looking every bit like the prince that he is. Luxury suits him. How am I supposed to destroy him after having kissed him? It has taken 18 years for his identity to be exposed. He's done a good job of hiding, but he can't hide anymore. If Raymond saw what I did, he must know that Will is the Rutford prince. And if Will is right about the letters, my uncle knows too. That makes me sit straight up. He can't know. With his ruthless ambition, he'll sacrifice Will, killing him before he ever has the chance to live. I recall his perusal of Will on the night of the robbery, my optimism rapidly sinking. He must know. Does my father know? Is that why he wanted me to go to the black market? Does Arthur? Does old Riley? My lips set in a grim line. I determine my next course of action. Because after tonight, I can't just sit and watch.
Chapter 13. Will. A narrow hallway lead me into the rows. Papers crunch inside the pocket of my tailored suit, Aiden's scent clinging to it. I wipe my lips, reveling in the feel of his mouth on mine. After tonight, I'm done lying to myself. What began as a business arrangement has progressed to something more. I want more of him, to lean into that kiss without having to worry about all the reasons we can't be together. Sounds without a source echo in the silence, each step painting a clearer picture of the Revolutionary Club. Though my uncle is politically active, I've only been to the Rose twice before. The narrow corridor opens into a large club that looks much like any other tavern. Two men are busy serving drinks behind a long wooden counter. It is overcrowded, and a lot of large men are squeezed into the narrow confines of the tavern. I tiptoe my way to a wall to catch a crowd gathered at the center. I can hear them more clearly now, as whispers become voices. "Raymond, sit down." That voice makes the hair on my body stand up. The other silhouettes sit, with only one rising above them, a squarish bald head with a prominent broken nose. Let me explain. Dr. Cairo and Raymond sit next to my uncle, Raymond shooting daggers in his direction. Further members cluster around them, the bartender falling over his heels to overhear the conversation. The letters that John stole are laid out on the desk for everyone to see. Holding the documents close to my chest, I await my turn. "When were you planning to tell us?" the bartender asks. "Soon," he says. "You must understand, I kept the prince's identity a secret to protect him from the Black Army. Look what happened to James. Word travels fast in Ambrosia." "I'd never betray you," Raymond says, his voice gruff with emotion. "You know that. And to think we were chasing random boys in hopes of finding the prince." He scoffs. "I couldn't believe my eyes when Will produced water magic at the forest." Dr. Cairo swallows, looking at my uncle, whose lifeless eyes gaze in my direction, not knowing I'm there. Behind him I spot my aunt, looking at the revolutionaries with her lips pressed in a line. "He materializes water from the soil, for God's sake," Raymond says. "You can't hide it from me anymore. Will can make the skies rain. He can turn water into ice." "How did he learn to do all that?" "How can he do all that?" Dr. Cairo explains. "He inherited magic from his father. Ryla got him a magical tutor to refine his abilities. All this time I can't believe he's been under our noses." The bartender's voice is an airy whisper. "How could you do this to us, Ryla? How could you hide the lost prince from us?" His words knock the wind out of my lungs. It can't be. I can't be the lost prince. Wasn't the prince supposed to specialize in earth magic, not water magic? Everything I know begins to crumble, doubt replacing familiarity. All our trips to look for the prince run through my mind, ending in the most recent one to Burnwood. Why would Uncle Ryla make us all go there if he knew I was the lost prince? To protect me, that's why. That's why Aunt Marianne wanted me to hide my magical abilities. Strangely, it all makes sense. The nameless gravestones in the garden, the extent of my magical powers, the death of my parents, and the reason I have lived in hiding for so long. Back pressed against the wall, I try to calm my hysterical breaths, searching for an oasis of calm amidst the rapidly changing scenery. My mind searches for reasons that would prove Raymond wrong, that would turn me back into William Ryler, jewel thief, but there are none. It's not that we don't trust you, Aunt Marianne says. She stands next to the counter, her form hidden by a wooden shelf. Ryler and I were worried for the prince's safety. Knowledge of his magic would expose him. Fear crawls up my skin, making my hair stand on edge. James's lifeless face flashes at that moment. Now I realize why I felt visceral fear upon gazing into his closed eyes. He was taken instead of me. I was supposed to be in that casket, my face on display for the entire world to see. The Black Army is still looking for the lost prince, Dr. Cairo explains. The ring we stole might have cemented his suspicion. Old Riley tells me that someone came to get the Rutford ring forged. It was an original. He cuts my aunt a sharp look. I thought you had it stolen. Will was caught stealing by some nobleman, my aunt says. We had to carry out another robbery in order to have the ring returned. Do you have the ring now? We'll have it tomorrow. I'm guessing the boy got it forged so he'd have something to put back, he says. Though I don't know why he'd do that. That is not a good idea, Dr. Cairo says. This is just a theory, but old Riley said the boy had Garius features. Do you think he might be one of them? Them? Garius. What do you mean? Aunt Marianne's eyes narrow. He could be a prince, Dr. Cairo enunciates. Old Riley said that he resembled the second prince. Will says his name is Johnny, and he's a con artist who cheats people using his resemblance to the prince. But if Will was caught stealing the ring by the second prince... Dr. Cairo trails off. It's possible, isn't it? You said Will stole the ring on the day of Prince Aiden's engagement ball. What if he stumbled upon him? A chorus of gasps follows. This robbery that he committed might have been part of the king's plan. Maybe he wanted to verify Will's real identity. Raymond stands up, unable to bear the suspense. Prince Aiden must have been tasked with eliminating the lost prince. My heart beats violently, ears rejecting Raymond's hypothesis. Aiden didn't approach me with the intent to defeat the revolutionaries. Contrary facts stack themselves one atop another. His interest in revolutionary clubs, knowledge of my magical powers, his desire to talk to Raymond, his presence in Misgate. They could all be construed as proof, but I still refuse to believe it. I remember his trembling shoulders, shaking with despair when I told him the truth of his father's ascension. I remember his breath mingling with mine, watching me silently. Nobody is that good an actor. The king doesn't know, Aunt Marianne says. Not yet, anyway. And how do you know that? One of the men asks. I confirmed it, Raymond said. There's something I must tell you all. We have had an aristocratic supporter all these years, someone who has kept the rose safe from the king's prying eyes. Don't you ever wonder why none of our members were arrested by royal guards or taken by the Black Army? An aristocratic supporter? One of the men asks. Who? He is on his way, Ryler says. Once he gets here, everything will make sense. I back away, accidentally dropping the papers in shock. The envelope hits the floor with a hard thud, papers scattering. Raymond approaches me at lightning speed, another man pointing a sword at me. Startled, I move back and hit my head against the cabinet's roof. Ouch. Will? I hear my aunt's voice, his feet missing the papers. Is that you? I turn from one man to another, wishing I had a travel stone. Raymond raises a hand and the other man lowers his sword, assessing me with curiosity. He looks just like the late king, he remarks, moving closer to me as if captivated. His knees collapse. How did I not see it? I bend down to gather the papers off the floor. Once they're in my hands, I place them on the table. I submit myself to the scrutiny of 7 pairs of eyes. Is it true? I ask, my low voice concealing dread. The papers tremble in my shaky hand. Am I really the lost prince? Yes. My uncle doesn't flinch or hesitate. You heard everything. I lean on the edge of the counter, steadying my breath. Why didn't you tell me before? It's better you didn't know. I thought by keeping your identity from you, we could protect you. This comes from Aunt Marianne, whose eyes are fixed on the parquet floor. Protect me? Your parents were murdered by Adam Garius 18 years ago, soon after you were born. I was a member of the army. He pauses. When I returned from battle, the palace had been taken over. Your parents were dead, but you were alive, crying on the bloodied floor. The Queen's maid tried to carry you away, but she was killed. Your sister... Light swims before my eyes, the words echoing in my skull. Aunt Marianne's regretful expression is all the proof that I need. Adam Garius killed your sister and took away your eyes. You thought you could get revenge on him by adopting me. No, Uncle Ryler cries. We wanted to raise you. I owed it to the king and queen. Adam Garius is unfit to be the king. Not only did he kill your parents to claim the throne, but he has also ruined Ambrosia. Wiping the trail of salty tears that stains the collar of his shirt, he goes on. I'll never forget the day I found you. You had been crying for hours, covered in my sister's blood. As I held you in my arms, I vowed to protect you and make you king. Half of what he says goes over my stunned head. His arm wraps around me, holding me steady. Aunt Marianne's palms close over mine, making me realize I'm shaking. I wanted to tell you, but was afraid it'd put you in danger, he says. Your aunt and I have always thought of you as ours, Will. We raised you like you're our son. I blink back a tear, too shocked to take this all in. Is that why you told me to hide my magic? Yes, Adam Garius knows you're alive. He's been killing innocents for years in hopes of finding you. Now he's closer than ever. General Fawkes found out about your existence. The documents I asked you to steal contain his plans. I look down at the papers that I'm holding. What do you expect me to do? Aunt Marianne steps forward, eyes glistening with tears. The uncharacteristic display of emotion from two unemotional people makes my skin prickle. I know it's too much to take in, but we're so glad you're alive. Many are unhappy with how Garius rules, my uncle interjects. We need to put an end to his oppression. We must do to him what he did to your parents. His hands are on my shoulders, the lines of his face deepening to reveal generations of hatred. You must kill him. My feet freeze on the floor. This is all new to me. I don't want to kill anyone, especially the king. That's a price I'm not willing to pay, even for luxury. What if I don't want to be the prince? I've never been interested in how this country is run. It's understandable, Ryler says. You'll learn. Authority runs in your blood. That throne belongs to you. It's all that matters. I'm not sure he can see who I am through the fog of duty. They're all looking at me, their faces full of expectations. I'm the match that will ignite the flames of revolution. I'm the answer to their prayers, the harvest they fervently desire. They've waited years for this, for the lost prince who will end Garius' oppressive rule. And now he's here. Before I can come up with a response, a ball of light appears before my eyes, making me jump back. The bartender's head snaps up, his tiny nose and sharp jaw silhouetted against the light. I watch with interest as the red light condenses into a human form. A red travel stone. I've never seen anyone except Aiden use those. Dr. Cairo keeps his eyes peeled, watching the light transform into a long shadow. A body comes into focus, followed by a pair of sharp black eyes. My jaw drops open involuntarily upon identifying the familiar face. Prince Nicholas Garius stands before me, casting me a supercilious gaze through his greying eyelashes. His dark eyes are a Garius trait, but lack the warmth and compassion that softens Aiden's face. Instead, his papery skin reveals his sinister character, his fingers wrapping around the travel stone. He places it in his pocket, meeting my eyes with a devious grin. Good evening, gentlemen. His eyes flicker from me to Uncle Ryler to Raymond. Dr. Cairo is surprised, but the others aren't. The bartender moves behind the counter, coming to greet the Prince Regent. Fear bubbles in the pit of my stomach. His shadow inches closer to my trembling frame. I hold my aunt's hand for support, straightening my back. It looks like everything is in order for my arrival. His voice makes my stomach turn, reminding me of the first time I saw him, in the king's room threatening Aiden. Knowledge of his misdeeds shrouds my head like mist. He's the reason for the endless sorrow that fills Aiden's eyes, the blackmailer who threatened his secret with letters. I knew you looked like a Rutford the moment I laid eyes on you. To imagine the lost prince is a servant. He knows who I am, the thief that stole his letters. What a twist of fate. You're the aristocratic supporter. It's the most logical conclusion. My aunt's slight nod confirms my suspicions. Suddenly it all comes together. The reason Raymond has been writing those letters to the Prince Regent. Welcome, my uncle says with outstretched arms. Prince Nicholas manages a perfunctory hug, as unconvincing as the rest of him. Our famous supporter is here. What? Dr. Cairo mutters. This can't be. He's the Prince Regent, for goodness sake. Yes, you are all right, Raymond announces, the light from the ceiling framing him. The Prince Regent of Ambrosia is our aristocratic supporter. But the royal family wants Will dead, Dr. Cairo protests. He is using us to get to the prince. Calm down. The Prince Regent holds up his hand. I know you doubt me because of my origins, but I have always supported the revolution. All these years, Ryla and I have worked together to protect the prince and deceive the Black Army. In fact, I saved the Rutford prince from death. What? I realize I've spoken once the words are out. Fortunately, they're swallowed by a round of exclamations. Yes, Prince Nicholas explains, his waxy face glowing in the light. I saved you the night my brother murdered his entire family. It was the best I could do. The maid who carried you out was dead, and Ryla had lost one eye. I cleared the way for him as he carried you out of the palace, slashing any soldiers that stood in our way, sneaking you out through the underground passageway. You're lying. He's telling the truth. It is my uncle who cleaves the discord with his heavy voice. Prince Nicholas and I saved you on the day of the massacre. He's been exchanging information with General Fawkes, keeping the general's suspicions at bay for 2 decades. The room swims before my dizzy eyes. I grab the wall to steady myself. I let Ryla pass through on the night of the murder, lying to my brother to protect the prince, Nicholas announces. I have always sided with the people. You told the king about the prince. An accusatory voice breaks through. The king has been looking for the prince ever since he disappeared, Prince Nicholas says. There's nothing new about that. However, I haven't revealed Will's identity to the king. General Fawkes might, though. Does he know who I am? I remember him because John stole documents from his house the night I visited the Rose with Aiden. I remember his eyes focused on me in the hallway. Did he see what Prince Nicholas did? Did my distinctive Rutford features give me away? He's been looking for the prince for over a decade, and I'm afraid he's found out about Will. The scene in the forest pointed suspicion in our direction. Nicholas's eyes rest on me as he says those words. The good news is we can prevent this information from reaching the king's ears. I have a plan. What plan? I question. We'll give the general what he wants. If he wants the prince, he'll get the prince. What does that mean? I ask in a low voice. You'll accompany Prince Nicholas to General Fawkes' house to bait him? Uncle Ryla fills in. Then we'll kill him.
Chapter 14. Aiden. A slanting ray of orange twilight falls on me. I watch the lace curtains that were replaced today sway in the wind, letting in a gale of evening breeze. I haven't seen Will ever since my visit to the library. It's been more than 5 days since we last clapped eyes on each other. The Rutford ring remains in my pocket, a reminder of the truth. He hasn't come back to retrieve it, which must mean he knows the truth too. A knock resounds on the door, putting an end to my daydreaming. Come in? The door opens a slit. His Majesty the King requests your presence in his chamber. The servant's voice is followed by a glimpse of his liveried form that vanishes as quickly as it appears. I pull myself out of a cloud of gloom and make my way to the gilded hallway. I look at the paintings line the corridor. Most of them are portraits of my ancestors. Their judgmental eyes look down at me, pushing me further into my cage. They're all a part of the bloodshed that defines our clan. There's a portrait of me among them that brings me to a stop. I run my fingers over an oil painting I sat for last year. Dressed in a red army uniform, I gaze at the artist, the pain in my eyes palpable. Breathing unevenly before the painting, I close my eyes, returning to the difficult decision that I must make. The portraits of ancestors give way to landscapes that transport me to strange, distant lands. But my feet trudge ahead, knowing where I must be. The king's chamber is protected by a large ornate door with 2 guards standing outside. I recall the night of the ball and wonder how Will managed to make his way in. My hand subconsciously reaches for the original Rutford ring in my pocket, caressing the metal to draw comfort. Upon registering my presence, the guards bow and proceed to open the doors. Squaring my shoulders, I step in, my cape dragging behind. Once I'm in, the door closes. Twilight illuminates my father's form, aided by 3 freshly lit lamps. His velvet and fur cape are much heavier than mine, sliding gracefully down his broad, muscled shoulders. When he turns, I look into his deep-set black eyes. The image of his salt and pepper hair and beard turns sharper. Aiden, his heavy voice echoes, making the center of gravity shift. He is the figure at the center of all my questions, the rift that separates Will's world from mine. Good evening, Father. I look around for any sign of Arthur. He isn't here today. The king looks at me expectantly, reminding me of the reason I'm here, the Rutford signet ring. I pull the drawstring bag out of my pocket and place it in my father's hands. I hid the original Rutford ring in my room, not knowing when I'm ever going to have the opportunity to hand it to Will. He undoes the strings to reveal the forged Rutford ring. My heart skips a beat while he picks out the ring and examines it in the light, highlighting its coppery surface. For one moment, I fear he'll know it's a fake. When I examined the ring last night, it looked the same as the original, but my father's eyes are more perceptive than mine. Very good, he finally says, patting me on the back. I didn't know you had it in you, but I'm impressed by how quickly you found this ring. It was no hardship. Where did you find it? He pockets it. At the black market, I lie smoothly. It took me a while to convince the shopkeeper to sell it to me. You've done well, he offers one of his rare compliments. The last time I received one was when I agreed to marry Princess Susanna. I wanted to talk to you about an important matter today. He spies the door to his chamber, making sure it's firmly locked. Clearing his throat, he goes on. Do you know who the signet ring you brought back belongs to? Dread trickles into my brain. I thought it belonged to you, I reply in a shaky voice. Isn't that why you asked me to find it? It belongs to me as all land belongs to the king, but it didn't always belong to me. He produces the object from his pocket, examining it under the last recesses of twilight. Whenever I lose my way, I look at this ring. Holding it gives me a strange sense of power. I don't understand. This ring used to belong to His Majesty, Devon Rutford, the King of Ambrosia. His voice comes out clipped, as he pronounces the last few syllables. The King of Ambrosia? I ask, knitting my eyebrows to appear convincingly confused. But aren't you the King of Ambrosia? He smiles, approaching me like a gigantic spectre. That's right, my boy, I am. He laughs. But it wasn't always like this. Before I took the throne, the Rutfords ruled Ambrosia. I recall what I read at the library. To keep him going, I prod. There was someone before you. I mean, there must have been, but there are no records of their existence. Because I had all the records destroyed, he admits, making my heart plummet. You're old enough to know where I came from. To know of all the sacrifices your father made to become king. Let me tell you a story. I swallow, bracing myself for what follows. Aiden, I wasn't born a king. I wasn't born a prince either. I was born Adam Garius, the second son of a general of Ambrosia's army. My father was knighted for his contributions on the battlefield, making us an aristocratic family. When he was knighted, we were all taken to the hot spot in Burnwood and granted magical powers. He clenches his fists, making the ground shake. That's how I came to possess earth magic. I inhale sharply. The Rutfords didn't possess earth magic because they aren't originally from Ambrosia, he says. The Rutford ascendants came to power through magical power battles. Their magic was among the most powerful, passed on from generation to generation. For more than 5 decades, the family was undefeated. Until you. He turns his back to me, breathing heavily. Some men are born to rule. Do you believe that, Aiden? I don't know what the right answer to that question is, so I settle for clearing my throat. No matter where such men are born, nature always conspires to put them on a throne, where they truly belong, he says in a low voice. I was one of them. The Rutfords were believed to be generous and benevolent, but the public didn't know how vain they were. They'd never let another family ascend to the top positions of power. Power was always kept within the family. Isn't that how things are now? I ask. The royal family holds supreme power. My father turns, his eyes narrowing. Yes, but I was born to rule. I was born to hold power in my hands. His fingers curve. I hated how I had to bow and scrape when I belonged on that throne. People say ambition and jealousy are petty, but those petty emotions have the power to change the course of destiny. I decided to take the throne that I deserved to sit on. What did you do? I ask quietly. I killed the entire royal family. It wasn't accomplished in a day. It took years to plan the assassination and to get all the leaders on my side, but I did it. Everyone was unhappy with how the king managed the court. Why do you think they supported me? His face contorts. Before I slit Devon's throat, he pointed a bloodied finger at me and called me a traitor. He laughs, a mad, cackling laugh that wraps around my shaking body. I'm not a traitor, but a savior. I saved Ambrosia from the tyranny of Devon Rutford. I burned down every book and painting that had the Rutford name on it. My aides assassinated everyone with a connection to the them. We made sure nobody would ever know such a dark age ever existed. A new age was born. No matter who rules Ambrosia, there will always be problems. Will's words of wisdom echo in my ears. Nobody who sits on the throne can escape its hold. I don't know how to tell the king that. The throne has him firmly in its grasp with its tantalizing promise of power. You didn't win a magical power battle? No. I didn't think he'd confess. I was 18 when I inherited magical powers. No matter how hard I trained, I couldn't compete with the Rutfords. Magic was their way of discriminating against commoners. Aiden. Not everyone can possess the same talent. Don't you think it's unfair to choose the king based on magical powers? Magical power battles are arbitrary and show military prowess, not administrative ability. A true king must possess leadership and intelligence, not mere strength. I don't know what I think. All I know is that my worst fears have been confirmed. But you killed them. It's better to die than live a life of servitude. My father approaches me with widespread arms, smiling to himself. When he takes my hand, a familiar warmth spreads over my skin. My father's touch makes me feel comforted in a way nothing else can. In an uncharacteristic display of emotion, he pulls me into a quick hug. I want you to have power and wealth. To never have to bow to anyone. It's your birthright. Nobody can take that away from you. My willpower has kept me on this throne for 2 decades. It's that willpower that I wish to pass on to my sons. He breaks the embrace, looking down at me with pride shining in his eyes. To stay in power, you must crush everything that opposes you. You've done well with the first mission I gave you. Now, I have another one for you. He doesn't have to say what it is. Father, I feel weak in his embrace, my mind caught between doing what is right and doing what is easy. I made a mistake when I took over the throne, he goes on. I let the youngest Rutford prince live. He was an infant back then. Nobody noticed how he got away during the bloody battle for freedom. The Rutfords had a few faithful servants, I'm sure one of them helped the prince escape. He shakes his head. That mistake has haunted me for years. I dream of him rising from the ashes and driving a sword through my heart. He walks away from me, banging his fists on the wall. General Fawkes created a secret army to find the boy, but still he escaped my clutches. But now, finally, he's been found. The general assures me it's the Rutford boy this time. My heart quickens, fear warring with protectiveness. This is our last chance to find him before he lights the fire of rebellion in the people's minds. Commoners are terribly fickle, Aiden. They don't know what is good for them. They'll listen to anyone who promises a respite from their misery. But they don't know that no one can save them from their drudgery. They were born to be miserable. I vehemently disagree with him, but I can't find the words to oppose my father. The only way to ensure your birthright is to find the missing prince and get rid of him. I want you to finish what I started. He produces the Rutford ring, holding it up. He slips the ring on his finger. When I took over the throne, I wore the late king's signet ring. He closes his eyes. It was the moment I became King Adam Garius, the true ruler of Ambrosia. It's an ugly ring, I repeat Will's words. Why wear an ordinary ring when you could have one made of diamonds? My father laughs. It is ugly, he repeats, holding up his hand adorned with the signet ring. You're right. His laughing face makes sparks of guilt shoot in my heart. Family is a strange thing. You might not love them, but you need them. Though I don't understand my father, he provides me security just by existing. The debt of gratitude that I owe him weighs me down, rendering me incapable of making the right decision. Father, is Arthur looking for the prince too? I ask, trying to come up with a strategy to minimize bloodshed. No, I asked Nicholas to help me, but I don't trust him. It's taken him 18 years to find a lead. The general says that he has been receiving correspondence from a rebel who knows the real identity of the prince. Have they found him? They have, my father assures me, his colorless lips spreading into a wide grin. He'll be at the ball the general is hosting tomorrow. I want you to go there and kill the prince. There's no one else I trust. His dark eyes bore into me, making my knees shake. Don't worry, I reassure my father. I'll find the lost prince. Good, and when you find him, kill him.
Chapter 15. Will. Fuzzy balls of candlelight glint on the checkered floor as women dressed in frothy dresses, encompassing the colors of the rainbow, flitter around the room, exchanging the latest gossip. I stand with my back resting on the beige wallpapered wall, listening to a lady in a yellow dress, excitedly discussing the prince's engagement. "I can't believe the second prince is engaged," she exclaims, her blonde head bobbing up and down. "He is so young." "I attended the engagement ball," another puts in. I can only see her fleshy fingers adorned with a diamond ring from where I stand. The princess was a vision in pink. "It was a good idea to have Kronos as an ally," another one says. I spot her diamond tiara set with flaming sapphires and diamonds. It is truly stunning, but I can't summon up the enthusiasm to admire it. The reason I'm at a ball today is to participate in the kind of bloodshed I loathe: murder. Our plan is simple. Prince Nicholas, who got me an invitation to the ball, will introduce me as the lost prince. Intrigued, the general will ask me to meet me. Once we get him alone, we'll kill him. The plan is risky, to say the least, but I came prepared with a metal plate strapped to my heart, in case he attempts something drastic. My eyes shoot to the edges of the ballroom, finding no sign of the Black Army. A vial of casein lays camouflaged in Prince Nicholas's pocket, ready to be used when the opportunity arises. He plans to use a dagger laced with casein to stab the general once we get him alone. There is a high probability that the king will find out, but we're prepared. Now that the rebels have me, they are itching to incite revolution. General Fawkes's death will be a message to the king. The Black Army's days are numbered. Last night, Uncle Ryler sat me down and did the most unusual thing. He cried. My stoic uncle held his weeping face in his hands, and with shaking shoulders said, "I am sorry." Thankfully, Alicia and John weren't home. My aunt sat next to me with a grim set of her lips, but there was tenderness in her eyes as she said, "I tried my best to be a mother to you." Shoulders quivering from uncontrolled sobs, my uncle said, "You're meant to be the king, Will." He paused to wipe tears away. In a calmer voice, he continued, "It killed me to have you steal jewels that should rightfully belong to you." But I had no choice. Ryla didn't want you to become a thief, my aunt continued. But after Adam Garius inherited the throne, we had no choice but to live in hiding. Crimson Street was the only place where outcasts and revolutionaries could reside without fear. After a few months, we realized we had to steal if we ever wanted to get you back on the throne. I didn't want to teach you to pick locks or steal letters for 3,000 gold coins, he goes on. It killed me to see the rightful king of Ambrosia starving, longing for the luxury that belonged to him. He broke down before he could finish that sentence. Uncle Ryla. As I say the words, I remind myself that he isn't really my uncle. Thank you for saving me, and thank you for taking care of me. I sounded sincere, saying those words. I'm in your debt. My uncle shook his head. But I don't want to be the prince. I don't want to participate in the revolution, though I know I can't prevent it. And I don't want to kill anyone to become the king. Looking back, I admit I sounded like a martyr, but I have no plans to sacrifice my comfort for the greater good of the country. Will? I hold a hand up. I like being a thief. I like stealing beautiful things and watching gold coins fill my palms. You didn't force me to become a thief. I enjoyed being one, I said. But I don't want to be the king. You know I have no interest in politics. I know nothing about this country except that it is going to hell. And frankly, I don't care. I know you are shocked, my aunt put in. The hopes of the entire country rest on your shoulders, and it's a huge burden to bear. We have failed to teach you anything about governing a country, and I know it's my fault. Before she began crying, I quickly cut in with a, no. Everyone believes in you, my uncle went on. The fate of Ambrosia rests in your hands. You're more powerful than you think, Will. You possess your father's powers. You are intelligent and understand how the world works. Years of rescuing revolutionaries and living in Crimson Street have made you adaptable. This country needs you. We've all waited for you to rise from the ashes and challenge Adam Garius. That's why you must forget about comfort and do your duty as the prince. You must lead the people and usher in a new era. My aunt picked up where he left off. We will help you learn whatever you need to fulfill your role. As I sat there listening to an accounting of my responsibilities, I felt weary and trapped. The wheels of revolution had begun turning, and I could either go along with it or be crushed by its force. Either way, my willpower was bent to suit the people's needs. Is that what they call destiny? Am I just to serve my purpose in the world without having any personal desires? Blood will be shed. There's nothing we can do to stop it, my uncle finally said, his voice sore. Adam Garius killed both our families, and he'll pay for it. I slept that night, thoughts roiling in my head. Though I want to reject my identity and the burden that comes with it, I know of the sacrifices my uncle made to keep me alive. The bright lights of General Fawkes's ball blind my eyes. Champagne moves down my throat. I recall James' face. Aiden's shocked face follows, swaying like a reed to the melancholic tune of pipes. His feelings radiate like a violin string, touching me across empty space. Where does he fit into my uncle's plan? We haven't met since the night at the Amethyst. After realizing who he is, my uncle thought it was best if I didn't see him again, and so we've given up on getting the Rutford signet ring for now. Pulling myself from the wall, I return to observing Prince Nicholas make his way across the dance floor. He meets General Fawkes in the middle, a wily old fox. After Prince Nicholas whispers something in his ear, his eyes widen. Then he sees me, freezing in his place. He knows who I am. Standing behind him like a spectre, Prince Nicholas flashes a wide, oily grin at me. The mouse is in the trap. General Fawkes's jaw drops open, as others follow the direction of his gaze. Dressed in a silver coat with crystal buttons that I itch to pull out, I look like a prince. Elysia says the members of the royal family always look ugly. It's a curse inflicted by spirits in exchange for power. I wonder if that applies to me too, because the others turn their faces away disinterestedly. I keep my face to the light, making sure I am seen, fulfilling my role in the Prince Regent's plan. However, as my eyes sweep past the ballroom, I spot a familiar face in a sea of strangers. Aiden. He's dutifully engaged in a conversation with people who seem to bore him, dressed in a burgundy coat that cuts an impressive figure. And just like that, the complicated feelings are back again. Turning away from the woman he's speaking to, he gazes up and meets my eye. His face goes white, his eyes enlarging to twice their size. The champagne glass in his hand vibrates, droplets spilling on the floor. He knows. I look away but continue to feel his gaze on me. Prince Nicholas, on the other hand, is now standing alone. The general has disappeared from the ballroom, no doubt plotting a murder strategy. Returning my gaze to Aiden, I watch him move toward the door, speaking to a guard. Seconds later, he leaves. I move in the direction of the door, only to be intercepted by Prince Nicholas. "You're doing well," he says, thankfully keeping his hands off me. "General Fawkes is very interested in witnessing your water powers firsthand, as expected. He's asked to meet you in a few minutes." I nod, keeping a straight back as my aunt instructed. "What will you do once we meet him?" "That depends on his actions," Prince Nicholas replies, not meeting my eye. "We need to get rid of him to ensure our plan moves smoothly. While you demonstrate your powers, I'll stand behind him and use the dagger laced with cassine to stab him in the back. A befitting ending, don't you think?" I watched the open door guarded by 2 men, wondering if Aiden was called away because of me. What if he was? He's the prince, and sooner or later he's going to realize that it's his duty to get rid of me. "Your Highness." An unknown person drifts toward Prince Nicholas, and I quickly take my leave. He keeps looking at me while trying to keep up with the conversation. Appetizers go into my stomach in rapid succession. The taste of butter, fine cuts of meat, and drinks I've never tasted bring a new thrill. It's nice to experience such fine food, but I wonder if eating it every day would make the food taste bland and insipid. It's a thought I've never had before. I can't seem to digest any food thanks to the daunting task that awaits me. I can't slip up or make any mistakes. If General Fawkes turns around at the wrong moment... The guests move around. None of them suspect who I am, thanks to the king keeping the entire country in the dark for 2 decades. By the time I'm done with the food, Prince Nicholas has managed to extricate himself from the guests and comes up behind me with a low, "General Fawkes wants to see us," he says. "Follow me." I follow him down a dimly lit hallway. Lamps on both sides illuminate a string of paintings. They're all portraits of General Fawkes's ancestors. Red hair runs in the family, apparently. I saw the general at the Amethyst when I went to steal his ledgers, I say. Prince Nicholas's shoes clatter harshly, while mine move without a sound. He recognizes me. "That's good for us," Prince Nicholas says. "He was eager to meet you. Be careful. The Black Army is all around, dressed as servants." My eyes dart to the stone-faced footmen and butlers, along with several others that dot the hallway. The general spared no detail. I'm surrounded. How are we ever going to get out of here with all these men staring at me? "I have a travel stone," he says. "We'll leave through the general's room once we're done with him." Done with him. It sounds merciless. We go out to another hallway filled with columns separated by arched cut-out sections that look out to the garden. I feel the cool night breeze on my face, hearing the crickets chirping louder than the moving fountain. Somewhere down the corridor is a room with a guard standing outside. He shoots me a harsh stare before bowing to the Prince Regent. The doors are opened immediately. I spot a wood-panelled wall and a white ceiling, but before I can rush in, General Fawkes appears. He nods at me with disinterest, speaking directly to the Prince Regent. "Let's talk in private." "But Will..." Prince Nicholas' eyes meet mine, warning me. He seeks to separate us so that the army can attack. Clutching my fingers, I prepare for a battle. I'll let him in once we're done with our discussion. As you know, I am eager to witness his powers. The general's eyes fall on me, one side of his lips curving up. He has something up his sleeve. Having no choice in the matter, I step back, allowing the 2 men inside. As soon as the doors are shut, the guard glares at me. Without saying a word, he turns the other way, pretending to ignore me. I lean against a white column, gazing right ahead at the sulking guard. No voices are heard from behind closed doors. My eyes swing from one end of the hallway to another, waiting for the guards to pounce. 2 minutes pass in deceptive silence. I glance at the closed door, shifting my weight from one leg to another. When Prince Nicholas doesn't turn up, I move into the shadows. Something flying toward me, jerking instincts to life. Before I know it, I'm drawing a jet of water from the fountain, countering the force of the object with my powers. A wet arrow falls to the ground, alerting the guard. I step forward, but I find myself seized by a pair of hands. The guard standing before me lunges forward, clamping a hand on my mouth. 2 others hold me from the back, caging me between their bodies. "The poison dart didn't work," one of them whispers. "Did you see what he did? He must really be the prince we're looking for." The sulky guard reaches into his garments and produces a dagger. Moonlight falls on the unsheathed sharp dagger, propelling my survival instincts. Begrudgingly, I kick and pull in an attempt to fend off the men, but they are large and powerful. More army members join, hemming me in. I can't focus long enough to summon magic, sparks dying as soon as they're produced. "Let me go," I call out, but my cries are muffled by the hand clamped on my mouth. "Finish the job," one of them hisses at the armed guard. The armed guard maliciously holds up the dagger ready to strike me. My fingers magnetize water, hitting the guard in the face. Thrown back by the wave, he falls back, the dagger slipping through his fingers. Another guard grabs it, lunging for my chest. My hands spark and water comes flooding in, but it's too late. The silver dagger moves with the speed of light, diving straight for my chest. I brace for a pain that doesn't come. Something clatters to the ground, the chiming sound startling me. A dagger lies under the guard's boot, brown vines retreating from behind it. My head snaps up, heart thudding. The guards glance up at a dark shadow standing a few feet from us. Aiden steps forward, sparks of green filling his hands. Half his face is composed of light, and the other half shadow. My lips involuntarily curve into a smile. It's only been a few days since I last saw him, but I don't know why I feel as though my entire being has come alive, like rain falling on a barren desert. "Your Highness." The men scatter upon laying their eyes on him. He watches the 3 of them, quickly calculating the direness of the situation. "Step away," he commands. "Why, your Highness." The guards stutter. The general instructed, "I will take care of him," Aiden pronounces crisply, stabbing a finger in my direction. "Clear the way." The guards scatter, giving me enough space to move. He beckons me with a finger, playing the part of the snobbish prince all too well. Standing in a circle made of guards, I wonder if I should go to him or not. His eyes are blank, betraying no emotion, but I see the beads of sweat on his forehead and realize how nervous he is. "Follow me," he says, walking the other way with sure, confident steps. I follow, watching the guards through the corner of my eye. Aiden turns back when we reach the last brick wall. The end of the hallway is a dead end. Then he gazes into my eyes with a slight tilt of his head. "Now what? You can't stay here." He seizes my hand, his warm skin meeting mine. Elevated heartbeats suffuse into my skin, pulling me into a quicksand of desire. I don't know if I'll be able to run away if he keeps his up. For a moment, the scenery around us falls away, and I am lost in the darkness of his troubled eyes. I want to kiss him. It's a troubling thought. Nothing about Aiden Garrius is light or easy, but my heart is pulled to him despite his flaws. There are so many reasons I should run away, so many reasons that keep us apart, but none of them matter now. We are bound by an invisible thread that I can't break, that I don't want to break. If this is destiny, I want to surrender to its greater power and hope that everything will be all right. Our eyes meet, and he's lost for words. I know he's thinking the same thing. The sound of a door slamming jolts us both awake. The guards are running all over, some of them headed in our direction. We're at a dead end with no hope of escape. "Hold on," Aiden says, at last rubbing his travel stone. I step closer, embracing his body, resting my head on his shoulder. We're off in a heartbeat.
Chapter 16. Aiden. General Fawkes's ball was supposed to be a ploy to assure my father that I'm serious about finding the lost prince. Instead, it turned out to be an exercise in survival. The ball drones on, wine and conversation flowing freely. General Fawkes is nowhere to be seen, however. My uncle's uncomfortable form maligns my vision, hiding a figure on the fringes of the ballroom. Will's eyes meet mine, sending a spark of recognition. He is a vision in silver, and for one moment, my mind turns to mist. Fear quickly puts me back on track, though. I turn my eyes away with an elevated heartbeat. Some part of me is glad to see him. I admit to myself that I've missed his company, but I am worried he won't get out of here alive. Excuse me. I extricate myself from the crowd, heading for the exit. I have to act fast. General Fawkes will be back soon. Your Highness. A guard interrupts my escape. The general wants to see you. I follow the guard out, trying to come up with ways to get Will out of here before anyone sees him. We pass a corridor lined with columns that looks out to the garden. The night is young, stars glinting in the sky. A full moon casts its reflection on the fountain. The air is diffused with the scent of sweet flowers. A slow melody from the ballroom drifts over me, making me long for a time and place that never existed. The guard deposits me at General Fawkes's door, which lies open in wait. I follow a carpet inside to what looks like an empty storage room. Particles of dust sway in the window, less space, making me sneeze. As soon as I'm in, the guard closes the door behind me. A candle lights up, painting a vertical image of General Fawkes's eager, hungry eyes. Shadows curve along the lines on his face. Your Highness, he bows, revealing a mass of cropped red hair. The meager light embraces him completely when he steps forward. I have some news for you. I swallow. Speak. The lost prince is here. He dashes my hopes in one sentence. Prince Nicholas brought a boy with the power to control water. He also has the Rutford blue eyes. I'm sure it's who we're looking for. I exhale sharply. Are you sure? My palms are sweaty, but my voice remains still. We've killed so many innocent boys believing them to be the prince. I am sure this time, he says. The boy will be here to demonstrate his water magic in a few minutes. I close my eyes, wondering why Will got himself into such a mess. Does he know he's the lost prince? I see, I remark. We can't let him escape, he goes on. I have a plan. A reflection of the candle's flame ignites his sinister amber eyes. We're going to kill him before the night is out. Fear settles in the pit of my stomach, coiling like a snake. Ragged heartbeats pound in my empty head, forcing my brain to think fast. What do you mean? Prince Nicholas and the boy will be here shortly. I plan to use the opportunity to get rid of him. Prince Nicholas? What does he have to do with all this? He and I have some unfinished business. I wouldn't want to cast aspersions on the royal family, Your Highness, but I suspect the Prince Regent has been hiding the lost prince. What? He saved the Rutford heir on the night your father and I assassinated the previous king. With hands clasped behind, he recounts the tale. The heir couldn't have escaped without his support. I suspect he wants to use the lost prince to further his position in the court. It's a thinly disguised euphemism. My uncle wants power. He wants the throne. And he thinks Will is the key. Of course, I'd never let that happen. I agree. He must be stopped. I plan to corner him and get him to confess. General Fawkes smirks. Unease claws at the pit of my stomach. I'll engage him in conversation while my guards take care of the prince. They are armed with Cassine arrows used by the army for the express purpose of killing the lost prince. He'll be dead in the blink of an eye. His plan makes me sick. No, my voice echoes inside the storage room. I smell the dust and see several crates line the warm space. Clearing my throat, I go on. I will take care of the prince. The king entrusted me with the job of killing the lost prince. I should be the one to carry out his command. General Fawkes is happy to hear this. Of course, Your Highness. I was worried he might use magic to get away from my guards. But you'll have no problem, of course. Yes, now, what's the plan? I question, hoping I can pull this off without arousing any suspicion. My guards will let Prince Nicholas in shortly, leaving the lost prince standing outside. Please use the opportunity to get rid of him. And be careful. They will be shooting arrows at him. It's dangerous to kill him at your house, General. I pace up and down the bare concrete floor. Don't you think everyone will find out? My father wants the prince's existence to remain a secret. Your Highness. General Fawkes is conflicted. We have no choice. We can't let the lost prince get away. We can't kill him in your house either. If the rebels find out about what we did. My hands brush over the Rutford signet ring in the process, reminding me of our bargain. I still haven't fulfilled my end, and I don't know if I ever will. They mustn't find out. As you know, Ambrosia is in a fragile political situation. You're right, Your Highness. I'll take care of it quietly. General Fawkes's sharp teeth come into view, gleaming like a wolf awaiting its prey. Very good, he says. I'll leave the job to Your Highness. I inhale large amounts of air, nodding imperceptibly. I'll wait outside. Several minutes later, I am at Crimson Street, in Will's arms. He is a little taller than me, but his chin rests on my hair. His arms surround me. The smell of his skin, champagne, and smoke flood my nostrils. Here's the prince I'm supposed to kill, but I don't want to kill him. I want to send Will far away so that my father can never get his hands on him. But I'm afraid that means I'll be back to my lonely existence, isolated in a palace that condemns my very nature. As soon as the noisy environs of Crimson Street come into view, he lets me go. I want to hold on longer, but I turn the other way, blushing. Nobody stares at us, busy with their own lives. You brought us to Crimson Street. Will whistles. I clear my throat, used to his casual tone now. It was all I could think about. All I think about is coming here to meet him. When I first discovered his identity, I wanted to meet him and talk about it. However, the passing days weakened my resolve, plaguing my mind with too many questions. My presence spells danger for him. And I still don't know what to say. Don't think too hard, he says, bringing his finger to my creased forehead. It stops inches from my skin, recalling the line that he's about to cross. If I were somebody else, I'd have kissed him right here. If he weren't the lost prince, I'd have tempted fate. But I am afraid of the consequences. My royal status is both the shield that protects me and the sword that impales my heart. So why did you bring me here? Will asks, scanning the busy street. More than a few eyes are on my grand clothes. His are equally opulent tonight. I am spared from looking for a quiet spot by the breaking of the street. Cracks emerge, separating out feet. I grab Will's hand. We slide over the cracks, frolicking over rooftops, and slipping past falling people. I once fell under the street, and had to stay among the gears until it opened up again, and there was room to climb out. I navigate the cracks with greater ease now. I climb and climb, my face inches from the full moon. It looks much larger, hovering over Crimson Street, making me believe I'd be able to touch it if I really tried. In the few moments that we're running, I forget the world. I forget what I'm supposed to do, and join Will's rhythm. When I'm moving, I don't have to think. The shifting comes to a stop soon. Will and I jump a final crack, landing next to a row of houses. Soil clings to my shoes. When I look up, I see a row of back doors with puddles of stagnant water outside. A cat mews down the street, picking bones out of a pile of garbage. A creaky wooden board sways in the wind. Taylor. Brown water stains have overtaken the white walls, and most of the plants outside are dead, except for the mushrooms blooming along the grimy walls. Home sweet home, Will says, sounding tired. He walks past the tailor's workshop to the house where a cat is drinking water from the dirty puddle. He bends down to pet it. Her grey coat is mixed with a muddy brown. Her name's Mink. I look up at the house we're standing next to. It's identical to all the other houses, but I recognize it from the number stamped on the back door, 1001. Is this where you live? I ask, trying to remember where I am. I look at the house numbers all around, survey the layout of the street, and commit the name of the shops around us to memory. Are you done memorizing the street? He asks. This place is called Magpie Lane. 1001, Magpie Lane. That's where Will lives. The glow of hope is followed by a sudden realization. You said a thief never reveals his tricks. The wind whooshes past my ears and caresses Will's charcoal hair. The cat mews and crickets chirp in the distance. You said we're friends, Will says. Can't friends share secrets? There are secrets he isn't telling me. Then again, there are things I'm not telling him either. Will, what were you doing at the ball tonight? My question rings in the silence. The Rutford signet ring is in my pocket. It'd take me a few seconds to return it to him. But I want to hold on to it a little longer. I don't want to accept that he's a Rutford, that our opposing destinies are set in stone. Baiting the general, he answers with characteristic honesty. He's scrutinizing me, studying for my responses. He wanted to meet the lost prince. He knows. I close my eyes, dragging the words out of my mouth. And do you know who he is? I do. Gazed locked, we study each other in silence, neither wanting to speak the words that will change our lives. Aren't you going to tell me? I ask. Will continues to stare, unable to form words. I don't think I should. The last time we met, you asked me if I could handle the truth. I push the words out, eyes affixed to the pearls sewn to his coat. I think I can. I look up and swallow, taking another step forward. I'm tired of pretending to be something that I'm not. I'm sick of falling in line and meeting expectations. When I'm with you, I can breathe. I blink once the lines are out of my mouth, realizing what I just said. Gathering the last bit of courage, I pound on. Don't take that away from me. Will blinks, no doubt shocked by how much effort I'm putting into this. I'm the lost prince, Aiden, he says. Then again, you knew that, didn't you? The words don't come as a surprise, but as the final nail of a coffin. The coffin of my past. Common sense says I should stay away from him. The royal family code of conduct forbids me from liking any man. But I want to move toward the light. I crave to walk the path of uncertainty that might lead me to freedom. All of a sudden, the dilemma I've been trying to solve all week solves itself. There's no need to run away, to avoid the truth that can never be changed. Instead, I can move toward it and embrace the future. I can give in to temptation. Yes. With the final step, the edge of my shoe grazes his. I touch his hand, giving him my strength. He doesn't move it away, leaning into my touch. I'm sorry. How did you find out? He asks. I found a book in the forbidden section of the Royal Library about the Rutford family traits. Your water magic gives you away. Will shrugs. So the cat is out of the bag. You're a Garius and I'm the lost Rutford prince. If I live, you'll never be king. You won't even be a royal, he tells me. I detest killing, but the rebels would kill for freedom. Even if I don't kill your family, they'll die because of me. That leaves you with only one option, doesn't it? Kill him? Fear rears its ugly head, but I push it back down. I was never going to be king anyway, I say instead, aiming for a lightness that I don't feel. And there is another option. Courage seizes my limbs, finally eliminating the final distance between us. My arms come around him, my head tilting up to meet his lips. I linger an inch from him, waiting for him to refuse, to back away. But his eyes burn bright, reflecting the same desire that fills mine. He pulls me in, ending all conflict. His lips descend on mine, cutting off all thought. Our bodies collide, his arms holding me in place. The meeting of our lips is like a flower petal touching skin. I feel the soft curves of his mouth finally giving in to the attraction that has burned in me for weeks. What was once a subdued desire, now consumes me whole. All our secrets are out in the open, dangerous enough to destroy our lives. But this is what I want. I don't want to play games while trying to protect Will from my father. I want to be selfish. I want to be loved. He tilts his head gently to accommodate my mouth, drinking me in. The scorching flame of passion burns brightly, purifying me, melting me, and obliterating all thoughts until our souls are transfused into one. I feel tears threaten my closed eyelids, my body reacting to a connection it has never felt before. There are no words to explain this moment, and for once, I don't want words. I want to feel, and let my thoughts go. The void between space and time cradles my body, preserving our first kiss in a place I can't reach. I open my mouth and feel his tongue, hot and hungry. Hot velvet melts inside my mouth, making my skin alight. It's not humanly possible to be any closer, but I want to exterminate every last bit of space between us. Our tongues tango in a desperate rhythm, tasting and absorbing each other's essence, like this might be the last time. His hands move back to cradle my neck. I push him against the wall of his house, molding my body to fit his. His scent inflames my senses, my tongue seeking more from him. I revel in the hotness, letting go of all restraint. Leaning into him, I feel weightless, like a feather floating in the wind. My body is tight as a violin string, yet free at the same time. He nibbles my lips, moving to graze the edge of my jaw. I want to lick his skin, to taste the flavor I crave so much. Meow. A cat's voice forces me to return to reality. Will breaks away, breathing raggedly. I cover my mouth with my hand, looking up. Reflected in Will's eyes, I see myself, flushed but hungry. Well, this is my favorite option, he says, his azure eyes bright. My tongue has dissolved to nothingness, numb with the taste of him. Mink wraps around Will's feet, looking at me with clear green eyes. You really have changed. You were a terrified little prince when I first met you. Will smiles at me. But I love danger, and you're nothing but danger. I should have known where this would go. I've grown to like you, I say. After I discovered the truth, I thought about it for days, but when I saw you at General Fawkes's tonight, it all came together. I wanted to deny my feelings, but it looks like they won't be denied any longer. I like you too, Will says. I really do. But be sure this is what you want. If you take my hand, everything that keeps you safe will go up in smoke. You'll have nothing and no one to rely on. If you decide to end our acquaintance with one kiss, I wouldn't blame you. Will is right, of course. I know my family is flawed, but they're all I have. A chasm of uncertainty and bloodshed separates Will and me, and I don't know if we'll ever be able to cross that river of death. But for tonight, I want to believe that the chasm can be bridged. Sometimes the things that keep us safe for the reason we can't grow, I reply. I used to live in a fog of fear before you stole the Rutford signet ring and offered me a glimpse of what my life could be. I don't know if we have a future together, but I want to know. As my words hang in the air, I hear my desires. The path ahead is full of thorns, and there's no guarantee of peace. But perhaps real happiness only lies beyond the thorns. To rise above your fears is perhaps the most lasting happiness of all. I want to know too. Will watches me carefully. For a moment, I think he's going to kiss me again. However, before he can, someone clears their throat behind me, startling me. I swirl around, ready to unleash my magic, when Will places his hand on mine with a loud, "Wait." I spot a short girl looking at me. Her faded grey dress comes into view, followed by the crystal ball she's holding. "Alicia, what are you doing here?" "I thought I saw you," she snaps, eyes swaying like a pendulum from Will to me. "Oh, it's him again." Her eyes survey my elaborate attire, taking in everything from my golden buttons to the signet ring on my finger. She shakes her head. "I must say, Will, what took you so long? We need to talk." The mood suddenly turns dark as a shadow of understanding passes between them. "Okay," Will replies, reaching for the back door of his house. He grabs Alicia's arms, trying to get her in before she says something more. She utters a few muffled words, pulled by Will in the direction of the door. I'll see you later," he whispers when he passes by. "Thank you for helping me tonight. Good night, I nod to Will, then to Alicia, disappointed that our encounter was cut short. Will opens the back door, shoving Alicia in first. I can't believe. Her voice cuts off. Good night, he sighs. Aiden. My heart skips a beat upon hearing him pronounce my name. It now holds a special meaning. Good night, I whisper to the closed door.
Chapter 17. Will. Blissful dreams of my kiss with Aiden are cut short the next morning by Alicia's voice. Wake up, Will! She tugs at me, spelling a rapid end to my slumber. I groan and turn the other way in an attempt to continue sleeping, but her final words make my eyes pop open. The Black Army is here. That gets me moving. Through blurry eyes, I see Alicia's concerned face, her body clothed in a brown dress. What? General Fawkes's death alerted the king, she says. General Fawkes? That's who you went to kill last night, didn't you? Alicia buzzes around busily, throwing clothes at me. Well, Prince Nicholas finished the job. He came to the Rose last night saying he'd killed the general after confronting him in his rooms. He couldn't find you, so he came to the Rose. That's why I arrived home looking for you. In my rush to escape death last night, I forgot all about General Fawkes's murder. Prince Nicholas completed our mission, triggering unexpected consequences. The king thinks it was the Lost Prince's way of getting back at the leader of the Black Army. He's looking for you. They're turning Crimson Street upside down to find the Lost Prince. He knows you're alive. You must leave. Leave? Where will I go? To Misgate. Alicia gets off me, beginning to pull clothes from the cupboard. My clothes. She stuffs them into a bag, shoving it at me just as I wake up. We've got no time, Will. Daddy isn't home and John is out looking for Dr. Cairo. Reaching into her pocket, she pulls out a blue travel stone. It's the one John stole when Raymond was in danger. Take this. Alicia. She throws a pair of boots at me. Get on with it. Hurriedly, I slip the boots, preparing to escape. A harsh knock on the door alerts us. Alicia's brown eyes move in the direction of the door, opening the door a crack to take a peek. Aunt Marianne opens the front door. I hear loud noises and shuffling sounds. Get out of my way. A soldier breaks in, his voice like gunshot. Alicia locks the door. Crawl out of the window, she says, gesturing to the open window. Clutching the bag she gave me, I jump out, just as the army guards barge in. Keeping my head down, I run past the tailors, pulling out my travel stone and rubbing it several times. A spark of blue ignites and fades away. What? Looking up, I see a dismal sight. Guards dressed in black crawl all over Crimson Street, breaking down doors, destroying shop windows, and dragging people out. They look like an army of beetles that has descended upon Crimson Street, taking away the peace and quiet of daily life. Broken glass crunches under my shoes as I run past a guard, trying to get somewhere quiet. I don't know anything about the prince. I hear Mary cry as she's dragged out by a member of the Black Army. My feet move in her direction, hands itching to use magic and get her away from the guard. Her eyes meet mine across the distance, fear stamped in them. She shakes her head violently, willing me to get away. Just then the guard turns to, laying eyes on me. Oh no. His movement is instantaneous. Dropping Mary like a hot potato, he runs in my direction. Catch him, he cries to his comrades. They head in my direction with relentless strength, steps fast and loud. I break into a run, fervently rubbing the travel stone, hoping it'll take me to Misgate. But it isn't working. Sparks crack and break, but there's no overpowering light. I'm stuck here, escaping from the Black Army. At that blessed moment, the street breaks apart. Startled, the guards scatter, confused by the turning of gears. Paths split, ladders of cobblestone street stretching in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, I jump over the cracks, running for my life. The guards follow, but moving streets hamper their progress, pushing some back, redirecting others. From my vantage point, I see the whole of Crimson Street covered with men in black uniforms. I scan the neighborhood for an area with the least amount of guards, offering me a chance to escape. The black market hits my eye, closed in broad daylight. Since it's a commercial area, there aren't many guards lingering there. I run in the direction of the black market, skipping over roofs and chimneys, sometimes slipping on tiles. The guards are still on my trail, but their numbers are dropping. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, I approach the black market just as the turning of the gears slows down. I duck and swerve, wanting to lose the guards before I descend upon my destination. They fall through the cracks, some joining other streets while others are pushed away by the rearranging process. I hide under a street, jumping to another one to lose a guard. When I don't see many of them, I make my way to the final offshoot that joins the black market. The turning of gears stops as my feet land on the main street. Over me is an iron arch, marking the black market's entrance. I run through the empty streets, sliding into an alley to catch my breath. However, I'm not alone. Will. Dr. Cairo stares down at me, adjusting his spectacles. What are you doing here? Behind him I spot a guard who has been following me. His eyes glisten, having finally cornered me. He reaches for an arrow at his back, aiming it in my direction. Watch out. Puddles of stagnant water respond to my magic, forming a jet that cuts the arrow's force. Faced with the puddle's resistance, the arrow is thrown off course. Dr. Cairo turns in time to spot the guard and runs in my direction. Grabbing my hand, he says, "Run!" The guard, undaunted by my magic, follows us. Giving up on the travel stone, I shove it into my pocket. We pass by closed shops, including Alessia's practice, dodging arrows that fly our way. I use all the water around me to deflect them, but they're too fast. When we make a turn, another guard joins in, spotting his friend's pursuit of us. We should split, I tell Dr. Cairo. They're after me. No, he says, holding onto my arm. This way. We move into another alley, followed by two guards. Their arrows come faster, and I'm running low on energy. The jets of water lose pressure, becoming limp and harmless. For a moment I consider launching icicles, but I'd have to focus to summon that magic, and there's no way I can focus with all those arrows threatening to kill me. When we make the next turn, we arrive at a dead end. There aren't many of those in Crimson Street, so it looks like my luck has run out today. The guards close in on us, pushing us back against a stone wall that lies at the end of the street. Back doors overlook us. The shop's dark and empty. Finally, the guard produces the last arrow that he has, its silver tip gleaming in daylight. I know this is no ordinary arrow because transparent liquid drips down the end. A Cassine arrow. They're out for blood. My blood. Sparks ignite, generating power from all the water around me. Droplets of water from puddles, pipes, and rooftops answer my call, sticking to my body like iron filings to a magnet. The guard doesn't wait for me, though. He shoots an arrow aimed straight at my heart. I release the ball of water, turning it into ice, hitting the arrow, and splintering it. Watch out, Will. Before I can discern what is going on, Dr. Cairo's body jumps to shield mine. Another arrow registers in the periphery of my vision, the sound of metal piercing flesh following the blurry movement. Blood splatters on my face, a ball of dread forming in my heart. Dr. Cairo, no. Blood coats my sleeve, my shocked eyes looking down at Dr. Cairo's crumbling form. An arrow is stuck to his back, cutting through skin and flesh. The spot of blood blooming at his back grows larger as he staggers forward, hands grasping my shoulders. His knees weaken, losing balance. He topples to the ground, falling. The other guard smirks, reaching for another arrow to finish me off. Run, Will! His voice is broken, his forehead coated with sweat. One hand clutches his heart, covered in crimson. I hold his arm. No, I can't leave you. Run, he shouts, pushing me away. You have to live. I want to get to my feet, but strength deserts me. My eyes mist as I watch him struggle to breathe. Even through the excruciating pain, he yells, Run away! Reluctantly, I get to my feet, just in time to dodge the guard's arrow. They're moving closer to me, eager to finish me off in one blow. I move in a semicircle, avoiding them like a tiger. Creaking noises behind startle me, making me turn back. The back door opens just as another arrow comes flying. My head snaps the other way, ready to summon magic, but a hand shoots out before I can, pulling me in. The arrow hits the closed door, embedding itself on the wooden frame. What? The guard's voices fade away as I'm enclosed in a dark room, someone's body pressed against mine. Window glass shatters, daylight revealing my saviour's face. Aiden. He's dressed in black, just like the guards. A pair of sharp black eyes study my face, distracting me from the dangerous situation. There's a pain in those eyes, but there's also determination. He saw what happened to Dr. Cairo. We don't have time. His left hand wraps around my waist, while his right reaches for a red travel stone. The king has disabled all travel lines to Misgate. Hold on. My hands come around him as he rubs the travel stone. Arrows burst in through the broken window just as we become a ball of light, disappearing together. I awaken in the evening, the final traces of twilight framing the lace curtains. Over my head, a wooden board comes into view. I'm resting in a four-poster bed draped with ivory curtains, my body covered in sheets, head resting on a soft white pillow. Rubbing my eyes, I sit up to find myself in a bedroom. An aristocratic bedroom. A small chandelier is lit overhead, fire blazing in the hearth. The walls are covered in blue brocade wallpaper, glass lamps, and paintings breaking through the plaster. Raising a hand, I notice that I'm wearing a white cotton shirt. Gone are the bloodstains on my arm. I remember coming here with Aiden, washing myself off, dressing and going to sleep, exhausted from what happened that morning. Now that I'm awake, the dreadful scene returns to me. Dr. Cairo's dying body weighs down on my arms, begging me to run away, to live. Arrows are all around, window glass breaking and shattering. Crimson Street is overrun with guards, the Black Army pounding on my aunt's door. The door swings open, revealing a shadow, inch by inch. Aiden's face surfaces, soft as fresh cream. Gone is the black coat that he was wearing that morning, stripped down to the black silk shirt that he favors so much. His shirt sleeves are folded, revealing smooth arms. His hair is askew, indicating he has either been sleeping or thinking. "Good evening," he says. I don't miss the tension in his jaw or the weariness in his eyes. "How are you?" A hand reaches out, wanting to touch him and ground myself to reality. He encases my hand between his palms, coming to sit on the edge of the bed. The lamp to my right makes flames light up in his eyes, juxtaposed with my reflection. My fingers reach for his cheek, thumb stroking the gaunt lines. His skin is smooth as satin, rippling under my touch. "Thank you for saving me. It's becoming a habit." He doesn't smile. "I should have known my father would do something like this," he says. "One of your friends died. By the time I found out what was going on, it was too late. I was distracted and—" "No." I lean forward, my lips brushing his. The brief contact makes sparks ignite on my skin. Eden's eyes reveal embers of desire that mirror my own. I brought it upon myself by choosing to stand with the rebels. When my uncle told me I was the lost prince, my whole world crashed. Dreams of living a life of luxury went up in smoke. I didn't consider the consequences of my actions. Will, I know this sounds strange, but I liked being a thief. When you have all the money in the world, none of it matters. I want it to matter. I want to be excited every time I see a diamond necklace or a sapphire ring. When my hand moves away from his face, I come up with a thin golden chain. Aiden's eyes stare intently at the chain he was wearing seconds ago. I have a thief's impulses. My fingers itch, and my brain begins concocting a plan, and my body moves on its own. It's not the diamonds and gold that I desire, but the thrill of stealing them. And now that's gone, he concludes, receiving the golden chain I drop into his hands. Lost to the revolution. I told my uncle that I didn't want to be part of the revolution. If I take my place as the leader of the revolution, I'll never know a day of peace. He listens to me silently as shadows shift outside the window, the orange twilight turning darker. Watching Dr. Cairo die made me rethink my actions. It showed me how powerful my ignorance was, that it could cost lives. I pull back, shutting my eyes. The scene stings inside my eyelids. Aiden's fingers cover my hands. "It's not your fault," he says. "I heard you talking to Usara that night, the night we watched a play together." A patchwork of colourful memories passes before my eyes, like a stained glass painting. "You said you wanted justice, respect, and freedom. I thought you were naive and idealistic, but I realized that you were right. I wanted the same things, except freedom doesn't look like a life of comfort and mindless luxury. It looks a lot like revolution, like fighting for the things I believe in, like difficult choices that tear my life apart and turn it into something new." I turn to him. "Like you." Aiden blinks back, the shiny film coating his eyes. "It was the revolution, the Rutford ring, that led me to you." My arms come around him, and this time I don't let go. Aiden moves closer, now completely on top of the bed, his thighs brushing mine. "I want you," knowing how selfish that is. I watch his Adam's apple bob up and down when he swallows. For a moment I think he's going to turn away, reminding me of all the reasons this is a bad idea. But when he meets my gaze, it's defiance that I see. "I want you too." His husky words wrap around my mind, turning it to mush. He can't mean what I think he does. "Come here." His arms wrap around me and I melt into them, forgetting time and space, forgetting the revolution and the world burning around us. My self-control snaps, pulling his body hard against mine. He rolls over, pushing my body down, suspended over me. A pair of glorious eyes, the color of midnight, look down at me as he wets his lips with a pink tongue. My arms snake around the small of his back, tugging at the seam of his shirt. His fingers wrap around my head as I pull him down, shielding it from the wooden headboard. Our lips meet, revealing the full extent of hunger, of the passion that we've never had the courage to express. The kiss is as intoxicating as I remember. I taste sunshine, roses, and him. Only him. My entire body gives in, leaning into the kiss. He groans, adjusting his mouth on mine, pushing his tongue inside as his fingers tug at my shirt. They are still looking into my eyes when I jerk up. "Well, do you want to?" Breaking the kiss, I pull the shirt over my head, revealing a wide expanse of skin. "Yes. Can I touch you?" His eyes are pools of molten dark chocolate, gazing at me with sincerity. "That's what we're here for," I say. "Touch me. Touch every part of me. Before this night is through, I want to be yours." His hands cover my exposed back, every touch a blazing imprint. His silk shirt rubs against my skin, cool and soft as a feather. He grips my shoulders, his lips meeting me in a violent crash. My tongue tugs at the seam of his lips, edging them apart. He shifts his head, taking my tongue in, tasting me completely. A finger grazes my nipple, teasing it, rubbing it, eliciting moans from my sealed lips. Vibrations travel down his lips, making my pleasure his. Breaking away, he moves his mouth down, kissing my neck, my shoulders, my collarbone, until that delectable pink tongue lands on my nipple, circling the tight tip. My body aches with unspent desire, hips lifting to rub against his. His hands reach for my trouser fastenings, pushing the thick material down. I kick the pants away, letting them join the pile on the floor. The bedsheet wraps around my knees, threading through Aiden's legs and mine, tying us together. Grabbing fistfuls of his shirt, I pull them out of his trousers. The black silk shirt contrasts his skin, making me want to glimpse every inch of it. Dragging my mouth away from his, I kiss a hot trail down his jaw, down his neck, to where the open shirt buttons end on his chest, until I can't go any further. Every kiss is a testament to my desire, every touch a gift that I'll cherish. So I begin unbuttoning his pretty pearl buttons, breaking the kiss to breathe. Why are there so many buttons? Get rid of them. Losing patience on the third button, I tear the shirt open, sending pearl buttons flying. The shirt cleaves at the center, opening to reveal him. I inhale sharply, eyes feasting on his body. Face flushed, he looks up. "Aiden." My voice is between a whisper and groan. "I want to see all of you." Aiden pulls the sleeves off, throwing the shirt on the carpet where it pools like a puddle of dark water. One of the lamps around us goes off. the candle having burned down. In the muted light, I study his body, fit from years of training but possessing a delicate bone structure. Thumb caressing a faded white scar on his stomach, I look up to find Aiden looking away, realizing the scar must have been a result of his uncle's actions. "You're beautiful." My voice sounds distant, barely more than a gasp. "Every part of you is beautiful." My uncle, he did this. I know. I bring my lips to him, sealing the words between our mouths. "It's all right." Goosebumps break out on his skin, no doubt lost in the recollection. I kiss his eyebrows, the creases on his forehead, and his cheek. "You don't have to carry the shame any more. You've turned these scars into a thing of beauty, into love." His eyes turn watery for a second, before they're gone. "They're yours now." "Will." He sinks into me and I feel his solid weight, making my pulse shoot. "You're beautiful too." His fingers brush my collarbone, making pleasurable shivers trickle down my skin. "Thank you for letting me see it." My hands cradle his face, looking at the face that has come to mean so much to me. "My pleasure." Pleasure is all we experience for the next hour. My mouth descends on his, cutting off rational thoughts. Garments are ripped and scattered, leaving us both completely naked and exposed to desire. My hands are in his hair, my mouth licking a trail down his exposed skin. He returns the favor, sweat misting on his skin, our wet bodies coming together. The beating of our hearts is a symphony, our movements the tempo that guides this magnificent performance. It builds to a booming crescendo, obliterating everything except the feel of his skin on mine. Heartbeats suffused, I let myself go, surrendering every last inhibition, coming apart in his arms. Nerves explode with sensation, screaming with delight until I'm reduced to pieces. Panting, we both collapse on the bed. Aiden's breaths echo in the silence, making me forget where I end and where he begins. Fingers interlaced, I turn to his side, wrapping my body around his. As I look at his face, his eyes gazing into mine, I know that I'll never forget tonight. I've become his, every secret between us out in the open, our pain shared and halved, our pleasure doubled. He leans in, closing his eyes and letting exhaustion claim him. I press a kiss on his forehead, not wanting tomorrow to come, but knowing what I must do when it does. We fall asleep like that, safe in each other's arms.
Chapter 18. Aiden. A week later I am in the Burnwood Caves, Princess Susanna's arm in mine. After the Black Army failed to find the prince, things returned to normal. For now. The hunt triggered a spate of rumors that continued to make their way through the ballrooms of Ambrosia. However, there's still no sign of Will. Memories of our night together scorch my mind, making my skin tingle. I want to see him again, to hear his voice, kiss those lips that are wicked and honest at the same time. "Thank you for bringing me here," she says. "I've always wanted to see the caves." Princess Susanna stands to my side, dressed in a fluffy yellow gown. This morning, Princess Susanna said she wanted to visit the Burnwood Caves. My father gave his permission, as long as she didn't touch any of the crystals there. I agreed to accompany her, to make sure the princess had a good time at the cave. The queen is off to Kronos to make arrangements for the wedding, and the princess insisted that she wanted to spend some time alone with me, so that we could get to know each other better. Arthur winked at me, convinced it would give me an opportunity to steal a kiss. But I don't want to steal a kiss with Susanna, not after giving myself to Will. In some way, he's still a part of me, even though he's not here. The morning after we made love, he left. When I opened my eyes, he was gone, leaving behind a piece of paper lay on the nightstand. "I'm leaving for Ravelin. Don't know when we'll meet again. I will cherish last night forever. Whatever you do, remember that I'm always on your side. Will." I read the words, again and again, feeling pain bloom in my chest along with tenderness. Will is gone, leaving me alone in a room that smells of him, of us. I command myself to forget, but I want to hold on to every flawed and wicked piece of him, stashing them away in my memory to pick out and examine during lonely days. Aren't they beautiful? Susanna points at the green crystals glowing overhead. We're deep inside, next to the Terror Rock, the largest crystal formation at the center of the cave. A thick iron fence guards the stone, reminding us to stay away. They say one can instantly gain powers by touching it. It's beautiful, she says, eyes reflecting bright green light. Is this how you got your powers? No, I say. I was born with them. Oh, her voice is small. That is fortunate. Women don't inherit magical powers. She shifts from one foot to another, making me realize that she's nervous. You can touch the stone if you like, I say. I won't tell anyone. No, her loud answer echoes inside the cave, returning 20 times before it fades. People will find out when I start making flowers bloom on stones. She laughs, not a timid laugh but a terrified one. You know girls aren't allowed to have magic. Another shaky laugh follows. Princess Susanna, I extend my hand, feeling cold. Why did you want to come here? I know it's not to see the caves. You've been here before, haven't you? Your Highness. Ever since my night with Will, I've been thinking about this marriage. Will has made his choice, but I haven't. The princess's gloved hand slips away, reminding me of the decision I must make. I can keep my father in the dark, I told Will after we made love. Stay here for a few days. The King of Cronus will be arriving to attend a ball in 2 weeks. He'd have forgotten you by then. A ball? Will asked, stroking my hair. How many balls do you host in a year? It's for me and Princess Susanna. The wedding date, I began, realizing too late that I was talking about my upcoming wedding to Will. Releasing a sigh of frustration, I leaned on Will's chest, resting my cheek on his bare skin, trying to remind myself that he was my reality. I'm sorry, I don't know how to put a stop to it. I don't want to marry her. I know, Will said, continuing to stroke my hair. You don't have to think about it now. I tried to smile but couldn't. Deep inside, I know I am living in denial. Whether the revolution comes to pass or not, I can't marry Princess Susanna. I can't lie my way through life. The thought of telling my father the truth fills me with dread, but it must be done. Soon, I tell myself, soon. I can't marry you. Princess Susanna blurts out. What? For a moment time stands still. I can't believe my ears. She has just given voice to my most fervent desire. Anxiety is replaced with cool relief. However, it isn't only my mind that comes to a standstill. The cave flashes before my eyes, a moment frozen in time. Drops of water stop midway, refusing to fall on my sleeve. Sounds fade away, the chattering of guards, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of bats, and the flickering of light all coming to a standstill, stuck like a broken clock. When I blink again, it moves, sounds filling my ears. What just happened? I ask, looking around to see if someone else is here with us. The princess's hands are clasped at the back, eyes glued to the dark stone floor. Did you? Her eyes meet mine, a dull blue and clearly troubled. Slowly, she brings her hands to me, peeling off one glove, then another. Her exposed hands are smooth and pale, the texture of magnolias. But it isn't those hands that I crave to touch. I remember Will's calloused hands running over my body, igniting sparks where they brushed my skin. We're like light and darkness, a part of each other, yet unable to coexist. This is the reason I can't marry you, she says. My eyes focus on her fingers, and this time, I see it. Sepia-colored sparks ignite on the tips, magic exploding next to the rock. A monochromatic brown blankets the scenery, making time stand still, freezing everything in place. Susanna moves her fingers, and the droplets move up, sticking to the ceiling like they never fell. My jaw drops open, eyes popping out. I can't believe what I'm seeing. You possess magic. Will's words suddenly make sense. Is this why she was here? How? I went to a magical spot in Kronos years ago, she says. Like this one. I was angry, you see. My brothers made fun of me, so I wanted to get back at them by proving that I could possess magic too, I snuck out during a summer visit to my grandmother and went into the Galatian woods. It's one of the 8 magical hotspots in Kronos. You must be really good at sneaking if you made it that far. There was a rock there, just like this one, larger than this one. I touched it and she swallows. At first, nothing happened. Years passed and I manifested no magical abilities. Magic doesn't choose everyone, you see. Some people's blood resists magic. Women under 18 don't usually take well to the stone. I read about it in a book that I bribed my maid to buy. She coughs. I thought it wouldn't work. But it did. I began manifesting magic this year, she explains. I was terrified because my father had told me that I must marry the Prince of Ambrosia to ensure harmony between our kingdoms. As a princess, I'd been raised to perform my duty when the time came. She looks up at me. My magic isn't as polished as the aristocrats in Kronos. It breaks out when I lose my temper and I'm no good at controlling it. I've read books and tried practicing when nobody is looking. But it's hard when you're constantly surrounded by maids. That's why I came to Burnwood. I heard there was someone here who specialized in helping people who had acquired magic from stones. She closes her eyes. He was dead when I reached him. A group of soldiers dressed in black stood outside his house, muttering something about a lost prince. My pulse speeds up. That explains why you came to Burnwood. So you see, I can't marry you. I am an anomaly. The king will soon find out, and when he does, he'll be angry. I am not the king, I say. I won't condemn you for a power that you have every right to possess. Susanna blinks. Your Highness? I don't agree with the way magic is controlled in Ambrosia, in Wisteria, I say, rather daring. There are so many people who deserve magic more than me, yet they are denied the opportunity to wield that power because of the circumstances of their birth. You, princess, are not an anomaly. You made a choice, and that choice has brought you here. It's time to make another choice now, one between your duty and your desire. Susanna's face betrays shock, her jaw inching apart. Which one do you choose? She swallows. I don't know. I always thought I'd become a princess, a queen, and that was all there was to life. She looks up at me. But I feel differently now, she says. An unexplored world of magic lies before me, filled with unknown paths and dangerous trails. I don't know if I'd want to spend my life in a castle, insulated from all the delights this new world has to offer. Yet I must do my duty as a princess. It's what my father expects from me. I'd never considered the possibility of you agreeing to this match. Not after knowing what you know. Someone once told me that I wasn't merely a prince, a figurehead with duties and responsibilities. I remember Will's words, visualizing the fire blazing in the study as he watched me with those penetrating azure eyes, knowing my secret and still wanting me. You are a person with feelings. A marriage can't solve Ambrosia's problems. Revolution taints the air, and I don't know if either of us is powerful enough to prevent it. Don't make a decision based on what you know. Sometimes, choosing the unknown is the only way to happiness. Prince Aiden. She stares at me, spellbound. I have been lying to you too, I confess. I can't marry you. There's someone I love. Realization pounds into my head, thoughts becoming crystal clear. There are so many reasons we can't be together, but I want to believe that the world can change, that someday, we'll overcome the barrier that separates us. It's idealistic, I know. For the barriers have only been rising. Yet, I can't let him go. With or without promises, I've lost my heart to a silver-tongued jewel thief who stole my bracelet. The Rutford signet ring brushes my thigh, nestled inside my pocket, reminding me of how far apart we are. He, the Rutford prince, and I, Agarius. So don't lose hope, I say. You're not alone. Princess Susanna's eyes fill with tears. I didn't know. Brushing the tears away, she says, I hope everything goes well for you. I'd like to meet her sometime. I don't tell her it isn't to her. You know, I came here to tell you I couldn't marry you. I thought I'd make an enemy, but instead I've made a friend. I smile. A friend. The words remind me of Will. Everything reminds me of him. I like the sound of that. Princess Susanna and I watch the rock for a few minutes longer, not knowing what the future holds. It won't be easy to tell my father about my decision to not marry the princess. The king of Kronos might force the match anyway. But for today, I don't want to think about those decisions. I want to stay here a little longer and forget all the consequences that await me. Let's return to the entrance, Susanna says. The palace guards must be restless. She slips her hand into mine, and this time, I don't feel as guilty. With the truth out in the open, our relationship has shifted from one of cold formality to understanding. We walk through the passage made of glowing crystals, reaching for the light. When we emerge outside, Susanna's maids cluster around us. Gazing out at Burnwood stretching beyond the river, I spot smoke rising in the distance. Moving away from the princess, I ask a guard, "What is going on there?" Several people are gathered around the source of the smoke, a line of strangers forming on the pier. A row of men clad in black surround them. "The lost prince has been found, Your Highness." My legs take off before the guard stops speaking.
This title was narrated with virtual voice.